Chapter 1. Let the past drift away with the wind. This is the Survivor Relocation Convoy. Reporting status. Takris Desert Base acknowledges. Catastrophe. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse. As I open my eyes once more, Mo Qingyun gazed at his sister, his eyes filled with weariness. Has it changed? Perhaps. Chapter 3. The journey begins. The sun's rays recede, leaving the earth still imbued with a lingering warmth. The convoy comes to an abrupt halt, and Mo Qingyun awakens once more, the soothing sound of wheels rolling over the ground now silenced. Chapter 4. The small group. Mo Qingyun, gun in hand, retraces his steps as the gaze of the crowd fixates upon the weapon he carries. Jiang Lily brushes off the dust from her attire, her attention diverted from Mo Qingyun. Chapter 5. A wise man? I'll go, Wang Yiming declares, extinguishing his cigarette. After all, Mo, you're not familiar with them. Although they are classmates, university often renders many acquaintances mere strangers, aside from roommates. Especially outside the classroom. Chapter 6. The young girl, Mo Qingyun, remains silent for a moment before his hand sweeps through the gap at Jiang Lily's shoulder, striking heavily against the wall with a flippant tone. Chapter 7. Anticipation. After surveying the area and the road surrounding the warehouse, the sun climbs higher, the temperature once again on the rise, that Mo Qingyun returns to the warehouse, where a main road lies not far off. Chapter 8. Silence beneath the iron framework where Mo Qingyun and Su Cece stand. A horde of zombies gathers, the stench of decay permeating the air as they collide. Chapter 9. Perhaps you misremembered Wang Yiming. Feeling slighted, harbors dissatisfaction. Why don't you all continue? I'd like to see if Mo can kill you. Chapter 10. Waiting for others who close the door, Mo Qingyun approaches the crowd. What is the matter? Wang Yiming, somewhat puzzled, questions the sudden lowering of the roll-up door. Chapter 11. Children should not look unbeknownst to them. Mo Qingyun has long since vacated the second floor, that as the group prepares to rush upstairs. The injured athlete feels increasingly despondent, ignored by all except for their fear of Mo Qingyun. Chapter 12. You two have returned. With the phone's flashlight activated, the roll-up door of the supermarket is cautiously raised, allowing light to filter in. A thorough observation reveals no zombies, prompting another attempt to lift the door. Chapter 13. The world is corrected to its limits. Lin Fei lunges forward with a knife, the blade clashing against a steel pipe. The edge skids down the metal pole, forcing Mo Qingyun to abandon his own weapon. Chapter 14. A sense of déjà vu. Once again, a reset occurs. Mo Qingyun and Mo Qingyu stand before the roll-up door of the supermarket, poised to open it for inspection. Chapter 15. The gesture at the onset of the apocalypse. Many have already lost their lives. Yet, one cannot fault them. Those who have not endured such experiences cannot fathom the extreme dread that ensues. Chapter 16. Submission. After traveling a short distance, realizing the path is blocked, they must retreat to explore other junctions. As long as the zombies are not overly abundant, they can work together to clear the obstructing vehicles. Chapter 17. The night escape. To truly earn someone's respect, one must consider whether that individual is stubborn. Some stubborn ones are resilient only in their words. Chapter 18. An ambush. They indeed encounter a wandering horde of zombies. Compared to the previous chaos, this time perhaps due to the smaller number of people, the few who awaken do so quickly. Chapter 19. Takri Desert Base. With only 5 kilometers remaining, the walkie-talkie finally receives a signal. Takri calling. The static crackles. Chapter 20. My sister. The individual who fled is perilous. On the night of our ambush, the vehicle sped without headlights, and he killed the first person, ensuring he would kill again. Mo Qingyun feels a sense of helplessness, burdened by the troublesome escapee. Chapter 21. Awakening of Mo Qingyu within the base. Aside from the water outlet, Mo Qingyun pays little heed to the rest. After a brief inspection, he finds himself before a motorcycle. Colonel Motorcycle, I want to ride in the basket. Chapter 22. The abilities user. Mo Qingyun seeks out Wang Shangming, voluntarily surrendering his handgun. Unlike Wang Yiming, who is more brash, Wang Shangming is astute. Is there any way I can assist you? Chapter 23. The quarrel on the first foray into the water cave. Mo Qingyu felt excitement, but after a day's journey, her joy is likely to wane. How refreshing, she remarks, feeling the coolness simply from standing at the entrance. Chapter 24. Sure Ninjin, who do you intend to send to procure supplies? Wang Shangming inquires. There aren't enough people at the base. Are you suggesting we send students who have yet to enter society? Chapter 25. The Cave's Branch. What are your thoughts on this morning's incident? Wang Shangming asks. Superpowers? Or perhaps abilities? Mo Qingyun ponders, having witnessed it firsthand, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Chapter 26. The first month at Takri, the trio ascends, climbing higher. The Takri desert base is not situated in the desert itself, but rather on the barren outskirts. Distance from Chapter 27. Encountering gunmen after 6 hours of travel, the convoy halts at a gas station outside the city, the previously wandering horde now absent, that a month has passed. Chapter 28. Gunfight. Mo Qingyun traverses the alley. Ultimately arriving near the Armed Forces Department, that a quick glance reveals that the armory does not teem with zombies as the police station had. Chapter 29. Seeking the secret laboratory. Little U. Is he still there? Mo Qingyun inquires while reloading. Brother, he's leaning against the steps outside the door, motionless, that I'm not sure if he is dead. Chapter 30. Willful. This underground facility must possess an accompanying ventilation system. The apocalypse has only just begun, and it is unlikely that even the passive ventilation system has ceased functioning. Chapter 31. The university student Mo Qingyun's consciousness begins to blur, his thoughts drifting back to childhood. The sunlight filters through his widening pupils, illuminating his memories once more. Chapter 32. Su Cece awakens subsequently. Mo Qingyun locates Wang Shangming and surrenders his handgun, but he becomes aware of the precise location of the biological laboratory and prepares his weapon, now needing only to gather food and water. Chapter 33. Ruthless. I was wrong. Brother, the man, tongue-tied, is cast aside by Mo Qingyun. Was it Brother Shangming who sent you? Despite his internal conflict, Mo Qingyun remains resolute. Chapter 34. Not worth mourning. Su Cece appears unfazed. She gazes at Mo Qingyun on the bed. During their flight, she overheard Mo Qingyun's outburst but feels that Mo Qingyun's plight is far more tragic, bearing the burden of having taken lives. Chapter 35. Training. Mo Qingyu. Wang Shangming neither follows Shinyinjin's path nor fully aligns with another faction. Had he not held the position of logistics supervisor, matters might have been simpler, yet he wields unrecognized power. Chapter 36. Second outing. Today will practice close combat. Tomorrow, you will focus on long-range techniques. Your perception will be continuously honed during this period. Mo Qingyun plans to alternate their training regimen. Chapter 37. The sharpshooter Zhang Namli Shanwen quickly retreats, taking cover behind a wall. That as gunfire ceases, the hurried footsteps grow increasingly rapid, hinting at a flight. The shooter's injured arm indicates that the situation is far from over. Chapter 38. Amusement. The base's water supply has begun to dwindle. It will not be long before it runs completely dry, and those tasked with monitoring the waterway must have noticed the decreasing flow. Chapter 39. Better to say for myself, brother. You're insufferable, Mo Qingyu exclaims, left with no choice but to seek out Sister Cece. Mo Qingyun heads directly to freshen up before resting. After a few hours, he once again. Chapter 40. Scum. You're a disgrace. Su Cece remains silent, unable to articulate her thoughts, seemingly agreeing with Mo Qingyun's assessment. There's too many people that if the zombies don't vanish by summer's end, this base will reach its limits. Transporting so many together, do we even have enough vehicles? The dilemma is clear. There are simply too many people. Can Captain Sure search for vehicles? I can't. That would complicate my escape. But you can. You could accompany Sure Ninjin to the new base, where you would be of utmost value. The water supply has been dwindling. Chapter 41. Table flipping. Mo Qingyu begins practicing Wind Blade. Mo Qingyun and Su Cece sit atop a sand dune, contemplating in silence. The heat is stifling. The sun's rays cause Mo Qingyun discomfort. Ideally, they should train in the valley, as it is no longer morning. Let's call it a day. With that, Mo Qingyu halts her practice, and the trio descends the dune. In the ensuing days, Mo Qingyun observes the waterways flow daily, leaving the strip leading to the canyon uncollected, anticipating that he and his sister will navigate through it as before. Chapter 42. Escape from Takri. The two enter the water cave under the cover of night. Hurry up. We still need to climb. If even the backup plan is discovered by Li Shanwen, we may find ourselves as mere dogs. Brother, do you dislike him that much? If someone is like your brother but isn't really him, would you still harbor disdain? Mo Qingyun began to ascend. Mo Qingyu offered no response, yet her silence spoke volumes. This time, their actions were remarkably swift as Mo Qingyun emerged from the cave, he meticulously surveyed the desolate expanse above, where motorcycles lay scattered. Chapter 43. Collapse. Cautiously approaching the cave's entrance, it became evident that someone occupied the motorcycle. However, the man had yet to notice Shernyenjin. "Who are you?" Shernyenjin demanded, gun aimed at the man. Startled, the man instinctively drew his weapon to fire at Shernyenjin, only to be struck first. Shernyenjin swiftly advanced, kicking the fallen handgun away. "Who permitted your presence here?" "Brother Lee. I'm with Brother Lee." "You can't kill me." The man clutched his bullet-wounded right hand, having been following Li Shanwen's orders. Chapter 44. Stars falling. The scorching winds of summer were nearing their end. Mo Qingyun traveled the highway with his sister. The stretch seemingly devoid of people, save for a few abandoned vehicles left by those fleeing. Mo Qingyun felt assured to accelerate. Meanwhile, in the Yuhang region, Lin Fei gazed at the flames in his hand, which became increasingly radiant. He had entered the second tier. With the system's assistance, his progress was rapid. System. Alert. Nuclear strike imminent. Alert. Phase 2 catastrophe approaching. The system is unable to transmit. Please evacuate swiftly. Chapter 45. Wandering Ones. Regrettably, the research from his previous life had not yielded breakthroughs before his demise. Was it the brainwaves generated by humans gathering that attracted zombies to consume their brains, or did humans inherently carry a scent that drew zombies when in large numbers? As for the second-tier zombies, the Wandering Ones, aside from their enhanced speed and sensitivity to sound, they could not locate humans through scent. The Wandering Ones still possessed the vulnerability of being incapacitated through cranial destruction. However, even with their bodies damaged, as long as their brains remained intact, they could retain their mobility. The Wandering Ones would become the most numerous in the apocalypse. Chapter 46. Seeking someone. We're not accepting survivors here. Shouted a person from within the wall at Mo Qingyun and his sister, that I'm not here for refuge. I'm looking for someone. That Mo Qingyun halted his motorcycle. That you're looking for someone? Yes, I'm searching for someone named Yang Shiran. If possible, please relay the message that Mo Qingyun addressed the individuals behind the barrier. Yang Shiran? The people inside conversed briefly, and it was evident they recognized the name, yet they seemed to harbor some fear. Moments later, they fell silent. That I'm sorry. Chapter 47. Shrimp Line. No, Qingyun disregarded the student council president entirely. Shouldering his firearm, he approached the man suspended in the center, who was battered and bruised. He must be Yang Shiran. Are you Yang Shiran? Mo Qingyun inquired of the injured man with dark hair. The disparity between this Yang Shiran and the White Emperor from his previous memories was stark. He had been beaten and hung. That I am, Yang Shiran replied, hope glimmering in his eyes as he regarded the two unexpected intruders. However, some members of the student council could no longer tolerate Mo Qingyun's disdainful demeanor and advanced toward him. Chapter 48. Corpse Infant. The trio arrived at the wall's edge. Then Mo Qingyun extinguished his cigarette and introduced himself to Yang Shiran. I am Mo Qingyun, your future leader, and this little waste is my sister. I am not a waste. Hello, Brother Shiran. You can call me Xiaoyu. Mo Qingyun chimed, her playful demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier coldness, which surprised Yang Shiran greatly. Why did you suddenly kill someone? It wasn't my fault. As the siblings bickered, Yang Shiran began to relax, almost believing he had misjudged the situation. Chapter 49. Mo Qingyu's promotion to second-tier boss. I have a question. That I'm so ordinary. Why would you want me as a lackey? I might not even be able to take you on. Yang Shiran slowed his pace to walk alongside Mo Qingyun. He was merely an ordinary individual, without awakened abilities, his body unenhanced, and he had never even learned basic combat skills. Furthermore, he had no complex background. Having lost both parents at a young age, he relied solely on his only sister for companionship. Mo Qingyun did not look at him, continuing to ride the motorcycle, and remarked, because I believe you possess that potential. However, you will need some. Chapter 50. Flesh Eaters. Mo Qingyun successfully advanced to the next tier. She could tangibly feel the changes in her body, power coursing through her. After retesting, it was indeed as Mo Qingyun had surmised. Once she advanced to the second tier, she would master Windblade, which now could achieve a 100 hit rate. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyun was still testing the limits of Mo Qingyu's abilities. Yang Shiran had entered the school, the wandering zombies and the stench of blood making it clear that something was amiss. Chapter 51. Evil Spirits. Suddenly, Yang Shiran's eyes turned a shade of gray that a chill emanated from his gaze as he grasped the throat of a nearby flesh-eater. "Who are you?" The immense pressure caused the man to breathe heavily, aware that the white-haired individual before him had undergone some form of transformation. The man was unceremoniously cast aside. "That I am the biology teacher of this school. Why have you lured me here? And where is my sister?" Chapter 52. Dance of Carnage. Mo Qingyu. "I command you to slay them all? Are you deaf?" Mo Qingyun suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, he seemed no longer human, embodying the malevolent spirit he claimed to be, wandering the earth. "Forgive them. That is a matter for God, that a person as eager to assist as I certainly sends them to meet him." Bang! Bang bang! Mo Qingyun abruptly raised his firearm, swiftly eliminating several flesh-eaters. Simultaneously, Mo Qingyu unleashed her wind blade, shredding the remaining flesh-eaters. The smoke from the gunfire and the howling winds transformed into an elegant symphony. Chapter 53. Zhohan. Nightfall enveloped the area as the lackeys cleared nearby zombies. Graves were dug for the deceased, that a bonfire blazed in the darkness, with people gathered around, watching the flames dispel the shadows in their hearts. "Boss Mob, why the fire?" Yang Jing addressed Mo Qingyun. "You shouldn't call me boss." Chapter 59. Claw-type Zhohan felt a sense of helplessness as she reflected on her recent wariness towards Mo Qingyun, only to find herself easily swayed by a mere handful of gold bars. In this post-apocalyptic world, what use was gold? Was there even a place to spend it? Such thoughts lingered in her mind, yet she failed to consider the future events that might unfold. After the establishment of the new order, the barter system would inevitably be supplanted, and precious metals would become the currency of circulation. Of course, if one possessed sufficient strength, they could simply resort to banditry, like Mo Qingyun, becoming a notorious figure known as a scavenger. Chapter 60. Beast. Yang Shiran soon realized the perilous nature of the situation, that he attempted to steer his motorcycle away. But the zombie lunged at him with alarming speed, its claws dragging across the ground with a sound as grating as nails on a chalkboard. Unable to contain his frustration, Mo Qingyun cursed under his breath. "Brother, are we really not going to help?" Asked Mo Qingyun that it's not a matter of whether we can help if we stay. A single swipe from that beast could eviscerate us. Besides Yang Shiran, the rest of us would merely be a burden. Mo Qingyun persisted, needing to escape the range of the hunter's attack. Chapter 61. Hunting beasts. Mo Qingyu. "Are you all set? If you don't hurry, I might lose a valuable ally." Mo Qingyun whispered. "Brother, I'm all tied up securely." She replied, "I'm almost done here," Yang Jing said, straining to pull the steel wire taut until it snapped into a straight line, marking the first step. The claws were already going wild. Their speed was overwhelming for Yang Shiran, and when he struck the claws, it hardly made an impact, aside from pushing the claws back a bit. It was utterly ineffective. Chapter 62. The world has changed after driving the car out of the hardware store. They realized the motorcycle was beyond repair, leaving them to squeeze in together and see if there were any operable vehicles nearby. Mo Qingyun settled into the passenger seat while Yang Shiran took the wheel. Given his injuries, Yang Shiran's third-tier recovery ability suggested he would be fine after a brief rest at Mo Qingyu. "Keep an eye out for a vehicle." "I'm going to take a quick nap," Mo Qingyun yawned, having barely slept for 10 minutes. This area had few zombies, likely drawn to other regions, allowing him to relax somewhat. Chapter 63. Heart of Stone. Activating her senses, Mo Qingyu boldly stepped forward and declared, "Mister, my brother does not have a good temper. If you refuse us entry, he could easily take you out with a sniper rifle, even from behind a wall. I dislike killing, so let us both take a step back, or I will truly open fire." The man became increasingly agitated, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The atmosphere grew tenser as negotiations faltered. Mo Qingyun chambered around, preparing to give the occupants inside one last chance before firing. Chapter 64. The autumn wind rises the following morning. Mo Qingyun awoke, evidently having not slept well. His body ached, and his limbs felt slightly weak. "Let's go. We must head to the Ejo base," he said, pushing the door open. "Can I accompany you?" The man beseeched Mo Qingyun. After their conversation yesterday, he understood the destination of Mo Qingyun's group. Having previously been unsure where to flee, he now found a sense of direction. Moreover, with his gun confiscated by Mo Qingyun and his companions, he lacked the means for self-defense. Chapter 65. Ejo base. 5 months had passed since the calamity. and June was approaching that Mo Qingyun and his group had fled to the Ezhou base. Peering through binoculars, he observed that the base was still under construction, its rudimentary form becoming apparent. The high walls segmented the base into 3 areas, fanning outward from the mountainous backdrop. The outermost layers served as a buffer zone for isolation and defense, primarily occupied by ordinary civilians. The middle layer housed medical facilities, military barracks, and storage for supplies. Chapter 66. Li Shunmin. Yet, if this lad truly had killed Li Shanwen, how could he so brazenly appear before him? With his astuteness, it was impossible. He was unaware that the head of the base was Li Shanwen's father. "What are your intentions, young man?" Shunyin inquired, gradually realizing that this youth was not simple. He seemed to pursue his goals discreetly while appearing to seek nothing. Nothing much, merely 2 pieces of rather important information. "However, Captain Sure, should you wish to know, you must assist me in looking after 2 individuals that I shan't remain here." Chapter 67. Cannibals. Once Shunyin concluded his explanation, Mo Qingyun began to elaborate on the methods for identifying flesh-eaters. First, their claws. Second, sharp teeth. And third, slit pupils. The more humans they consumed, the more pronounced these traits became. "Are you certain?" Li Shunmin asked, recalling his other son, Li Haiwen, who seemed to exhibit such characteristics. "That I am quite certain. I implore you, Commander Li, not to doubt my expertise." That Mo Qingyun casually settled into a chair, indifferent to the authority of those before him, even displaying a hint of disdain. Chapter 68. Betting with Captain Sure. Qingyun returned to the central area. He paused, glancing at Captain Sure, who sensed that Mo Qingyun had something to say, and likewise halted. "Do you have something to share with me?" "Captain Sure, this world has changed significantly." Mo Qingyun gazed skyward, reflecting. Shunyin was uncertain of Mo Qingyun's meaning, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, everything is transformed. Mo Qingyun hoped that Captain Sure could be more adaptable. Chapter 69. The Crown Rat. The group was led by Shunyin to the central residential district. Unlike the Takri base, this area was equipped with surveillance. The presence of cameras indicated that electricity was still being supplied, and the air was devoid of any foul odors, making it far more comfortable than the outer zones. The roads and weeds had been tended to, resulting in a relatively tidy environment. "Could you provide me with some warm clothing? It's already autumn, and the weather is becoming a bit chilly." That Mo Qingyun felt the breeze, aware that while it wasn't overly cold yet, a drop in temperature was only a matter of time, necessitating urgent attention to their warmth. Chapter 70. All right. In the medical room, Su Cece finally ceased her laughter, finding the girl's speech genuinely amusing. Zhang Wei, though he refrained from expressing his irritation, felt somewhat disheartened that he was contemplating how to draw closer to Su Cece, but the surrounding scenery was rather mundane, infested with zombies, and he struggled to find a suitable gift. Even if Su Cece was indifferent to such things, his pride as a man remained intact. "Cece, is this your boyfriend?" Mo Qingyu inquired, glancing at Zhang Wei. "Yes." Chapter 71. A fight. Mo Qingyun remained seated, while Yang Shiran returned to his chair. Zhou, standing nearby, looked helplessly at Mo Qingyun. "Have you seen Xiusheng?" "Yes. Your role as a caretaker is truly lacking. You left the poor blind child alone." "She just went off to play with my sister," Mo Qingyun replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette, dismissing the matter, given that the base was relatively secure. The flesh-eaters were unlikely to directly kill anyone. Everything was merely beginning, as most people failed to recognize the distinction between flesh-eaters and humans. After all, with superpowers emerging, a little mutation in appearance was hardly surprising. Chapter 72. The bully gazing at the bloody dagger, he found himself paralyzed with fear. "That I'm sorry. Oh, please don't kill me. It's all my fault. Now I realize my mistakes." Mo Qingyun crouched down, continuing to taunt Zhang Wei, as a warm stream soaked Zhang Wei's pants, a foul, yellow liquid pooling on the ground. Just then, Shunyin voice resonated from outside the alley, when Zhang Wei had inquired earlier. He sensed that trouble was brewing, but he never anticipated it would escalate into a significant crisis. Mo Qingyun. Release Zhang Wei. Shunyin aimed his pistol at Mo Qingyun. Chapter 73. Explosive. Yang Shiran, seated calmly, observed the unfolding events with a sense of shock that was beyond description. As though he were watching a thrilling cinematic experience, he rose, regarding Mo Qingyun, and managed to utter, "Boss, you are truly explosive." Struggling to find any other term to encapsulate his boss's actions, he could only resort to that single word. Let us go. We must make the most of our remaining time. There are significant events slated for tonight. Mo Qingyun and his companion departed the vicinity of the medical room, intending to explore the base. Chapter 74. He who would kill me, I shall likewise kill. As for Mo Qingyun, he had been more than courteous. I don't know, I'm not a scientist, that I merely handle tasks, he said, shaking his head, then recalling a certain individual, Lin Fei. Lin Fei had been associated with many miracles, and perhaps he could indeed accomplish the task. I know someone named Lin Fei. If he arrives, you can trust him. Of course, I'm not asserting that he will definitely succeed, that there's another individual responsible for investigations, whose name I cannot disclose, that if you happen to encounter him, you may inquire. Mo Qingyun's words conveyed a sense of urgency as he discussed Chapter 75, Background Investigation. After a night had passed, both individuals found themselves relatively comfortable. Once prepared, they intended to leave the base with Mo Qingyu. Yang Jing was to remain behind, under the watchful eyes of Officer Zhou and Captain Shi, ensuring her safety. However, there was still a lurking threat within the base. Li Haiwen, the third son of Li Xinmin, who was a living ghoul. Shi Nianjing was also aware of this matter. Nevertheless, Mo Qingyun deemed it necessary to inform a few others about this news, for otherwise, Officer Zhou and the blind girl would remain oblivious to the existence of the ghoul. Yang Xiran repeatedly cautioned his sister. In Chapter 76. The rural chef, Mo Qingyun, holding a cigarette, drove swiftly, yet proximity to the city still required a considerable amount of time. Yang Xiran drove attentively, although the road was largely devoid of other vehicles. Caution was still paramount, but Mo Qingyu sat in the back seat, munching on potato chips, the remnants of their previous provisions. Brother, are you going to find that sister with the surname Li? Sort of, but another purpose is to expedite your growth. You little slacker. Relying solely on brute strength to collect crystal cores will never match the efficiency of those mules back at the base. In Chapter 77. 2 cigarettes. The vehicle exited the highway and turned onto a narrow road. Surrounded by an increasing number of trees, with the air growing noticeably fresher, Mo Qingyun rolled down the window, savoring the breeze from the woods. Brother, I smell something delicious. Is it the aroma of twice-cooked pork? Mo Qingyu inhaled deeply, yearning to stick her head out the window, for the scent of a proper meal was a rarity for her. The previous stench of the red ghouls lingered in her memory for far too long. Gathering their belongings, they prepared to disembark. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Mo Qingyun was the first to step out, while Mo Qingyu carried her bag. Chapter 78. Returning before the snow, at the dining table. Wang Liang engaged Mo Qingyun in conversation, inquiring about the changes outside. Since the great catastrophe, they had remained in this small village, unaware of the current situation. That haven't the zombies disappeared yet? Wang Liang asked. Continuing to eat. They will never disappear. Our purpose for leaving the base is to investigate some matters in the city and rescue a virologist, Mo Qingyun explained patiently, placing his utensils on the table. Wang Liang listened intently, as many concepts were unfamiliar to him. In Chapter 79. Satellite phone. Despite their cautious approach to entering the city, and even the possibility of slowly eliminating zombies, the area's population density posed a risk of triggering a horde. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle halted at an entrance outside the city. Mo Qingyun merely glanced at the traffic jam ahead, feeling a headache coming on. It was impossible to clear all the vehicles. It seemed they would have to proceed on foot. Let's scout the outskirts today. It appears we will require some time. They would have to meticulously eliminate the zombies, ensuring a safe passage, for failure to do so could mean dire consequences. Chapter 80. The night before the investigation. Both individuals entered a room. Mo Qingyun found a space to lie down. Noting the dust that had accumulated from disuse, he rummaged through the cupboard and discovered bedding, which he did not hesitate to lay out. Far more comfortable than sleeping on the floor. Brother, are you preparing to sleep? What else? Should I accompany you to count the stars? Mo Qingyun lay on the bed, preferring silence, knowing there were other rooms available for Yang Xiran and Mo Qingyu to use. In Chapter 81, The Hunter, Mo Qingyun drove a short distance before encountering an impassable barrier ahead. It was now up to Mo Qingyu and Yang Xiran, as he felt he could offer no assistance and certainly did not wish to put himself among the horde. Both his sister and their strongman possessed a degree of immunity, but a single scratch could spell doom for him. Mo Qingyu utilized her wind blades with increasing proficiency, while Yang Xiran's strikes grew ever more decisive. The air currents emanating from Mo Qingyu allowed her to perceive everything around her, ensuring that each of her attacks found a target among the zombies. Chapter 82. Yang Xiran's ability from a distance. Mo Qingyun, observing through binoculars, suddenly found himself astonished, for in the eyes of Mo Qingyu and himself, Yang Xiran's appearance had transformed entirely. Covered in zombie bodily fluids, his limbs resembled scythes, reminiscent of the claws they had encountered before. Damn, has Yang Xiran undergone a mutation? Mo Qingyun blurted out, only to quickly realize this was likely Yang Xiran's ability manifesting. In Chapter 83. Mo Qingyu's bottleneck, after absorbing nearly 200 zombie crystal cores. Mo Qingyu seemed to hit a plateau, unable to achieve optimal absorption. She stowed the excess cores into a bag. Brother, it seems that absorbing too much isn't yielding significant improvement. The breakthrough won't come swiftly. You must push your abilities to their limits. Mo Qingyun advised that he had some understanding of awakeners, having once managed a base alone. When an awakener absorbed too many crystal cores without complete adaptation, their progression would inevitably slow. In Chapter 84. Through the tunnel, after a brief afternoon respite, Mo Qingyun awoke to find Yang Xiran already before him, while Mo Qingyu had also roused that it was merely 2 in the afternoon. Boss, I've rested enough and am ready to enter the tunnel, Yang Xiran stated, appearing eager despite having only taken a 2-hour break. Brother, I'm awake too, Mo Qingyu announced as she approached them. Let's snack a bit for lunch. We can prepare something delicious when we return tonight. In Chapter 85. The Great Catastrophe. Memories of parents. I wish I could do something, but lacking activities leaves me wanting to smoke to relax. Boss, you really smoke a lot at this rate. You won't even need to wait for the zombies to catch you. Lung cancer will get you first. Yang Xiran chuckled, extinguishing his finished cigarette while casting a glance at Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun gazed at his palm, reassured that his health would not falter this time. In his previous life, the harsh living conditions had severely affected his pancreatic function, ultimately requiring insulin to sustain him. Otherwise, diabetes might have escalated into uremia, along with various complications. In Chapter 86. The Hunter's Night Raid. Mo Qingyun's eyes became unwittingly moist, and he exhaled heavily. The sunlight is a bit glaring, isn't it? Glaring. The sun is obscured by clouds. It is hardly bright, Yang Xiran remarked, noticing the moisture at the corner of Mo Qingyun's eye. Tentatively, he asked, Boss, are you recalling something sorrowful? Damn it, you little rascal. You guessed right, I was just reminded of the day my parents died during the Great Catastrophe. I killed my own parents right in front of my sister. Mo Qingyun retorted, his tone a mix of humor and pain. In Chapter 87. Killing the Giant Lizard. Mo Qingyu experienced for the first time the inadequacy of her wind blades' lethality. They could only create superficial wounds, failing to deliver a fatal blow to the zombies. The bullet struck the abscessed head of the hunter, releasing a foul stench. Under the moonlight, the trio surrounded the hunter, with the second magazine emptied. The hunter's mobility significantly diminished. It could only crawl, no longer able to charge as before. Boss, should I go in and finish it off? Yang Xiran offered, clutching a steel pipe and standing just behind the hunter. In Chapter 88. The Cold Autumn Rain. Mo Qingyu utilized her wind perception to carefully investigate, confirming that no other creatures lurked within the repair shop. Only then did Mo Qingyun begin searching for an entrance. The shop was isolated, lacking any connection to the second floor, thus necessitating a forced entry. Mo Qingyu, use your wind blades to cut open the door. Brother, isn't that a bit too risky? What if the alarm goes off? Then we'll destroy the alarm as quickly as possible. The zombies nearby have been cleared. As long as we prevent the alarm from blaring continuously, it won't draw too much attention. In Chapter 89. Resource Storage Center. The trio made their way towards the warehouse. Having already used his ability that day, Yang Xiran could no longer shapeshift. However, resource storage warehouses were typically located on the outskirts of the city, reducing the likelihood of encountering high-level zombies. They systematically cleared any wandering zombies along their path. Deeper within, such as inside buildings, Mo Qingyun chose to ignore them, as long as they didn't make excessive noise. The zombies inside would not rush out. Large warehouses were generally difficult to access, but with Yang Xiran's third-level abilities, he could easily break through. In Chapter 90. 2 kidneys punctured. Who told you I dislike the base? I simply have an aversion to those who control it. When winter arrives, do you expect me to hide alone in a corner? How dreary. Besides, I don't have to manage affairs at the base. I can secure temporary lodging when the time comes, which isn't too shabby. So, you intend to leave the base in Captain Sher's hands. Mo Chinyu cast a glance at her elder brother. Indeed, we shall leave it to Captain Sher. For I, your brother, have no desire to establish a base, yet I am quite willing to enjoy the benefits that come with one. That Mo Chinyu reclined upon the mattress. Sher Nianjin is a remarkably capable individual. In the future, Chapter 91, the Research Institute. Yang Shiran cannot simply appear in the innermost area of the base. That it seems the situation is rather complicated. Yang Shiran's return to the base gates offers no easy opportunity to eliminate Li Shenmin. In truth, all these difficulties can be summarized in one point: to eliminate everyone within the innermost area without arousing suspicion. Enough of this. My head aches at worst. I could simply shoot that old wall lamp. Let them issue a bounty, and I would not hesitate to flee from Huaxia. Mo Chinyu dismissed further thoughts, recognizing that no matter how meticulous the plan, it is challenging to ensure no oversight occurs. Chapter 92, The Visitor. The days that lay ahead for Mo Chinyu and his companions would be spent continuing to clear the path to the Research Institute, while simultaneously determining the primary range of the claw-shaped activities. Perhaps growing accustomed to it, Mo Chinyu had begun to wield wind blades with her eyes closed, her speed of condensation showing no signs of slowing. Perhaps due to her gradual acclimatization, her rate of absorbing zombie crystal cores was accelerating. Yang Shiran also experienced significant enhancements. The mimetic bone armor now covered the torso connecting his limbs, and the speed at which he activated and deactivated his abilities had increased, with the most significant benefit being an extension of his mimetic duration. If only we could achieve. Chapter 93, The Ungrateful Wolf. Upon hearing Lin Fei relay this information in one breath, Sher Nianjin was taken aback, beginning to doubt whether this young man was an actor hired by Mo Chinyu. Their viewpoints were strikingly similar, almost as if they were performing a duet. Yet he did not dismiss everything entirely. Regarding Lin Fei's rebuke of Commander Li, he had little to add he had already observed. During the eradication of the base's ghouls, that Commander Li possessed considerable selfishness, even blurring the lines between public and private matters that he did not refute Mo Chinyu. So how could he possibly contradict the young man before him? But Commander Li's kidneys, Chapter 94, The Foolish Donkey. Mo Chinyu, of course, could not disclose to Lin Fei that there had been no possibility of contact between them at that time. Furthermore, he intentionally mentioned Lin Fei's name to provoke him, to see whether he would harbor greater resentment towards him or towards Li Shenmin. From the moment Lin Fei appeared, he had already fallen into a pit that he had considered this young man's presence. Contemplating the worst-case scenario, that Lin Fei retained memories of his past life and intended to seek trouble with him, in the urban area of Izhou, Lin Fei nodded, but soon sensed that something was amiss. Yang Shiran, this person he was aware of. Chapter 95, The Gunman Captured. Within the Izhou base, Qiu Sheng was narrating a story to two children. The monster decided to drive away the original king of the kingdom to sleep more comfortably, thus ensuring no one would disturb its slumber. Qiu Sheng gestured dramatically. Sister Qiu Sheng, the knight will stop the monster, won't he? The two children listened intently. Just then, Johan approached and called Qiu Sheng away. Someone has arrived outside, and we need your assistance that I have matters to attend to. Children, play by yourselves, Qiu Sheng said. Chapter 96, Zhou Xingtong. As soon as Zhang Nan finished speaking, he was struck on the head by Zhang Xinju. Because of this, you went and shot someone? Are you out of your mind? I am not from the military, and I have no foundation whatsoever. If our family had not previously paid tribute to Commander Li, how could I enjoy my current standing? Are you trying to force yourself into a dead end? Offending both sides. How can you survive? He showed no understanding of discretion that a bit of skill had made him arrogant. And now he had ignited a firestorm. Brother, what should I do? Zhang could no longer hold back his tears. When he obtained the gun, he had indeed intended to show off. Chapter 97, Li Qingzhao. Had it not been for his elder brother's forewarning of the stakes involved, he might have genuinely believed it. Once Mo Chinyu was dealt with, would he not also be next? Anxious thoughts plagued his mind, yet he dared not reveal a hint of his inner turmoil. The vehicle sped along, as orders had been issued that Mo Chinyu must not return to the base under any circumstances. This stretch of road was not particularly long, and on the highway, it would be even quicker. That it was merely a matter of spending extra time searching for Mo Chinyu. Would they be able to find him? After all, Chengdu is quite expansive. Zhang Nan inquired further. Chapter 98, Did You Kill Li Shanwen? As night fell, Mo Qingyun, Yang Xiuran, and Mo Qingyu sat within the research institute, dining on dinner. Noodles with grilled sausages were certainly better than having nothing to eat. We have acquired a motorcycle, and there is sufficient gasoline, though we have also located a pickup truck. Next, we merely need to capture a claw, Mo Qingyun remarked, turning his gaze towards his sister, Mo Qingyu. Have you not yet broken through to the third tier? With only Yang Xiuran, capturing a claw is no easy feat, brother. I can feel that I have reached my limit, yet I am still so close. Chapter 99, Scare him a bit. Given Li Shinmin's character, he would likely want to eliminate both himself and the gunman to sleep soundly. I did not kill. I was merely driving. Then why did you shoot at me? Mo Qingyun's demeanor suddenly turned cold. His words devoid of any mirth, Mo Qingyu stood ready to act at any moment. Should the response from the man before them fail to satisfy her brother, she would not hesitate to strike. You broke my friend's leg. I wanted to take revenge on you, but I no longer wish to. Zhang Nan trembled, acutely aware of the tension in the air. Chapter 100, We Meet Again. Li Qingzhao. Hold me tight, or falling from the car will be quite painful. Mo Qingyun laughed heartily, feeling as though the hormones within him had been ignited that you're being reckless. Li Qingzhao tightened her grip on Mo Qingyun. Her emotions finally tinged with a hint of anxiety, that in truth, such a significant stimulus had been deliberately orchestrated by Mo Qingyun, serving a dual purpose. For someone emotionally distant, one must provide the utmost stimulation. We meet again. Will this be a splendid date that occurs but once in a lifetime? Zombies shattered the windows, resembling rain. Chapter 101, Severed Hand. Mo Qingyu's domain unfurled, and the agent hiding behind the tree and wall was on edge, scarcely daring to breathe. The opponent possessed abilities and could sense their surroundings. He hesitated, contemplating whether to leap the wall and escape. Brother, I have sensed the area. There are no others nearby. Mo Qingyu deactivated her perception. Having thoroughly examined the vicinity, no one was present. Zhang Nan, you also check for others. Your line of sight extends farther. Mo Qingyun instructed once more, unwilling to be shot in the head from 500 meters away. Chapter 102, Mo Qingyun's Death News. Mo Qingyun and Zhang Nan departed from the logistics center, while the hired hands and his sister spread the news of his death. That Li Qingzhao followed closely behind Mo Qingyun. The trio casually selected a house, merely needing to await the departure of those in the warehouse. Even though the base had not yet experienced a shortage of supplies, and had even gathered a certain amount due to the collection of zombie crystal cores in the adjacent counties. Mo Qingyun understood that a large influx of people would soon arrive at the Ezhou base as the cold weather set in. Many small bases, like Takli, were on the verge of collapse since the onset of the second major disaster. Chapter 103, Room Temperature. We did not find gasoline. We realized halfway that we were low on fuel. The gas station we passed had no gasoline, and the next one is too far away. Zhang Nan admitted honestly. They feared being trapped in the desert, which is why they opted for the safest option, murder and carjacking, that if they had merely sent the occupants of the vehicle to the base for rescue, they might have been saved. They just did not dare to take that gamble. What if those who arrived were Wang Yiming and his crew, and they had a conflict? If they did not inform the base of their situation, they could perish from dehydration in the extreme heat, with insufficient food and water for so many. Chapter 104, The Sound of the Wind. The next day, Mo Qingyun awoke on the control room bed. The sky had yet to brighten, and his mouth was filled with a peculiar taste. Pushing the door open, he stepped outside. Zhang Nan was already asleep, and Mo Qingyu was standing at the warehouse door. While Li Qingzhao prepared medicine for Mo Qingyun, that I think it's time for you to wake up. Your hand must be hurting, and you can't be sleeping deeply. I am not dead. Mo Qingyun realized that the infection rate of the virus during the second major disaster was even more rapid. Having survived the night without turning into a zombie was already a success. Chapter 105, Capturing the Claw. It can be done, but there are distance limitations. However, we need not search for it. That thing is right in the theater. I can hear its dreadful scraping sound. That Mo Qingyu closed her eyes, carefully attuning to the sound of the wind brushing past her ears. The creature was indeed within the theater, as if gnawing on something, producing a sharp, grating noise. Prepare yourselves. Yang Xiuran, you scout the situation first and clear out any troublesome zombies. That Mo Qingyun instructed that the interest of zombies in the white-skinned individuals was quite low. They would not even actively attack the slowly moving Yang Xiaoran. Thus, his presence was indeed the most suitable that Mo Qingyu. After inflicting significant damage on this zombie, it would enter a state of frenzy. As long as they could endure the duration of this frenzy, they would surely be able to restrain the creature. Yang Xiaoran managed to send one of its claws flying, causing a small fragment of its bony armor to shatter. Proving that their efforts were effective, do not be so cautious. You are at the 3rd tier. Battling a 2nd-tier opponent should be manageable. Don't wait for the frenzy. Just subdue it directly. I believe you possess the capability of a 3rd-tier claw. Mo Qingyun observed Yang Xiaoran's hesitance, indicating a lack of confidence in his enhanced abilities. Given his current strength, Yang Xiaoran could easily crush the hood of a small car. Zhang Nan did not intervene, making the tasks at the base quite straightforward. They could assign this individual to handle the release of the claws from the back mountain while he, along with Yang Xiaoran and Xiaoyu, would enter the base from the front. Once the zombies fell, they could step in as heroes. Xiaoyu would disable the surveillance and the lifting mechanisms of the gate, allowing Yang Xiaoran to clear out everyone in the innermost area, ultimately attributing all the credit to the claws. Boss, I'm a bit tired. May I rest for a while? Zhang Nan parked the car and approached Mo Qing. As winter arrived, snowflakes began to dance through the air, and Mo Qingyun and his companions reached the entrance of Wang Liang's home. Brother, it's snowing! Mo Qingyu exclaimed, gazing up at the sky as the snowflakes swirled beneath the gloomy heavens, extending her hand to catch one. Indeed, winter has come, Mo Qingyun replied, exhaling visible breath as he approached the gate. What is the situation inside? He inquired of his sister beside him. It's nothing, brother. There are just 2 people inside, presumably Brother Wang and his sister-in-law. Mo Qingyu stepped forward to knock on the door, calling out loudly, Brother Wang. The weather was quite cold, and it might be necessary to construct a small windbreak shelter and set up a charcoal stove to monitor the movements on the highway. If Yinjing remained inactive in the short term, the highway would soon freeze over. Attempting to transport supplies over an icy road would prove to be quite troublesome. Xiaoyu, Yang Xiaoran, Zhang Nan, I have something to discuss with you. Mo Qingyun summoned the 3 outside. Standing in the courtyard as he outlined his thoughts, that it was not only essential to monitor the highway, but also to take advantage of the night to relocate the claws and the iron cage to the mountain behind the base. Mo Qingyun held an umbrella, with binoculars hanging around his neck. His sister carried a fire bucket in one hand and 2 red plastic stools in the other, as they ascended a small hill to observe the highway from a distance. There was no sign of any convoy passing. The watermarks on the ground were merely natural. Mo Qingyun set aside the umbrella and picked up the binoculars for a distant look. Let us check another spot. He continued to search for a suitable vantage point to monitor the highway, one that would allow them to see passing vehicles while remaining concealed amidst higher terrain with vegetative cover. By now, the base likely enforced restrictions during the night, essentially prohibiting casual outings. Qiu Sheng, Zhou Han, and Yang Jing resided in the same room. Sister Zhou, look, I can freeze water, Yang Jing exclaimed just as she was about to brush her teeth. Noticing the cup in her hand was freezing. Even her hands were icy, yet she did not feel particularly cold. The daughter of snow has received the blessing of the snow spirit. Your winter has arrived. Qiu Sheng stated, approaching Yang Jing's side. Yang Jing set down the frozen cup, as within her palm, water began to inexplicably solidify. Simultaneously, Mo Qingyun and the others drove onto the road at the back mountain. Ahead lay a dense forest, and the vehicle could advance no further, necessitating a trek on foot to Mo Qingyu. The path you select must be easy to traverse. Clear any obstructive grass with your abilities. And if trees block the way, chop them down, Mo Qingyun instructed as he stepped down from the pickup truck, holding a flashlight in one hand. The truck's lights were turned off, parked at the roadside. Yang Xiaoran unloaded the iron cage from the truck bed, where the claws within remained lively. Should they loosen the chains and open the cage, this claw would, as they neared the final stretch. The trees grew sparse, and Mo Qingyun no longer needed to clear the way. Turn off the lights, Mo Qingyun commanded, shutting off his flashlight. Zhang Nan promptly extinguished his as well. Below lay the base, which, even at night, maintained several illuminated spots, with guards stationed at their posts. The slope led directly to the innermost area. Zhang Nan glanced down, quickly retracting his foot, for a fall from such a height would surely be fatal. Merely looking down made him feel dizzy. The circumstances in the outer district were quite similar. The daily rations provided by the base were limited, unless one ventured out to search for supplies. Acquiring additional food was unlikely that a woman was nursing her child, and during such times, she should have better sustenance to nourish her body. However, giving birth in the apocalypse was inherently challenging. Shi Nianjing could not attend to every corner. His position dictated the extent of his capabilities, and those above merely regarded him as a tool. The problems within this base were numerous, the most pressing being the insufficiency of resources that I in such circumstances. The most rational analysis would be to hide in a room, waiting for Mo Qingyun and the others to return. However, that would surely lead to the demise of Wang Liang and his wife. If they ventured out recklessly without knowing whether the opposing party possessed firearms, they would place themselves in danger. Forget it, I'll lend you a hand, that Li Qingzhao resolved, gripping a shotgun, disengaging the safety, and quickly exiting the room. Get out of here, she admonished the three intruders. The man who had originally intended to attack Sister Wang glanced up at the ominous barrel of the gun, his actions halting. Snow had fallen throughout the night, and by the next day, the courtyard was blanketed in white that Mo Qingyun, having rested overnight, awoke to find Wang Liang preparing breakfast. The bloodstains and bullet holes from the previous night had yet to be cleared. Brother Wang, how is sister-in-law? Is everything all right? Mo Qingyun seated himself at the table, awaiting Li Qingzhao to change his bandages. It's nothing. She just experienced a bit of fright, that I had warned you, yet you didn't heed my advice, he observed, leaning back in his chair, watching Wang Liang's silhouette, a smirk forming on his lips. Learned your lesson, have you? All right, brother. You have plenty to eat. Stop being picky, Mo Qingyun remarked, serving her brother a bowl of food. Xiaoyu, I want pork dumplings, fresh pork dumplings, Mo Qingyun declared, lifting a dumpling with chopsticks to his mouth. The flavor of shiitake mushrooms was evident, likely made with dried shiitake soaked in water, with ham added as well. Mo Qingyun continued to savor the dumplings one after another, while Zhang Nan, Yang Shiran, and Li Qingzhao each filled their bowls. Delicious, tasty. They all chimed in unison, praising the culinary skills of the professional chef. At this moment, Zhou approached, observing the two. What are you two up to? Sister Zhou, look at Xiao Sheng. She insists on making a snowball to place on my head, despite my protests, Yang Jing complained. All right, Xiao Sheng, stop bothering Yang Jing, Zhou interjected, halting Xiao Sheng, who was busy shaping a snowball. You all are so boring. I'll go play with the little ones instead, Xiao Sheng huffed, striding towards the children who were engrossed in building a castle, using a wooden plank as a gate. Can I join you? A week later, the snow gradually melted, and the sun shone pleasantly. That if the weather remained favorable, it wouldn't be a problem even if they didn't venture out for supplies. Yet, Shi Nianjing felt that this winter would inevitably turn cold again. This brief warmth was merely a prelude to the impending blizzard. Captain Shi, stay safe, Zhang Xinju advised. Isn't Zhou Camu accompanying me? Shi Nianjing replied as he organized his gear, preparing to head to the city's supply center. The one you should be most cautious of is Zhou Xingtong, Zhang Xinju warned. Mo Qingyun averted his gaze from the base. He looked upon the young woman, Su Sisi, who was treating his wounds, and a young man who had his back turned. Unwilling to face him, I can heal your wound, but I am currently unable to regenerate your severed hand, Su Sisi explained, her hands glowing with a green light akin to fireflies as she began to mend Mo Qingyun's injury. That I understand. Su Sisi, you haven't reached the third tier yet, have you? Mo Qingyun sensed the pace of his healing. Noting the difference between a second-tier healer and a third-tier one, that this was an arrangement Mo Qingyun and his team had agreed upon 3 days prior. If anything went awry, they would communicate. If all was well, a simple cough would suffice. After confirming the completion of the task, Mo Qingyun activated her perception, extending her control over 100 meters, effectively wielding the power to eliminate anyone within that range. Boss, when shall we act? Wait for the gunshot. The guard's attention will be diverted. Once the destruction is complete, simply call out loudly for Mo Qingyun, declaring that zombies have appeared inside, urging the people of the central district to retreat to the outer district for safety. Mo Qingyun took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, extinguishing the TIP.IN Chapter 122, You Are Old, in the urban area of Ezhou. Shi Nianjing led his team in an organized effort to swiftly eliminate the zombies. When you last came here, was there truly no sign of zombies on this road? Shi Nianjing asked, wiping the viscous grime from his military knife. This individual was one of those who had participated in the assassination attempt on Mo Qingyun. Yet he had retreated along this very path. How could there be so many zombies now? Captain, sure, you can't blame me. I did indeed traverse this road before. Well, I do not hold you responsible. It's quite normal for zombies to migrate. He replied that I end chapter 123. Knowing but asking, the man fell silent, fully aware that the person before him possessed an overwhelming strength that completely suppressed his own. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Qingyun. Let us all become acquainted. I am not in charge of the base. Rather, I am merely a concerned bystander who could not stand idly by as this monster wreaked havoc. My team and I have already dispatched this mutated zombie, so please remain calm. The man coughed a couple of times, covering his mouth as he looked at Mo Qingyun in astonishment. You are not in charge. What gives you the right to strike me? Yang Shiran interjected that Mo Qingyun remained silent, and simply called out once more for Yang Shiran that I end chapter 124. Winter winds blow. His tone softened, resembling a casual conversation. I am currently on duty, and it would not be appropriate for me to engage in conversation with you. Perhaps we could speak once I change shifts. Shernyenjin had taught him that times had changed. And while conversing to relax the mind was beneficial, prolonged tension could dull one's senses. Although Mo Qingyun habitually extended both hands to warm himself, it appeared somewhat peculiar that only one hand was present. Such shifts in duty were typically rotated, and they had even assigned someone to keep watch. Clearly, all the capable personnel had been taken by Shernyenjin, had he not taken away the guards. In chapter 125, Commander Shur has returned. The sky had grown considerably darker, and snow began to fall once more. Mo Qingyun sat before the base's entrance as Zhang Xinjue brought him a cup of hot water. Yang Shiran had returned first, his vehicle evidently washed, and he had changed into fresh clothing, taking a cold shower on such a frigid day. Boss. Yang Shiran entered the base without asking anything. Mo Qingyun set down the cup of water, rising to gaze at the rapidly approaching motorcycle. Commander Shur has returned. In chapter 126, like hell, the scene could only be described as horrifying. That Su Cece retreat quickly. Shernyenjin did not wish to see Su Cece crumble. Yet she had already climbed up and witnessed the gruesome and bloody sight. Human intestines and limbs were scattered about, creating a hellish tableau. Ugh! Su Cece ultimately could not suppress her bodily reaction. Mo Qingyun had remarked that she was ill-suited for a career as a doctor, as she still felt nauseated by such bloodshed and needed considerable time to adapt. I end chapter 127. Howling winds. Traversing across the vast expanse of the country was no simple feat. The most likely route remained the highway constructed prior to the apocalypse. Clearing the corpses was not an easy task. And as time continued to pass, the once brilliant sunlight had receded. The weather remained bitterly cold, with sporadic snowflakes drifting down. Wind Maiden, you howl fiercely. Qiu Sheng embraced Mo Qingyu from behind, resting her hands on her shoulders. Clearly displaying her affection for him, Mo Qingyu's demeanor grew increasingly resilient, akin to a roaring hurricane. I end chapter 128. Guanyualong. After a hearty meal at the Wang family residence, Mo Qingyun gazed at the two pickup trucks, realizing it was time to acquire a new vehicle. Furthermore, the box of gold was ill-suited for transport. Perhaps entrusting it to Xiaoyu for safekeeping would be prudent. Wang Liang already owned a vehicle. Yet Mo Qingyun had no intention of driving Wang Liang's truck. That it might be wiser to request another military jeep from Shernyenjin. Provisions and coal would need to be adequately prepared. Otherwise, they would be unable to evacuate from the Takri region when heavy snow blocked the roads. Waiting until spring might be the most secure option, but after spring, they would likely encounter officials from above. In Chapter 129, Corpse Eating Inc., Lin Fei was currently deep in slumber within the borderlands of the Yu Kingdom, nestled in an unoccupied little house without a fire lit, with the door tightly shut. He curled up under a blanket, adopting a sleeping posture that betrayed a profound lack of security. Lin Fei, run. Hurry, my brother has betrayed us. Why had it come to this? Lin Fei watched as those around him fell one after another, unable to comprehend why this was happening when he had strived so hard. Xiaoyu, hang in there. He bore Mo Qingyu on his back, sprinting frantically, yet the warmth and moisture trailing behind him grew increasingly palpable. In Chapter 130, Phantom Limb Pain, the night wind howled fiercely, yet no snow fell. It was merely a continuous onslaught of bitter cold. The following morning, they set out again. Mo Qingyun did not spare a single glance at the rudimentary gravestone. which consisted of only 2 wooden plaques. The military jeep once more sped onto the highway, heading toward Takri to Dr. Lee. "My hand has begun to hurt again." Mo Qingyun revealed his severed hand. The wound on his arm had previously been treated by Su Cece. Yet the pain persisted sporadically. Phantom limb pain. In Chapter 131, Mother-in-law, Zhou Xingtong quickly reunited with the individuals from the northern base to the highway entrance. He encountered a woman, an operative from a former secret department. What transpired at the Ezhou base? The female officer inquired of Zhou Xingtong. "It is currently unclear. I am responsible for material transport outside, and only upon returning to the base will I gain clarity." Zhou Xingtong merely glanced at the mercenaries occupying the high ground, choosing not to elaborate. Should conflict arise, they would likely be annihilated by the opposing forces. We are in search of a woman. She is affiliated with the Research Institute in Rongcheng. In Chapter 132, Dungeon. Upon re-entering the laboratory, Li Qingzhao continued to sift through the logs. "Your mother is to be buried. Will you not take a moment to glance at her? Perhaps shovel a handful of earth?" Mo Qingyun approached Li Qingzhao from behind. "That it's meaningless," she replied, shaking her head. For her, honoring her mother's legacy was now her sole priority. The information contained within the logs was wholly insufficient. Did this man know from the very beginning that it would end this way, thus wishing for her to remain at the Ezhou base? Exhaling slowly, Li Qingzhao began to gather what was usable. In Chapter 133, Live Well, Mo Qingyun held his head high, hands resting on his hips, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Remaining silent for quite some time, it was only as preparations for departure commenced that he uttered. "I was once abandoned in a place much like this, and I survived by walking to the next service area where I found a motorcycle. Use the clothes inside as a makeshift hat to shield your head from the sun's direct rays." Li Qingzhao reminded Mo Qingyun once more. "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Li. You must take care of yourself. I have grown quite fond of you." Mo Qingyun fashioned an undergarment into a hat. In Chapter 134, Take the gun and finish it. Mo Qingyun discovered a backpack within the convenience store. He gathered food, water, and a lighter, unable to find anything else that could provide warmth. Before embarking, ensuring his stomach was full was the only thing he could accomplish. Progressing through the snowy terrain proved to be no less arduous than moving under the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Li Qingzhao was also riding toward Mo Qingyun on her motorcycle, but the slick ground forced her to reduce her speed. The distance of 120 kilometers was not particularly far with a motorcycle, yet the wet roads hindered her acceleration. In Chapter 135, Embracing Sleep. After attending to emergencies, Li Qingzhao assisted Mo Qingyun into a nearby convenience store, also bringing her motorcycle inside. "Have you made any discoveries?" "Indeed, the supplies in the convenience store refresh periodically. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the resources that have been used or removed from their original positions do not disappear." Mo Qingyun recounted his findings from the previous night. That's so?" Li Qingzhao had not closely examined the shelves, as the supplies had been more than adequate at that time, and she had not paid much attention. "Additionally, there are zombies in Chapter 136. Very beautiful. Why are you removing my clothing?" Li Qingzhao's tone remained calm as she covered her chest with one hand while reaching for her clothes with the other. "I fear you might perish. Yet I cannot simply give you my clothes. I would freeze to death." Mo Qingyun teased with a grin, playfully adding, "Dr. Li, don't cover up. I saw everything last night. Quite beautiful." Go die." Li Qingzhao was not truly angry. She simply took the already dried clothes and began dressing behind the shelves. Before long, Mo Qingyun had risen, and Li Qingzhao had also donned her garments. In Chapter 137, Folded City, there were no signs of the ice and snow thawing once more. When Mo Qingyun opened his eyes again, he could see the city. The final gas station lay just outside the city. He had visited this place more than once and was quite familiar with it. Dr. Li, wait a moment. Something seems off about the road. Mo Qingyun keenly sensed that something was amiss. Originally, there should have been a ring road outside the city of Lar. Yet the place before him was utterly devoid of any such structure, with the slopes on either side alarmingly steep. Li Qingzhao also noticed the irregularity. When they had arrived earlier, although the Chapter 138, climbing presented slopes that could have offered leverage, Mo Qingyun could still ascend using just one hand and one leg. He had merely lost the palm of his hand, not his elbow, with the collaboration of the bend in his left arm and his right hand. He was still able to move upward. He certainly did not wish to perish here. The icy slush fell upon his face and head, and thankfully, a scarf prevented the snow from trickling down his neck. "How cold it is!" Mo Chingyun muttered. Dr. Li, however, was climbing quite swiftly. Chapter 139. Silent laughter, rapidly securing 2 pegs into the ground with her feet pressed against them, pulling Mo Chingyun upward with all her might. Once Mo Chingyun was hoisted up, she did not release her grip, drawing him close to her side, away from the precipice, and only then did she exhale in relief. Her hands bore the marks of friction, blood oozing from her palms, yet she seemed to smile, laughing joyfully in the frigid expanse of snow. And Mo Chingyun remained clenched onto the rope, his eyes still shut, his arms tightly wrapped around it. "Dear Dedel," I chuckled silently. "It seemed he would live." Chapter 140. Dream, Handcard. "Yes, if you firmly believe that you must kill me, then I can grant you an opportunity to do so." Mo Chingyun crouched down to retrieve the steel rod. "Lin Fei, I suspect you possess the ability of Death Reset, don't you? I had a strong sense of DJVU in a supermarket in Lar City. I always felt you would appear. Yet you did not." Mo Chingyun gripped the steel rod and raised it. Chapter 154. The weakness within. If one day a friend suddenly became akin to a zombie, would you think it was an outbreak of the zombie virus? Or would you suspect he was merely playing a prank on you? Most people would likely lean towards the latter, especially if the bond was strong. You might laugh and give your buddy a playful slap, only to be bitten by the zombie moments later. As night fell, the three found a room with a courtyard, parking the car within it. "Brother, aren't you afraid someone will steal our car?" "What is there to fear? From what I observe, the town appears to have ample food supplies, even if everything in the car were to be taken." Chapter 155. A night without snow on a night devoid of snow. Lin Fei, accompanied by Guan Yuelong, entered a survivor base of the Yu Nation. "Boss Ruan, I require your assistance." Lin Fei was not one to linger. Time was of the essence that he desperately needed Boss Ruan's help. As his subordinates had established a private armed force in the post-apocalyptic world, perfectly suited to confront Mo Chingyun. "Lin, you have provided me with an abundance of resources. Even if it cost me my life, I would have no complaints," Boss Ruan declared, draping an arm over Lin Fei's shoulder, recalling the generous aid Lin had offered previously. Chapter 156. The trap. "No, just returned on your way back. Inquire about those small strongholds. If there are still no updates, we should prepare to head back." That he was unaware of the timing and conditions under which this quest commenced. Many large quests were akin to massive screens enveloping entire areas, while others, like the Tackley Underground Laboratory, could suddenly draw individuals inside. Quests characterized by visible colors typically promised substantial rewards, yet they also bore significant risks. Chapter 157. Mo Chingyun's transformation. A sharp scratching sound emanated from above. Whether it was claws or something else remained uncertain. Damn it. Mo Chingyun continued to run. If it was indeed claws targeting him, no amount of running would prove fruitful. After covering a distance without anything falling from above, it indicated that the claws had pursued the sound instead. Outside the old city, mercenaries dispatched from the Yu Nation survivor base awaited Mo Chingyun, weapons drawn, with Boss Ruan having followed, still somewhat uneasy. Chapter 158. Lucky, as fists rained down, blood splattered across the man's face. Yang Xiran observed silently, knowing that he could not alter what had already transpired. Mo Chingyun lit a cigarette, sitting in a flower bed at the crossroads, while Yang Xiran stood by, fixated on Guan Yuelong. "Boss, what should we do next?" Yang Xiran inquired. "Wait," was Mo Chingyun's singular response. Chapter 159. A new year. The mercenaries brought by the Yu Nation base were swiftly dispatched, and Mo Chingyun had no intention of concealing his abilities. Since it was his own power, he intended to wield it. The trio climbed back into the jeep. With their objective achieved, there was no need to linger in the Yu Nation. "Boss, I still don't quite understand. Didn't Lin Fei wish to kill you? Why has he suddenly changed his stance?" Yang Xiran was perplexed, aware of Mo Chingyun's decisiveness towards adversaries, leaving no room for Lin Fei and Guan Yuelong's survival. "Figure it out slowly," Mo Chingyun replied. Chapter 160. Mental control. In terms of sheer strength, he had already reached a third-tier level, though he was still not comparable to others of the same rank. However, he could sense his physical prowess steadily increasing. Yang Xiran's physical attributes were also evidently superior, having undergone his transformation several months prior, though their abilities were starkly different. Controlling the small fish allowed for the normal deployment of wind blades. Yet the aspect of shared perception remained unattainable. This control resembled that of manipulating a large marionette. Little fish, resist my control for a moment. I wish to observe the outcome. Chapter 161. Buckle your seatbelt in the darkness. The stars twinkled. Dreams turned cold once more, as Mo Qingyun's memories drifted back to the past. The wind and snow were fierce. The southern base had collapsed under the tide of corpses, and people fled in desperation. A man carrying Mo Qingyun on his back did that moment. Mo Qingyun was an ordinary person. His leg injured if abandoned, he would inevitably be consumed by the horde. Mo, stay alert. If you fall asleep, you may never awaken. Shi Nianjun urged as he hurried Mo Qingyun to catch up with the main group. Mo Qingyun was plagued by myriad doubts. Chapter 162. Pain all over watching over a dozen of his kind end their lives before him. One among them, being a third tier, was too swift to comprehend. Li Haiwen turned and fled, knowing Mo Qingyun had certainly seen him. Fortunately, he was cautious enough not to charge in immediately. They were nothing short of monsters. After Li Haiwen's escape, Mo Qingyun could no longer endure, a sharp pain in his chest causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 tears are still far from sufficient. The fruits of human industrial civilization are not limited to firearms. Chapter 163. Escaping the canyon, Mo Qingyun began to carve a path, wind blades slicing through the underbrush, while Mo Qingyun and Yang Shiran followed closely behind, continuing over the gorge and through the log zone. They encountered a small drop where water flowed into a pool that Mo Qingyun would not risk entering such waters. Apart from the uncertainty of how to resurface, the newly thawed current promised discomfort. He directed Mo Qingyun to clear a path alongside, cautiously traversing the steep rocky slope. After crossing the pool, they faced a narrow creek. Chapter 164. A small zombie tied upon glimpsing the road sign. The trio prepared to return to the highway, entering along the route that Mo Qingyun had been utilizing his abilities for an extended period and had indeed let down his guard. Had he maintained constant mental awareness, he might have evaded the ambush by the flesh-eaters. Prolonged use of abilities placed a considerable strain on the mind that if the vegetation along the roadside grew dense, he would remain vigilant. This could also serve as training for his powers. Let us proceed. Even if we cannot locate a survivor stronghold, we must at least find a place to rest. Chapter 165. Third tier, evolved type. This cannot continue. We will inevitably exhaust our ammunition. The exits were blocked by zombies. Even with the presence of ability users, dealing with such a multitude of zombies would prove daunting. Those atop the walls exchanged words. Unless someone could divert the zombies, the exits remained sealed. Even if we manage to open the gates, we cannot rush out. The individuals on the walls employed all available means, pouring fuel down to ignite a roaring fire. Yet the zombies, seemingly impervious to pain, continued their relentless advance despite the flames. Chapter 166. The disguised target. Who on earth are these three? They are truly formidable. While they were still astonished, Mo Qingyun stepped forward, gradually approaching the base's entrance. Excuse me. May I ask who you are? He cared little for their purpose. He simply sought to seize the initiative in the conversation. Given their firepower, charging in and eliminating them would pose no challenge, as the ground below was littered with the charred remains of zombies. Chapter 167. The Yunnan base. Gathering survivors from the small base, Mo Qingyun's SUV led the convoy, while the leader of this small base cunningly joined them in a single vehicle. With someone at the wheel, Yang Shiran took the opportunity to rest in the passenger seat. The convoy traveled along the highway, the cold, watchful eyes along the roadside, having confirmed the impossibility of simultaneously dealing with everyone. Chose not to ACT that Li Haiwen stood atop a hill, watching the convoy depart. He had not consumed human flesh for days, and with only himself and some explosives remaining, attacking the convoy seemed unwise. Chapter 168. Missiles. Little fish, prepare yourself. Use wind blades to clear the excess zombies. Flickering flames, the thunderous roar of gunfire, shattered corpses of the undead, and the sky seemed to have taken on a much grimmer hue. Mo Qingyun returned to the rear seat of the SUV, his desires few, to wed Dr. Li and to uncover the truth behind the zombie virus, contemplating whether there were any other aspirations he harbored. The only thought that came to Mo Qingyun's mind was simply to survive, to live as a human being. As for future ambitions, he would ponder them when the time was ripe. Outside the base in Yunnan province, the zombies had been eradicated by missiles, Chapter 169. Return to the Ijo base. The highway had become impassable. On the left lay a precipice, while the right was a steep slope. The only option left was to turn back. Despite it being spring, the hillside was devoid of any signs of life, presenting only a panorama of desolate, withered peaks. Upon entering the national road, a sense of unease began to creep into Mo Qingyun's mind. If these trees were merely victims of an unusually harsh winter, that would be one thing, but if this were a nuclear blast zone, the situation would be dire. However, confirming this was no simple task. Without a Geiger counter, he could not ascertain the reality of the situation. Even if this were a nuclear fallout area, it should still be Chapter 170, meeting Zhou Xingtong in the Central District. As Mo Qingyun passed through the residential area, the cries of infants echoed in the air. Inside a room, Sister Wang was preparing formula for the baby, evidently under the attentive care of Shun Yinjin. Mo Qingyu and Yang Xiran heard the sounds as well, but their priority was clearly the more pressing matter of nourishment. Upon reaching the isolation gate of the inner district, the three presented their passes and were smoothly admitted. Compared to the time they had just left, the inner district of the base now boasted a few more personnel. The trio continued deeper into the base, where Wang Liang was chopping vegetables, his powers enhancing the blade, revealing his abilities at a glance. Chapter 171. The Monster King. The slumbering beast had awakened. Indeed, I am the Monster King, is Dr. Li present? Mo Qingyun inquired of Qiusheng. She is here, but monster sir, have you ever encountered Dragon Balls? I am in the midst of collecting them. Apologies, I have not seen them. Little blind one, entertain yourself. The perimeter of this exit had been fortified with a high wall, indicating the base's formidable mobilization capabilities. Guards were stationed at the watchtowers, and there were personnel outside the laboratory doors that in terms of environmental conditions, the base had taken substantial precautions. Chapter 172. The hydroelectric station excursion, suddenly feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. Mo Qingyun tossed the Dragon Ball back into Qiusheng's hands and headed toward the base. Achieving what he once fervently pursued with such ease brought an unexpected emptiness. When one is idle, they seek to occupy themselves with tasks. Emerging from the dim underground passage and back into the base, Zhou Xingtong approached Mo Qingyun, finding him seated on a bench in the Central District. There are matters that may require your assistance. The moment he uttered those words, Mo Qingyun already grasped the gist of what this individual would say, without needing further elaboration. Chapter 173. The land eel. He was determined to capture a ghoul to test whether it could indeed starve to death. An hour later, the four arrived at the vicinity of the reservoir. The dam was now visible. The jeep was parked outside the iron fence, the gate having been previously opened, with traces of battle evident on the ground, scattered shell casings indicating that their adversaries were unconcerned about being discovered. Yet, observing the bullet holes, it seemed they had fired in two directions. One towards the interior of the hydroelectric station and the other towards the slope outside the station. Chapter 174. The Earthcare cult. The wheels crunched over shattered glass as they pursued their path, leading Mo Qingyun and his companions to the exterior of an abandoned factory. The wind rustled through the dilapidated sign that hung precariously, while the buildings inside remained relatively intact. The trail of tire tracks faded in this vicinity, leaving uncertainty as to whether they had entered the factory or ventured into a nearby town. Mo Qingyun sought to find out if anyone resided within the factory, that he stepped boldly inside, followed closely by Yang Xiran and his sister. Chapter 175. The prophecy-type ability, user. Even a small town would harbor the presence of the undead. The man took the passenger seat while Yang Xiran drove, with Mo Qingyun seated in the back. Moments later, they arrived at the outskirts of the town, where two vehicles lay abandoned, one with a shattered windshield. They had located the vehicles, yet found no occupants. Mo Qingyun exited the car, inspecting the two vehicles, finding them devoid of life and any other belongings, that he had never prioritized the matter of cultists, partly due to the extreme nature of these sects in the current human society. Chapter 176. The cultists. Their gazes met, the eyes of the cultist gleaming with a red light. Yet to his surprise, the White Emperor remained utterly unaffected. The Pope's prophecies could not possibly be inaccurate. He was a figure renowned for successfully predicting the apocalypse. Then, the cultist's attention shifted to Mo Qingyun, who likewise disregarded him, as did Yang Xiran, who remained unperturbed. It was not that their abilities had faltered. Typically, his power to control through mere eye contact was unfailingly effective. This time, however, it seemed likely that the strength of these three individuals surpassed his own. Chapter 177. Kui, may I ask what your relationship is with her? Mo Qingyun reclined back onto the bed. Sitting was indeed more comfortable than standing, that I have feelings for her, and wish to protect her. Indeed, it is only natural to feel protective over such a beautiful girl. When was the Earth Care cult established? Mo Qingyun continued to inquire. I am not entirely sure, but it was likely about a year ago. The Pope found me. He was a tall, slender middle-aged man wearing glasses. Resembling a clergyman, that he referred to himself as the Pope. Yes, initially. Chapter 178. A hasty sentry Mo Qingyun departed the room with Kai, who cast a puzzled glance between the two. Why didn't you eliminate this female cultist? She appeared to have fared quite well after the beating. Only when he observed the cultist's staggered steps did Mo Qingyun nod, confirming his assessment. Brother, did she confess? She revealed everything. This nun is now one of us. Did you not say they were all lunatics? Mo Qingyun assessed the woman before him, noting that she merely wore a nun's attire, which did not necessarily imply her sanity. Chapter 179. Do not mind, do not concern yourself. Whatever the boss says is what it is. Yang Shiran firmly dismissed the topic. All right, let us all rest for now. You and little you must be weary that I thought this outing would allow us to slay some zombies. Yet it merely turned into a futile endeavor. Yang Jing and Mo Qingyun walked away together, while Yang Shiran prepared to wash up and rest. Mo Qingyun approached Zhou Xingtong, who wasted no time in addressing a matter of security. For safety reasons, I have arranged for Dr. Li and Zhou Han to reside in the innermost district. Chapter 180. Journey to Yuhang. The following day, Dr. Li examined the mutated zombie samples brought back by Mo Qingyun. Animals capable of generating electric currents are typically aquatic species. This mutated zombie has been designated as the land eel. The emergence of mutations appears influenced not solely by cannibalism among their kind, but also by environmental factors. With Zhou Han perpetually safeguarding Dr. Li, Mo Qingyun felt a sense of reassurance. After all, this was the territory of the Ezhou base, and as long as they did not intend to wage war against it, they would not recklessly attack. Moreover, Dr. Li seldom ventured into the outer districts. Chapter 181. The beautiful knees. If the prophecy holds true, you must be the White Emperor. Kui continued to respond. Do you still believe in the tenets of the Earth Care cult? It seems you are still in need of guidance. That fellow driving earlier is the true White Emperor. Boss, I am not the White Emperor. Please do not associate me with that title. Yang Shiran quickly refuted, not wishing to assume such a designation. Merely surviving in this apocalypse alongside my sister is sufficient, and in any case, the boss's demeanor is more befitting of a tyrant. Mo Qingyun smiled silently, carrying the weight of memories from his past life. Chapter 182. Minister Mo. The spring night breeze swept along the moonlit streets before the apartment building as Mo Qingyun rested for a moment, preparing for another attempt. Suddenly, alarms blared from vehicles outside, extinguishing his enthusiasm in an instant. But he donned a jacket and approached the bed, pulling back the curtain to gaze outside. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire as a third tier evolved zombie charged toward the group firing weapons. With a resounding crash, the powerful impact sent several vehicles soaring. Fortunately, they had disembarked in time, or they would have been flung into the air. Regarding the prowess of a third-tier zombie, Chapter 183. Inability to verify his objectives had been achieved. Although the other party could not confirm his identity, they treated him as a figure of high standing, facilitating a smoother process for many matters. Mo Qingyun's gesture, the two finally relaxed, suggesting that the Yuhang base indeed had a structure of leadership, as evidenced by the respect they were shown. After all, the Yuhang base also possessed military backing, its discipline and organization far superior to that of ordinary survivor bases. That we are not entirely certain. There are indeed nuclear strike points in the Yuhang region, but to ascertain the exact range, we may need to return to the base. The youth continued. Chapter 184. Yuhang base collapse. A group of individuals returned to the Yuhang base. What struck Mo Qingyun as peculiar was the absence of healers on duty at the base's entrance, rendering it impossible for newcomers to discern whether they were infected. The Yuhang base, despite its circumstances, boasted an official background. Even if the Ezhou base had suppressed information regarding healers, it seemed implausible that the unique attributes of healers would go unnoticed for such an extended period. Merely observing the reconnaissance team, The configuration of awakened individuals alongside ordinary people was certainly not inferior to that of the Ijo base. They recognized the significance of the awakened. Chapter 185. The Butterfly Effect Retreat. We'll split up. It's impossible for him to pursue us all. The remaining 3 third-tier ghouls swiftly fled, while the other second-tier ghouls, witnessing the chaos, also began to scatter in 3 directions. The ghoul who had just retrieved the anti-material weapon sensed the gravity of the situation and chose to abandon his weapon to escape. After transforming into a ghoul, their hands had undergone mutation, rendering them ill-suited to pull triggers. However, they could still wield weapons usable by humans, and now one of them contemplated shooting Yang Shiran. The impact of small-caliber bullets against Yang Shiran felt like mere tickles. Chapter 186. The Guild of the Ghouls. Yang Shiran leaped over the wall. Finding that the third-tier ghoul had already seized the opportunity to escape, that it seems everyone is all right, Mo Qingyan remarked as he approached Xiao Chuan and Shen Zihan. Observing the stone spear poised nearby and the ghoul impaled beneath the wall, his heart found a semblance of peace. Boss, a third-tier ghoul got away. Should I pursue? Yang Shiran inquired. Let it go by the time I arrived. I could no longer see that creature. Pursuing would be a waste of time. It's better to discuss the situation first. Chapter 187. The sky falls, the water drowns. Please check on these children. I am not adept at soothing emotions, especially those of the young. Mo Qingyun exited the room, entrusting the calming task to those who were familiar with the base. Xiao Chuan, a burly man, could not help but shed tears at the brutal scene. He resolved to clear the corpses before the children emerged. Bodies lay butchered like livestock, heads severed from torsos, displayed on the cutting board, their entrails suspended by iron hooks. Gao Yuan also lent a hand. Seething with anger, yet finding no outlet for it, repeating to himself, "Those beasts were all slain by us." Chapter 188. No centralization. Mo Qingyun reclined leisurely. With so many children, where do you intend to take them next? Is Ijo base a possibility? Shen Zihan asked Mo Qingyun, setting down her spatula. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction. Perhaps you should directly consult Zhou Xingtong. Mo Qingyun replied calmly, while reclining on a chair. While children may indeed represent the future of humanity, at this stage, they were merely burdens, offering no benefit to the base. If it were Shi Yinjing, he might have readily accepted. The jeep was equipped with a radio to communicate with the base. Chapter 189. The Untamed Horse. If the Yuhang base possessed individuals of such caliber, it might indeed be unable to send out a distress signal. Currently, the advantages of centralization far outweighed those of decentralization. The base could exhibit greater execution power, and it was unlikely that Shi Yinjing and the others would engage in actions detrimental to the base, should any among them truly be disciples of the Church of Protecting Earth. There was little to be done. Logistics, military, and politics were now firmly in place. Since the cleaning of the inner district commenced, this had been the prevailing structure. Chapter 190. Westlake. Another night descended upon the Yuhang base. Mo Qingyun chose not to rush away, opting to rest for another night before they would set off towards Westlake. The base remained at risk of attack. Not all supplies had been evacuated, and the magnitude of the Yuhang base's collapse would inevitably spread with those who fled. There would undoubtedly be factions eyeing the supplies of the Yuhang base, poised to retreat once they confirmed the absence of ghouls, as threats loomed not only from ghouls but also from other humans. Chapter 191. The Jade Meteorite. The visibility of the water was exceedingly poor. Upon first contact with the bottom, his feet sank into the muck. Yet he remained some distance from the meteorite's central impact site. The lead blocks within his anti-radiation suit made it difficult to maintain composure, complicating movement through the mire, where shards of the meteorite gleamed with an emerald light nearby. He picked up a piece of the meteorite and transmitted his voice to Mo Qingyun's mind. "Boss, pull me up." I see a jade color glowed. Mo Qingyun received the signal and exerted considerable effort to pull him upwards. The muck was not a hospitable environment. Chapter 192. By all accounts, the group that had departed after firing their weapons now spotted Mo Qingyun and his companions halted by their vehicle outside the radiation zone. This vehicle had only just arrived, its tires still fresh, likely belonging to the 3 individuals from earlier. "Let us move quickly. We're in trouble." That standard vehicle should belong to the military, and the only base nearby is Yuhang. They did not intend to target the vehicle, but merely wished to leave hastily. Despite having firearms, their combat prowess was markedly inferior to that of regular troops. What is there to fear? It's not as if we haven't killed before. What of the regular army? Chapter 193. The radiation entity, the influence of the Church of Protecting Earth was expanding, a reality that Mo Qingyun was acutely aware of. The Church's propagation resembled a virus. The more desperate individuals became, the more susceptible they were to such beliefs. While methods to counter this existed, such as Mo Qingyun establishing a rival sect, he refrained from doing so. Recognizing that it would yield no tangible benefits and could prove challenging to control once the Church gained momentum. Different interpretations of doctrine could arise, and if distorted viewpoints gained acceptance, they might solidify into dogma. Chapter 194. The mimetic hunter Mo Qingyun observed through the visor of his breathing mask as Yang Xiran, in the instant of neutralizing the radiation entity, found that the claws mimicked had indeed suffered corrosion. However, upon the cessation of abilities, the claws reverted to their original state. His powers possessed a remarkable plasticity. Yang Xiran, could you attempt to mimic a hunter? Mo Qingyun inquired. They had encountered hunters previously. If Yang Xiran's mimetic capability was based on DNA contact, then he should be able to mimic any zombies he had previously encountered. Chapter 195. Yang Jing breaks through to Tier 3. The presence of evolved types indicated that nearby, a horde of zombies was gathering. As the ability to command lower-tier zombies was a characteristic exhibited by evolved types. The zombies had arrived. Birds in the disordered forest took flight in fright, their startled cries mingling with the acrid stench of decay. Yang Jing, conjure a large block of ice, so we can elevate ourselves. Understood, Boss Mo. Yang Jing swiftly generated a massive ice block beneath her feet, which rose gradually to a height of 3 meters as Yang Xiran charged toward the third tier of all type on the already narrow pathway. Chapter 196. The Yuhang base under siege. Mo Qingyun and his group headed north, while the Yuhang base found itself besieged by enemies at that very moment. News of individuals escaping from the Yuhang base naturally spread, along with whispers of its abundant supplies. With too few personnel, the base had no choice but to abandon the supply area and instead fortify the inner zone, which contained some reserves. However, 30 children could not possibly sustain themselves on the dwindling food supplies. Open the gates, we mean you no harm. We only seek food, a wanderer called from the inner zone. Chapter 197. 3 ordinary soldiers. The machine gun cooled off after the airstrike, and various long-range abilities were hurled towards the machine gun post. Even without third-tier entities, the sheer number of opposing ability users overwhelmed the 2 soldiers, who quickly sought refuge from the machine gun post. After the explosion, a torrent of long-range abilities continued to rain down. The machine gun has ceased. Blow the door open, the bald man commanded again. Abilities began to bombard the gate. Despite being iron, it could not withstand the onslaught, and soon the isolation door swung wide open. What have you all been doing? Why hasn't the situation been resolved yet? Chapter 198. How despicable. At the center of the explosion, nothing remained. Lin Fei halted the vehicle and dashed inside. Apart from 1 or 2 individuals clinging to life on the periphery, the rest had been obliterated. Chunks of flesh lay scattered, and blood dripped slowly. The shattered buildings burned in the aftermath. That I am Lin Fei from Ezhou Base. Is there anyone still alive? Lin Fei casually called out to a man, yet the man completely ignored him, instead scrambling to his feet and stumbling away from the base. Lin Fei bypassed the collapsed wall and proceeded toward the inner zone. Chapter 199. Youthful insecurity and maturity. The members of the reconnaissance team observed Lin Fei, but refrained from saying much. They could all sense Mo Qingyun's indifference to some extent. However, it was somewhat expected for those in power to exhibit such aloofness. In fact, they found Mo Qingyun rather approachable. During previous combat operations, he had demonstrated decisiveness, and although they had ultimately lost a third-tier ghoul, his performance was commendable. Mo Qingyun had also clearly communicated the potential risks the base might face before his departure. And considering that Miss Ku was left behind at the base, it was likely due to the extreme dangers of the radiation zone. Chapter 200. Unquestionable violence. Seated at the dining table, the 3 indulged in their breakfast. The vegetables had been foraged by Yang Xiran from the roadside, and though they had been cleaned and stir-fried, their taste was not particularly delightful, yet they were at least fresh. The meat consisted of canned ham, which, being pre-cooked, was merely heated in the pan. The 3 dined. Yang Xiran remarked, "Isn't this a bit past its prime? It tastes rather bitter." Mo Qingyun placed a piece of canned meat atop his rice and took a bite. "Boss, I checked. This can is still a few days shy of its expiration date. That IT should be fine, just a tad. Chapter 201. Social hierarchies. Mo Qingyun possessed a profound understanding of the apocalypse's progression. Not every base would maintain order as they had prior to the cataclysm. Some would treat ordinary people as mere slaves or even livestock. There existed an absolute disparity in power between ordinary individuals and awakened beings. A gap that widened with the unfolding of the apocalypse. The value ordinary people could provide had diminished significantly, especially for those lacking specialized skills. Before the apocalypse, they had been inexpensive labor. After, they were rendered less than human. Their existence reduced to that of societal detritus that in his previous life. Mo Qingyun had been one such wretch. Chapter 202. The Doomsday Grand Hotel. As twilight descended once more, Mo Qingyun and his companions disembarked from their vehicle. Yet they had yet to locate anyone. Logically, there should have been small factions of survivors in the vicinity. Perhaps he had altered the course of events. Boss Mo, should we find a place to rest? Yang Jing approached the vehicle to no rush. Let's first assess our surroundings. Notice this street has defensive structures. It indicates the presence of someone. That Mo Qingyun surveyed the silent street, devoid of lights or flickering flames. Either everyone inside had perished, or Chapter 203. More barbecue? The trio prepared to take a rest. A single large bed sufficient for all three. That Yang Jing remained somewhat curious, noting that Boss Missouri seemed different from what Little Fish had described, a morally bankrupt maniac. However, from this perspective, Mo Qingyun did not appear to be one who killed indiscriminately. Boss Mo, are you not concerned about potential retaliation? She inquired. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence understands what actions are prudent and which are not. Mo Qingyun was aware of Yang Jing's thoughts, yet he did not believe the adversary would fail to comprehend the disparity in power. Chapter 204. Ghouls consuming red corpses. The three stood outside a market. The enticing aromas wafting from within. Shall we take a look inside? Mo Qingyun activated his powers, sensing the presence of other beings within. Something was consuming the red corpses. Whether human or ghoul, he could not ascertain. The physical and mental fortitude achievable by ghouls could also be matched by humans. That as they entered the market, the long-neglected roof revealed signs of decay, and the dust accumulating beneath their feet indicated a lack of human activity. Chapter 205. The besieged hotel. Over the span of a single day, they had reached their destination, traversing the route without encountering mutated zombies or even a horde. Initially, they felt fortunate, but as they approached their final stretch, the number of zombies surged dramatically. As night fell, the three found shelter in a house across from the Doomsday Grand Hotel, able to glimpse the upscale establishment through the window. Mo Qingyun did not rush to enter and search for survivors. Instead, he required ample time to scrutinize the building's floors that if there were indeed people inside. Chapter 206. The ice bridge. In the dead of night, a lifeless body was unceremoniously discarded from the Doomsday Grand Hotel. The corpse struck the concrete ground, drawing the attention of nearby zombies, who ravenously descended upon it. That Mo Qingyun silently noted the specific floor, roughly between the 15th and 17th, planning to commence his search from the 10th floor onward. In the early hours of the morning, while Yang Shiran took his watch, Mo Qingyun made a special note of the floors above the 10th. There was no need to wait for dawn. Merely anticipating the approach of daybreak would suffice, as the darkness still cloaked the surroundings and the occupants of the Doomsday Grand Hotel remained oblivious. Chapter 207. Brother Tian? Tianzong pinned a third-tier ghoul against the wall, its head embedded in the stone. Other second-tier ghouls attempting to attack were swiftly dispatched by his fists and feet. The earlier commotion had piqued his attention, and he feared there might be stragglers. Ordinary people stood no chance against ghouls. Approaching the window, Tianzong peered down to see a colossal ice pillar emerging from one side of the hotel, a manifestation of a powerful ability user. Chapter 208. Tian Clan's fist. Mo Qingyun, Yang Shiran, and Tianzong departed from their group, making their way to a basketball court that seemed they shared an unspoken understanding and halted simultaneously. Brother Tian. UVE resorted to cannibalism. Haven TU. Mo Qingyun's expression was chillingly severe. For those who had served him in his past life, it appeared he must personally deal with the matter. A transformed ghoul posed an undeniable threat. Little brother Mo, if you call me brother, I shall be forthright with you. It was unavoidable that Tio save them. I must ascend to the third tier. Tianzong confessed openly. Chapter 209. Tian Zong's survival passing by the previous market. The ghoul that had been dismembered still clung to life, its teeth pried away, awaiting a fate of endless torment. May miracles truly exist in this world, and Mo Qingyun gazed at the city behind him. For a ghoul to survive here was not an insurmountable challenge. Boss Mo, what happened to my brother? Yang Jing approached Mo Qingyun, concern etched on her face. Her brother appeared injured, unable to walk unaided, requiring Mo Qingyun's support. Your brother simply tripped while walking, Mo Qingyun replied, continuing forward with Yang Xiran on his back. Chapter 210. Cousins traveling through the apocalypse was invariably dull, and the return journey was swift. Mo Qingyun brought his companions to the Yuhang base, that a brief observation revealed signs of a large-scale explosion in the outer zone. The base's inhabitants had perished, a disastrous outcome. Most bodies and limbs had not been collected, indicating there might still be survivors. The inner zone also bore traces of an assault. Mo Qingyun pressed onward until he reached the room he had previously inhabited, where he discovered a letter left by the inhabitants of the Yuhang base. Chapter 211. Orange Soda. Everyone harbored their own anxieties and secrets. The Li Qin Zhao was no exception. Her apprehensions were profound, necessitating heightened caution. There certainly existed individuals aware of her identity in this world. Even in her current silence, they would surely seek her out. Research into the zombie virus would not cease, but the emergence of the phenomenon of duplicates rendered the future even more uncertain. If the zombie virus truly was a cleansing agent deployed by a higher civilization or extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 212. In the past, the fleeing youth Lin Fei stood beside Mo Qingyu. Little fish. Would you like some? Mo Qingyu looked at Lin Fei with curiosity. Do you still have some? Soda is quite a rarity now. Indeed, I have plenty. Just let me know if you want some, and no need to worry about it expiring. It's all stored in the freezer. Lin Fei added that he further explained that according to the production dates on the food, the supplies he collected were nearing expiration, but time stood still within the system's space, rendering expiration impossible. All right, Mo Qingyu nodded. Chapter 213. The girl and the little mouse. Meanwhile, Qiu Sheng had not yet fallen asleep. Observing the curled-up form of Mo Qingyun, he gently wrapped his arms around him. Little mouse, did you have a nightmare? The girl's voice was soft, yet she smiled faintly, lightly brushing Mo Qingyun's nose with her finger. Sleep well. The following day, Mo Qingyun awoke from the girl's embrace, feeling somewhat flustered and at a loss. Having spent the night in Qiu Sheng's arms, his mental state had been frail, and he had not enjoyed a restful night in quite some time, but last night had finally provided him with some peace. Chapter 214. You mean lovers, right? In a previous life, it was just like this. Mo Qingyun, accompanied by Qiu Sheng, embarked on a journey in search of a place to find solace as he walked alongside this young lady. Mo Qingyun's emotions gradually stabilized. Even the shadows of the harrowing experiences in Takari dissipated. The collapse of the Takari base resulted in numerous casualties. Yet another escape became yet another torment for him. More perilous than the zombies were the humans. If the chaos had solely arisen from a zombie outbreak, there would be no need for such a desperate flight. Within the base, another faction existed that might resort to murder without hesitation. Chapter 215. He, once a bashful youth, for a fleeting moment, he contemplated marrying this girl, envisioning a serene life spent together. Why are you silent? According to the storybook, shouldn't you say, "Oh, my princess, you are truly beautiful"? Qiuxing tilted her head, scrutinizing Mo Qingyun, her thought process distinctly unique. You are beautiful. I mean it. Mo Qingyun averted his gaze, overwhelmed by shyness. Unable to meet Qiuxing's eyes, he could only turn his head slightly, speaking rapidly as his heart raced. Thoughts swirling chaotically. Chapter 216. The mere mortal, Mo, a humble and timid soul. Where have you been, you rascal? I thought you perished. Captain Shi clapped Mo Qingyun on the back of his head. He understood well that bringing these untrained children out was tantamount to sending them to their demise. Perhaps the base truly aimed to sacrifice these children, igniting his ire to know, I was scared and hid away that I hope I won't be labeled a deserter. He had indeed hidden, but only aboard the enemy's helicopter. Thankfully, it had not been destroyed, otherwise his life would have been forfeit. The female officer had already departed with the female researcher. Chapter 217. Wishes that Mo Qingyun, Xiaoyu. How are you? He stumbled towards the two, now just an ordinary person. As was Mo Qingyun this moment. Mo Qingyun's emotions shattered completely. He could not hear Lin Fei and the others speaking, only a buzzing in his ears. Numbly standing, he remained uncertain of what to do next. His steps rigid as he moved forward with a cold gaze. Still alive, that N01 came to assist. Those who had already collapsed rose to continue their desperate flight. M. Ochinyan knelt upon the icy ground. Chapter 218. Distribution of fragments. That M. Ochinyan and his companions returned to the base, bringing back numerous rewards from their excursion. The only displeasing incident was being inexplicably shot at aboard the ship. At that moment, Yang Xiaoran could not swiftly reach the shore, and his skills did not extend to the land. Had it not been for Yang Jing's ice blocks shielding him from bullets, he would have suffered greatly. Upon disembarking, feeling the gentle caress of the spring breeze, Mo Qingyan walked step by step towards the Ezhou base, with Yang Jing trailing behind while Yang Xiaoran went to park the vehicle. The base had nearly completed its expansion. Chapter 219. Old friends from Two Lives. That Mo Qingyan picked up a zombie sample and cast a curious glance at Xiaoxing. But why do you wish to collect Dragon Balls? The child replied, if you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, you can make a wish, and there will be 3 wishes to share. Thank you, Miss Blind, but please refrain from wandering outside the base. It is perilous out there. Mo Qingyan scratched his head, dismissing the child's tale, wishing wishes were indeed real. I didn't come out carelessly. I followed you, Mr. Monster. Xiaoxing exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 220. Premeditation. Mo Qingyan held a lead canister containing radioactive samples. After presenting their credentials, they proceeded without hindrance to the laboratory, where Guan Yuelong and Ku Yi waited. After exchanging brief greetings with them, Mo Qingyan entered, finding Zhou Han in the lounge, while Dr. Li had just concluded his research and was resting within. I brought back the radioactive samples, but they may contain radiation. Please ensure protection before conducting any research. Mo Qingyan placed a lead canister on the table. That Li Qingzhao lifted her gaze to Mo Qingyan, saying nothing further. Chapter 221. The Value of Lin Fei. Whenever he recalled that scene, Lin Fei's tone brimmed with fury, reaching its zenith. Well, you must have died after me. What I experienced was that after Captain Shi's demise, I became the district chief, during which time Dr. Li was still alive. You have awakened your abilities, and you always seem to receive reinforcements, acquiring supplies from unknown sources. That Mo Qingyan observed the information on a beer can, certain that the date had expired, yet the flavor remained untainted. This was decidedly abnormal. If it were merely one spoiled can, it could be understood, but Chapter 222, Summer returns. Time passed, and a heavy rain fell, heralding the return of summer. Ezhou was not Takari. Although the temperature had risen, the air remained less arid, appearing somewhat humid due to ample rainfall. Mo Qingyan found little to occupy his time during this period. Occasionally, he would accompany the team to hunt zombies, but chose to maintain a certain distance from the others. That he was solely responsible for leading his small squad. The others had no authority to command them, nor was there a necessity for cooperation. Chapter 223. The formidable weapon. Mo Qingyan withdrew his gaze, slowly lowering the binoculars. Yang Xiaoran beside him inquired, has Commander Shi evacuated with the others? They should have already exited. But with Xiao Yu and Yang Jing, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Watching the rain intensify, the once gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, rendering Mo Qingyan unable to see the distance clearly. Boss, are we truly not going in to assist? It's pointless. If our only aim is to slay zombies, we could simply target a specific area for practice, honing our abilities. But now, entering the fray, Chapter 224, I will be quite vexed. The rain ceased, and on the return journey, Mo Qingyan broached the topic of the phenomenon of dungeons. That if the base aids in gathering information, regions with dungeons can be swiftly identified. The rewards from dungeons serve as a means to rapidly enhance strength. Commander Shi, the emergence of dungeons is random. Sometimes entering a dungeon occurs in an instant, and one may not even perceive the change. That Mo Qingyan explained to Shi Nianjing. Now, Shi Nianjing had absorbed meteorite fragments, further enhancing his strength, yet to transcend to the 4th tier would require. Chapter 225. The Endless Tunnel. As he spoke, Mo Qingyan beheld the tunnel entrance ahead, realizing the convoy was to pass through it. Watching the light gradually dim, he chuckled and added, Captain Shi, if the Yunnan base were to launch a full-scale assault on the Ezhou base right now, do you think the base could withstand it? Why do you say that? Now is hardly an opportune time for conflict, is it? I am merely speculating. If this missile is indeed aimed at you, I would certainly strike the Ejo base simultaneously upon learning of your departure. Although Mo Qingyun maintained a smile, it bore an unsettling quality that left Shi Nianjing uneasy. Chapter 226. Fourth tier. Inside the tunnel, Mo Qingyun disembarked from the vehicle. The convoy halted, and Yang Xiuran followed suit. The tunnel enveloped in an eerie silence. Xiao Yu sensed the direction of the airflow, and Mo Qingyun instructed his sister. Without any warning, the tunnel remained unchanged. Upon entering, they did not notice anything amiss, and it was only after a prolonged passage that they realized they had not yet exited the tunnel. Mo Qingyun's first thought was of a dungeon, yet he could not dismiss the possibility of a powerful psychic ability, user-inducing collective hallucinations. Chapter 227. Battle in the tunnel. Use the two-kick technique. Standard firearms won't suffice. No, the tunnel is too narrow. Utilize the anti-material weapon. Confusion ensued among the rear personnel. If they were not enhancers, they would need to deploy the anti-material weapon after extending the bipod. An action not all could execute while wielding such heavy weaponry that I'll handle it. By the time you set up, everyone will be dead. A second-tier enhancer seized the anti-material sniper rifle, aiming at the fourth-tier hunter. A tremendous blast echoed from the muzzle, the large-caliber bullet striking the fourth-tier hunter's head. Chapter 228. Activate the spotlight. Another rocket propelled into action. The shockwave from the explosion reverberated through the tunnel. The obstructing vehicles obliterated as they surged forward towards the flames. With a resounding crash, they collided with an unseen object that is not a vehicle. It is a claw. The talon pierced through the front windshield, resulting in the immediate demise of both the driver and the passenger. That on one side stands a fourth-tier claw, while on the other looms a fourth-tier predator, with both routes completely obstructed, leaving no avenue for escape. This is a tunnel, offering no alternative directions for flight. The hunter feasts upon the corpses outside, while some of the semi-conscious individuals are jolted awake by the agony that in Chapter 229, a rather foolish incident unfolds. He does not elaborate on the true function of the meteorite fragment. He merely provides a method, suggesting that discovering a way to survive and obtain the reward would be the most favorable outcome. With the presence of fourth-tier dangers, a commensurately greater reward should be expected. The enforcers Xiao Yu and Yang Jing all closed their eyes, driving forward with their eyes shut, disregarding everything else. Humans may falter in a straight line, but vehicles can maintain it. Accelerate. The faster, the better. Everyone obediently complies, and Yang Xiuran, the driver, instantly shuts his eyes as the speed of the vehicle escalates. Even if they collide, fastening their seatbelts would afford some protection. In Chapter 230, Fear, the connection between the two vehicles is severed once more. Regarding Mo Qingyun's fluctuating demeanor, Shi Nianjing has little to say. He understands that Mo Qingyun is merely cautious of the potential existence of mutated zombies. Such behavior reflects a profound lack of security. Although Mo Qingyun is by no means weak, why does he consistently exhibit such a vigilant demeanor? The urban landscape of the vehicle feels akin to another compartment entirely. Illuminated by lights, Shi Nianjing gazes at the vibrant lights, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Are there still people here? In Chapter 231, Loneliness, he speculates on the killing patterns of the mutated zombies. Do they strike directly at human heads? Or do they manifest under specific conditions? They have yet to encounter any mutations. Was it mere fortune, or did they avoid hidden conditions? In a short span of time, he is unable to discern any patterns. And the personnel from the base have already suffered significant losses, with over 30 fatalities, nearing a casualty rate of 45. There are no surplus individuals to test the patterns. They can only attempt to explore. As possessing the meteorite fragments instills them with a sense of confidence that in Chapter 232, Fourth-Tier Claw, by afternoon, Yang Xiuran awakens to find Mo Qingyun anxiously seated nearby. It appears that another individual has joined them, seemingly present yet invisible. Were it not for the anomaly of powers, he might not have noticed. Xiao Yu, activate your abilities and see if there's an additional person. Mo Qingyun murmurs softly, motioning for Yang Xiuran to remain vigilant. They have encountered invisible zombies before, but only in the 5th tier, unless it is a case of a stealth-oriented ability, user turned zombie. In Chapter 233, 3 escape from the instance if all else fails. Yang Xiuran still possesses a meteorite fragment, and he knows what to do. Had Xiao Yu's fragment not been left in the villa, They would have forcefully extricated themselves by now. Mo Qingyun carries Yang Jing, leading the way. Since the enforcers are covering the rear, he must ensure the safety of the enforcer's sister. Xiaoyu and Captain Shi trail behind, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters that I end their desperate flight. Mo Qingyun exerts every ounce of energy, feeling as though every cell in his body is activated, even sensing his own frantic heartbeat. They must move faster. I end Chapter 234, Cunning. Mo Qingyun, along with Xiaoyu and Yang Jing, returns to reality, seated in 2 different vehicles. They remain in the same positions they occupied before entering the instance. Even the previous vehicles exist in reality. However, not the entire convoy is present. Within the pitch-black tunnel, only these 2 solitary vehicles remain. Get in, Mo Qingyun urges, suppressing his physical discomfort, ushering the 2 from the rear into the same vehicle, taking the driver's seat himself. Yang Jing dozes in the back seat, while Xiaoyu occupies the passenger seat. I end Chapter 235, Risky Maneuvers. He is open to any method, believing it might indeed offer a solution. Cover for me while I charge out to decapitate the higher-ups of the Dian province base. Is that your plan? Zhou Shintong laughs, quickly stifling his amusement. I acknowledge that a 3rd-tier awakener possesses strength. But just you alone. What can you achieve? Or perhaps with that girl from Yugua, Guan Yuelong. We must try. Mustn't we? If it fails, I perish. You can still lead the others to safety. Yet if it succeeds, the base will. In Chapter 236, Bloody Angel, the encampment is distanced from the battlefield, providing a concealed position, aligning with the command center strategy. Lightning flickers in the night. Had it not been for the sand, which merely numbs, he could induce widespread paralysis. Those awakened individuals attempting to hinder their advance are subdued by Gao Yuan's formidable gravity. Lin Fei and Chao Chuan accelerate, transforming into 2 shadows amidst the darkness. However, the military's offensive at the Dian province base intensifies unexpectedly. A massive breach reopens in the wall, and tanks begin to advance. Shun Zihan, reeling from the impact, rises from the ground, unable to continue mending the barriers. I end Chapter 237. Discovery. Lin Fei, under the cover of night, navigates through the battlefield. Chao Chuan fails to reach the rear encampment and is shot mid-crossing, illustrating the inevitability of death. Bursting into the encampment, he observes the empty interior, swiftly realizing he has been deceived. This is no enemy command center. It is a ruse, a bait. It is now too late to reach the enemy's command center. What now? Lin Fei turns back to survey the battlefield, contemplating whether he could employ that tactic to overwhelm them. I end Chapter 238. Meeting. After uttering these words, Mo Qingyun succumbs to unconsciousness, having exhausted his powers within the instance and briefly regained consciousness. He ultimately succumbs to exhaustion from prolonged driving. When he awakens, he finds himself in a hospital room in the central district, with Su Cece lying on the adjacent bed, likely also suffering from power overexertion. Lin Fei sits before Mo Qingyun, his expression complex, yet he manages to utter a simple thank you. Had Mo Qingyun not acted swiftly to eliminate the command hierarchy of the Dian province base, even if he had detonated half the battlefield, there would still be numerous chaotic forces surging towards the base. I end Chapter 239, The Color of Death. Lin Fei comprehends Mo Qingyun's intentions that he has already experienced this in a past life. Mo Qingyun has no intention of sparing anyone, especially not the higher-ups. That he would kill them all. If there were 1,000, he would indeed slay 1,000. Yet Zhou Shintong still prepares to negotiate among various factions. Issues resolved at the negotiation table are preferable to those that escalate into conflict. Following a moment of silence, the 3 resolve to remain quiet, needing only a brief respite before they can swiftly depart. Even after the recent battle, as Zhou Shintong orchestrates a strategic retreat, I end Chapter 240, The People of Dian Province Base. Mo Qingyun's vehicle comes to a halt first. They do not need to assault the Dian Province Base immediately. However, it is surmised that Lin Fei and Zhou Shintong will encounter no resistance. This is not because the armed forces of the Dian Province Base have been entirely eradicated, but rather because such actions hold no significance. Once the army closes in, missiles become unusable. As the current leader of the Dian Province Base, they can largely secure their interests through negotiation. I end Chapter 241, The Conference Room Purge. Most survivors, after achieving self-sufficiency, choose to establish their own factions rather than joining others. They prefer to be a rooster among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes. Being a local sovereign is far more comfortable, than being a subordinate. They are acutely aware of this. However, for those bases with official backing, they opt to disseminate information via broadcasts. Should any survivors be fortunate enough to learn of their existence through the broadcasts, they would likely find a way to converge upon the survivor base, provided they can enjoy superior material and social resources within the base. Otherwise, they cannot. In Chapter 242, Consolidating the Dien Province Base. Should the host launch the missiles personally, it would still count towards their points. However, the system advises the host to consider that in the apocalypse, each missile launch diminishes their stockpile. The current level of industrial civilization makes it exceedingly difficult to manufacture new ones. Thus, until human industry is restored, the system does not recommend such actions. The system's warnings are serious, calmly analyzing the pros and cons, urging Lin Fei to make his own decision in terms of long-term interests. Possessing missiles is far more advantageous than launching them directly. Their primary function is to serve as a deterrent that if one wishes to stand on equal footing with the northern bases, missiles are essential. In Chapter 243, Guan Yuelong's Predicament, the highest-ranking official remaining in the Dien Province base has joined the Yizhou base, significantly aiding the upcoming zombie extermination efforts that Mo Qingyan once again stands beneath a high eave. Observing the scattered houses as the rain begins to fall. "Brother, I brought the package. The meteorite fragments are all inside. Bring them all. They may prove useful." Mo Qingyan listened to the intensifying sound of the rain, as the mountains and forests before him gradually became obscured. All that remained was to wait for Lin Fei to fulfill the conditions and eliminate the zombies. He was uncertain how he would return to that instance, as it all depended on the outcome. Chapter 244, Zombie Extermination Operation. The rain ceased, and the sun shone brightly. Their preparations for action began as they located an exit from the city, setting up heavy machine guns and artillery at a higher vantage point. Explosives were strategically placed along the roads. The next step was to draw out the zombies. Lin Fei moved swiftly, knowing that to rescue Captain Shi, time was of the essence. Mo Qingyan instructed by Xiaolu to drive the vehicle to an elevated position, allowing them to survey the entire battlefield. Was it really Captain Lin himself who would attract the zombies? Bai Xiaolu couldn't help but admire this young man who was not much older than himself. Chapter 245, The Dragon's Breath. It was a massacre without discrimination, whether ordinary individuals or those who posed a potential threat to Mo Qingyan. All perished in that incident. The base would undoubtedly investigate the incident, but regardless of the truth, the crucial point was that the Li father and son were dead, and the deceased would bear the weight of all sins. Mo Qingyan was uncertain if he would ever commit such acts again, as it depended on whether he could ensure his own safety. However, once such a deed was done for the first time, a second would inevitably follow. It was merely a matter of time before he would pursue his objectives again. Chapter 246, Lin Fei achieves his goal. Gunfire mingled with the torrential rain. The soldiers were drenched, yet Lin Fei remained solemn as he gazed at the corpse before him. With sufficient firepower to suppress the threat, he was not concerned about the second-tier walkers breaching their defenses. His true worry lay with the third-tier and mutated zombies capable of tearing a hole in their lines as he observed the steadily increasing system points. Lin Fei felt a conflict within himself, a sense of guilt as if his own selfish gains were compelling others to risk their lives for him. Although acquiring points was also for Shi Nianjun, he ultimately found himself unable to exploit the situation as Mo Qingyan had. Chapter 247, System. I love to tell little lies. This was far better than being utterly unprepared. The zombies had evolved to possess claws, indicating a progression towards hunting humans, whether one was an enhancer or a superpowered individual. Facing a clawed adversary required utmost vigilance, as these creatures could easily overpower even those of a lower-tier boss. "Will my brother be all right?" Yang Jing inquired, glancing at Mo Qingyan, who was driving. "I cannot assure you of that. But my advice is to prepare for the worst," Mo Qingyan replied calmly. Chapter 248, Shi Nianjun being pursued. Meanwhile, within the instance, Shi Nianjun and Yang Xiran had returned to land. They were aware that the ocean was relatively safe. Yet here, it felt lifeless, devoid of any fish or creatures. After losing an arm, Yang Xiran's wound showed no signs of infection. Rather, his healing was remarkably rapid, surpassing that of ordinary humans, and the two continued walking side by side. Mo Qingyan left you behind in the instance. "Do you have any complaints?" Shi Nianjun casually asked Yang Xiran. "What is there to complain about? The boss made the right call. Given my condition, I wouldn't have fared well outside anyway." Chapter 249, 4-tier crystal core mine. A sense of imminent danger surged through Shernyenjin, causing adrenaline to flood his system. With a swift motion, he drew the railing from his remaining arm and plunged it into the body of a 4-tier hunter. Retrieving his military knife, he entered a berserk state. Moving with such speed that he became a mere shadow in an instant, he struck 4 times, dismantling the limbs of the hunter. As the blade sliced through the foul-smelling flesh. He showed no signs of stopping. He was determined to obliterate this beast completely. Chapter 250. The plump and slim combination. If Lin Fei were to become like this, he would need to devise a method to confine him, ensuring he could neither take his own life nor escape. Lin Fei bore his troubles in silence. The existence of the system was tied to his greatest secret, one he could not divulge to Mo Qingyun. Yet, even with Mo Qingyun merely standing behind him, he could feel a chill running down his spine. That I have nothing to hide. Lin Fei turned to face Mo Qingyun, meeting his gaze earnestly, seeing the sincerity in Lin Fei's eyes. Mo Qingyun was convinced that the person before him was still the Lin Fei he knew, that if he had nothing to conceal, then the crystal core. Chapter 251. Finding Yang Xiran. The issue was that Captain Shi and Mo Qingyun were entirely different. Mo Qingyun's somber demeanor alone was enough to instill psychological pressure in others. For those familiar with him, it was manageable, but for strangers, it often elicited a more cautious response. When he wore glasses, he appeared more approachable, but since his whitening, Mo Qingyun had forsaken them. His gray-white pupils emanated a chilling aura that if he resembled the blind lady, perhaps he wouldn't seem so intimidating, but he was indeed a fearsome individual. Brother, our old car is missing, and the street shows no signs of damage. Chapter 252. The key room. Where is Lin Fei? Mo Qingyun questioned his sister. He disappeared. Just like before, he said he was searching in his own way. Mo Qingyun responded that there's no need to wait. Lin Fei must have brought meteorite fragments, right? Yes, he did. Mo Qingyun nodded. Quickly search these houses for any remaining boxes that be ready to use the meteorite fragments to escape the instance if danger arises. Mo Qingyun instructed, glancing back at the vehicle. The meteorite fragments are in the car. Xiaoyu, teach these two how to use them. Chapter 253. Wind chimes. Like a puzzle-solving game, they finally uncovered a few distinct clues. The wind rustled the chimes outside, creating an unexpectedly chilling atmosphere within the room. Xiaoyu, can you step outside the house? Mo Qingyun suddenly asked. Why? She replied, puzzled. In case of danger or a predicament, we cannot both be at risk simultaneously. One of us must remain outside, so if I encounter trouble, at least you can come to my aid. Mo Qingyun explained calmly that he was uncertain of what lay ahead. Chapter 254. The reflection of the real world. I don't know. I only remember he killed my father, my sister, and me. The little girl replied that Mo Qingyun, frightened, hid behind Mo Qingyun, for those words were too eerie. Then why are you in this world? The dead should not exist. Mo Qingyun continued to probe. Yet the ghostly figure before him seemed to possess the intellect of a mere 4 or 5-year-old, utterly unable to comprehend Mo Qingyun's inquiries. The golden-haired girl persisted. Can you help me return to my father and sister? Where is your sister? Mo Qingyun asked. Chapter 255. Resting at the rainy base, the 4 returned to the Izhou base. Yang Jing and Yang Xiran had already arrived. Yang Xiran's arm injury remained untreated, though Captain Shi had already recovered and soon resumed his duties. When inquiring about Su Cece, it was not that she refused to treat Yang Xiran, but rather that his arm exhibited remarkable regenerative qualities, akin to that of a lizard, slowly regrowing. At this rate, within 3 months, Yang Xiran's arm would fully regenerate. The summer rain felt somewhat. Chapter 256. Harboring grudges. Who? Lin Fei began to rapidly recall individuals he might encounter from his past life. If it involved the Yuhang area, the only person who could garner Mo Qingyun's attention would be Brother Tian. In his previous life, Brother Tian had spent the longest time with Mo Qingyun, yet ultimately left the base out of disappointment. Such a person, Mo Qingyun sought him out again merely to exploit his strength. At Brother Tianzong. Lin Fei lifted his head, his gaze meeting the smiling Mo Qingyun. Look at you, quite perceptive. Yes, I had Yang Xiran take him out. Chapter 257. Guan Yuelong's heartstrings. However, upon reflection, Mo Qingyun wasn't so detestable. This man always seemed to find the best rhythm, even adapting to his pace. Resembling an old acquaintance, that he consistently grasped his emotions and preferences perfectly. When he had something to say, he would talk endlessly, Yet during moments of inner turmoil, he would fall silent and withdraw that I harbor a significant secret. But I do not wish to share it now. When you are willing to marry me, I shall reveal it. Mo Qingyun lounged casually in his chair, exuding an air of leisure. Chapter 258. The Northern Water System Enhancer. Mo Qingyun donned a fresh white leisure outfit, his white hair contrasting against the rain, making him all the more conspicuous as he stood beneath a black umbrella. After a brief discussion with Zhang Xinjue, he successfully retrieved his vehicle. However, their conversation was somewhat dull with just the two of them. So he decided to involve some muscle and Miss Shun, as she seemed to have a budding interest in the muscle that he first sought out Xin Zihan. Xin Zihan, would you like to go out with Yang Shiran? Just the two of us? Xin Zihan looked at Mo Qingyun, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Chapter 259. Song ends a formidable individual, nearing the 4th tier, and almost approaching the 5th that I Qingzhao's emotions had clearly taken a downer. She was acutely aware that these individuals were likely here for her. Seizing control of the Yizhou base was but one objective. Another was undoubtedly to seek her out. Damn it, they were nothing but a bunch of perverse characters. Mo Qingyun drove toward the Yizhou base, knowing they must prepare the personnel there in advance. Otherwise, allowing such a character to enter the base would be akin to having a knife poised at one's throat, with the decision to kill resting solely on the assailant's whims. Once a person wields absolute violence, it becomes a matter of life and death. Chapter 260. The inevitable demise. The 3 Titans soon arrived. As Operative 01 had already reached the outskirts of the base, Commander Sure, may we have a word? The female operative stood before the base's entrance. Though her tone was conciliatory, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Both sides were on the brink of confrontation, each striving to restrain themselves. With the intelligence provided by Mo Qingyun, the base had also made adequate preparations in advance. Let us talk then. Shi Nianjun permitted them to enter the base. He was never afraid to relinquish his power. His only concern was the potential betrayal of those living in the lower echelons of the base. Chapter 261. The disparity. This time, they had departed from the northern base with ample manpower, driven by 2 main objectives. Yet presently, neither aim could be fulfilled due to the formidable adversaries present at the Yizhou base. Perhaps a more diplomatic approach could be employed to sow discord within the Yizhou base. But at this moment, its power structure was far too solidified, resembling an ironclad fortress. Only the loss of one among the 3 could create a power vacuum. Operative 01, you previously investigated this matter. Do you believe the purge of Yizhou's high-ranking officials was orchestrated by Zhou Xingtong? Song Ends inquired. Chapter 262. The state of the base. Within the Yizhou base, no consensus had been reached regarding the recent events. It appeared as though there was an attempted coup, yet they had abruptly retreated. Shi Nianjun suspected Mo Qingyun might be the reason behind the northern base's decision to withdraw rather than instigate a conflict. However, he refrained from questioning this matter, as the base's development would require considerable time, and transactions among bases needed to commence, given that certain regions possessed unique resources absent elsewhere. The reconnaissance team sent out earlier had also indicated. Chapter 263. The icy treat. We now have tanks, and there are drivers within the Dian province base that I propose we aim even higher and extend our reach, perhaps securing 1 or 2 oil refineries first. Zhou Xingtong rested a hand on the desk. Such decisions ultimately required Shi Nianjun's approval, as they might necessitate long-range operations. The primary concern was that their forces were too distant from the refineries, making any attempt to extend their influence fraught with risk. The remnants of the industrial system were too enticing for others to ignore. The calamity had struck so unexpectedly during the first year. Most individuals were still. Chapter 264. The sweltering heat. The oppressive heat of summer rendered one utterly lethargic. Mo Qingyun, relying solely on the base's intelligence network to gather information about the zombies, had no desire to venture outside. On such scorching days, one ought to recline in the shade and take leisure. The sweltering weather could incite irritability, yet within the base, a peculiar calm prevailed, as no one wished to move. Even if they desired to take the next step, they would have to wait for Yang Shiran to recover, which would not occur until autumn. Recently, personnel from the northern base have been notably active in Yizhou. Chapter 265. Mo Qingyun's past ambitions. With his eyes closed, Mo Qingyun dozed in a rocking chair, his thoughts drifting back to the past. During that time, the rift between him and his sister remained insurmountable, compounded by the chaos of the Flesh Eaters' rebellion. helplessly witnessing death unfold before him. Even if he were to strive from this moment forth, it might already be too late. Did I end this apocalyptic world? He had lost everything that once brought him inner peace. Training had merely become a justification for survival. Otherwise, as a solitary individual, he might be prone to thoughts of giving up, yet he yearned to live. After the collapse of the Ejo base, Chapter 266. What nonsense are you saying? Regardless of whether adversaries could eliminate those in power, it sufficed for it to be known that enemies had infiltrated. Tianzong would handle everything for him. He was the most reliable enforcer at his disposal. Yet, no matter how meticulously crafted a plan may be, flaws would inevitably arise. Unbeknownst to Mo Qingyun at present, the more intricate a scheme, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Someone had unraveled Mo Qingyun's scheme and sought to relay this information upward. However, Mo Qingyun had indeed overlooked this. By the time he realized the impending disaster, Li Qingzhao had already dealt with those individuals. This triggered memories of the first, Chapter 267. Li Qingzhao's grave condition by the time Yang Xiuran regained his strength. It was already autumn that Mo Qingyun was preparing to venture out with Yang Xiuran and Xiao Yu, as the base's intelligence network had unearthed a recent development. Animal corpses exhibiting signs of zombification might appear in the southern Yi region. The base will be entrusted to you, Yang Jing. Ensure that DRDLI is protected. Lin Fei had departed the base a week prior with Guan Yuelong, likely to attend to his own affairs. The emergence of additional instances in this world would only increase. And Lin Fei undoubtedly possessed information known solely to him. Mo Qingyun was also privy to a wealth of information. But these revelations. Chapter 268. The pterosaur hatchling driving the ambulance was Bai Xiaolu, with Shun Zihan in the passenger's seat. Observing the young Bai Xiaolu, who drove skillfully despite his age, Mo Qingyun recalled how he had previously served as his driver. Rest assured, I drive swiftly. We will certainly arrive early. Bai Xiaolu maneuvered the ambulance along the nearly deserted highway, where speed limits were unnecessary. All that was required was vigilance for any debris on the road. Bai Xiaolu, I must say, I didn't expect your driving skills to be quite commendable. But at your age, can you even hold a driver's license? Chapter 269. Plunging into the river, the pterosaur extended its claws toward the trio. Yang Xiuran had assumed a claw-like form, but after the claws swept by, he collided forcefully with the guardrail of the overpass that if he could bring this creature down from the sky or subdue it, Yang Xiuran possessed the capability to eliminate this mutated zombie in an instant. However, the primary challenge lay in the pterosaur's rapid assault speed, diving swiftly and slashing with its claws, causing Yang Xiuran to crash into the guardrail. The current pterosaur was not yet fully mature. Its head, Chapter 270. The decaying woodlands, uncertain of how far the water has carried us. Let us take a break. If Xiaoyu is clever, she should follow the river to find us. We merely need to wait. Mo Qingyun shed his clothing and retrieved a lighter, shaking off the water. The lighter still functioned, and a feeble flame flickered to life in the darkness. They were situated in a decayed woodlands area, where stepping further in would reveal drier timber suitable for kindling. They found themselves at a water bay, where the current was gentler, allowing various debris, such as wooden planks, to gather. Chapter 271. Genius or madman? As they followed the river upstream, Mo Qingyun drained the last of the water from his hand. The murky water from yesterday had noticeably calmed. Along with the driftwood, human corpses floated downstream, capturing Mo Qingyun's attention. Activating his abilities, he confirmed they were not zombies, merely human remains that if there had only been one or two, he would have deemed it inconsequential. But as more bodies drifted by, it was evident that their time of death had not been long. Corpses submerged for an extended period would become grotesque. Yet these, Chapter 272, losing the sky, losing the ocean, Mo Qingyun lit a cigarette and approached the man in the white coat. Tell me your worth. What research findings do you possess? These will determine your fate. He is indifferent to the plight of those confined within cages, for their lives and deaths bear no significance to him. Instead, he perceives the value of this man, having already glimpsed some of his research. Though the man's methods may be deemed radical and insane, in terms of research progress, he undoubtedly stands ahead of To label him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Bringing this individual to the north holds immense value, Musen pondered. Chapter 273. Distinction. After the scouts at the northern base established contact with nearby teams via the vehicle's radio, Musin found no further need to linger. The state of the world could no longer deteriorate. Even animals were now susceptible to the zombie virus, with mutated forms such as pterosaurs and griffins continually emerging. The birth of these mutations, akin to other variants, typically results from the gathering of corpses, forming mountains of flesh and blood, from which powerful aberrations arise. The mutants that crawl from the heaps of bodies are far more formidable than ordinary zombies. Chapter 274. Arrival in the North. Humans had ceased to be regarded as such, having been reduced entirely to mere resources, or rather, considered burdens by those in power. Individuals deemed devoid of value would be completely abandoned. As there was no shortage of labor, many failed to comprehend Shenzhen, even within the current Ezhou base, where the disparity in material conditions between the higher-ups and the common folk was not as pronounced, naturally leading to discontent. Musin, possessing a modicum of privilege, merely enjoyed a slightly more comfortable living, indulging in a few extra meals at the small cafeteria. However, the northern base was entirely different. Those lacking capability were treated as livestock, left to starve. Chapter 275. Commander Li of the North. As twilight descended, Musin instructed Yang Xiuran to halt the vehicle, preparing to enter the northern base. Musin had been here in a past life, making him quite adept at navigating the surroundings. He contacted the Ezhou base in advance, knowing that coordination would require Zhou Xingtong's intervention. Otherwise, who would recognize Musin? Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Yang Jing and the others had been left unattended, with the northern base showing no inclination to engage with them. After receiving Dr. Li, they had ceased any proactive communication with these individuals. Musin, accompanied by his entourage and sister, made his way through the residential area. Chapter 276. Choices. Do you know who the person you sent here is? The middle-aged man continued to inquire to Dr. Li. She instructed us to call her that, although she claimed her name to be Li Qingzhao, which is clearly a pseudonym. Musin replied calmly. The current situation necessitated that he respond earnestly to every question posed. Should the other party wish to eliminate him here, it would be as simple as instructing the hidden song ends to take action. Beneath the facade of tranquility, Musin's mind was tense, calculating how swiftly he must act to preserve his own bloodline. Chapter 277. The vultures of justice. An unusual silence enveloped the ward. Musin sat vacantly by the window, uncertain whether his feelings were for the resilient Li or if he regarded the enigmatic Miss Li as his spiritual anchor. He recalled Li's earlier mention of herself and Yang Xiuran being failed experiments. It seemed evident that Li represented the successful subject. You are the successful experiment, correct? Musin confirmed. Indeed, Mr. Mu, she affirmed to be. By the way, Commander Li is your father. Chapter 278. Contacting Lin Fei before personally verifying the matter. He had gleaned some understanding of the time constraints associated with this ability, that it could handle unforeseen circumstances, yet it was powerless against the latent dangers that had long been buried. He could not return to the onset of the events. I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourself, of course. I will leave a young lady for you. Musin chose to disregard further conversation, focusing on the resources at his disposal, namely the navigation plan and the maintenance of roads across various regions, which could unveil more instances. Each instance presented uncertain rewards. If he were to wait until his return. Chapter 279. Lin Fei's murder instance. What instance? A 1,000-person murder instance, which will likely commence in about a month. If you wish to collaborate with me, we must gather sufficient manpower. Xiaoyu will not suffice. Are you bringing Guan Yuelong? Lin Fei replied negatively, while Guan Yuelong proactively declined. I'm sorry, Lin Fei. I cannot. It seems we must seek another individual. However, I can attempt to reach out to Song Ens. His strength could greatly assist us. Musin instinctively reacted against the notion of the murder instance upon hearing Guan Yuelong's response. Chapter 280. Song Ens' vulnerability. After a brief investigation into the base and Song Ens' circumstances, he learned that Song Ens had a brother currently residing in a sterile room, which explained his compliance with the northern base. They had allocated significant medical resources to his sibling. With such leverage in hand, they could more boldly nurture him. Otherwise, an uncontrollable awakener would invariably pose a threat. Realizing this, Musin swiftly sought out Song Ens, for if he could recruit him onto the pirate ship, the rest would follow suit. Chapter 281. The corpse nest. However, given the clear rejection from the other party, Musin was reluctant to press further. After all, Guan Yuelong was brought back by Lin Fei, and he had no authority to issue commands regarding his arrangement that as for Captain Shi. He felt it would be straightforward to handle, requiring merely a display of desperation. He would surely shed tears, and it was hard to believe Captain Shi would refuse. Even if it were an act, as long as it was convincing, Shi Nianjing would acquiesce. Are you certain there is a possibility of curing my brother's ailment? I cannot guarantee rewards with absolute certainty. This is merely Chapter 282, the emergence of flying zombie mutants quickly dispatching the zombies. Muzin gazed upward at a colossal ellipse at the summit of the meat mound, the birthplace of mutated zombies. Creatures resembling flesh embryos seemed to sense impending danger. The fleshy walls of the ellipse ruptured, and after a struggle, a pterosaur mutant appeared before them. Due to its juvenile form, its head bore a resemblance to that of a bat, resembling a canine visage that is considered viviparous or oviparous? Song Ens questioned as he annihilated the pterosaur mutant before him. The gestation of zombie mutations lacked true significance. Chapter 283. Common interest residing within the hospital. Dr. Lee faced little risk of assault. Yet she harbored another concern: the potential presence of an infiltrator from the Earth Guardians among the northern base's upper echelons. Muzin placed himself in the position of the Earth Guardians leader. Proclaiming, "I am a prophet. I awakened my extraordinary abilities prior to the cataclysm and can foresee future events. Thus I began my preparations in advance. I am somewhat mad. I believe this to be a divine blessing. The occurrence of the cataclysm has purged humanity, which I interpret as Earth cleansing itself of mankind. Therefore, I must eradicate all." Chapter 284. Koyi's defection after waiting 3 days at the northern base. Commander Lee once again met with Muzin. The outcome of this discussion was quite straightforward, likely due to Song En's prior revelations. "Are you truly confident?" Commander Lee inquired, gazing at Muzin. "Certainly, for even I cannot conceive of a better plan." Muzin replied earnestly. "Provided that Commander Lee grants approval, arrangements for Song En's timing could be solidified." "Very well, I can agree to your proposal. Should it fail, you will not receive a second chance, of course." Chapter 285. Praising the God of Earth, such an explosion, under stringent control of explosives, could not have occurred without oversight. The prevailing speculation is that ordinary individuals have consumed zombie crystal cores. Yet the distribution of these cores is also tightly regulated that if the explosion originated near the walls, it is likely that someone from outside breached them. Although there are guards stationed and patrols conducted, there are inevitably opportunities for infiltration. Quickly ascertain the cause of the explosion. Inform Minister Zhang to prepare rescue supplies, while you, Colonel Zhou, remain in the inner district, and please notify Muzin. I shall head to the outer district to assess the situation. Shi Nianjing acted swiftly. Chapter 286. Unnecessary worries on the expressway. Muzin and his entourage received news from the Ezhou base. Cultists had attacked the base, and Kui had fled, all of which had been anticipated by Muzin, though he would not admit to foreseeing such a possibility. What remained to be seen was whether Kui could survive within the Earth Guardians. Her fate was now an unknown, and he had not formulated any plans. Merely hoping that one day this woman might prove useful. A day later, Muzin and Yang Shiran returned to the Ezhou base, where the damage was extensive and repairs were still ongoing. Chapter 287. The river flows long at that moment. The office door swung open, and Zhang Xinjue, having completed his tasks, entered to report to Shi Nianjing, only to sense the tense atmosphere upon stepping inside. What has sparked yet another quarrel? Zhang Xinjue set aside the documents in his hands and slowly sank into the adjacent sofa. Zhou Xingtong could only helplessly recount the situation once more, hoping for a reconsideration. With his hands pressed against the table, his emotions were evidently agitated. What if Shi Nianjing truly left? What would become of our base in the event of a Tier 3 attack? Do you wish to see the inner region purged once more? Chapter 288. The dungeon opens early on the vast northern prairie. Lin Fei had completed his mission and was preparing to return. He inquired of the system in his heart. "Do you have a way to directly revive Dr. Lee?" "Certainly, it will cost 10 million points," came the system's reply. "10 million. Where would I possibly acquire such points? I still have outstanding debts." Lin Fei was utterly perplexed. Last time, a dungeon only cost a mere 100,000 points. Now, slaying a Tier 3 zombie merely yields 100 points. Opportunities to command large-scale operations are rare. And with the system's sporadic daily tasks, it was a meager sum. Chapter 289. Who is the warlord? ignoring Song In's, had an Alii previously been with him at the southern base. According to Alii's report, the South has now cultivated awakened beings of Tier 5 and above. Have you witnessed the strength of a Tier 5? We have yet to behold it. The difference between 1,000 and 10,000 is a staggering 9,000. His large hands slammed onto the table. Due to Li Youwei's poor decision-making, a warlord capable of rivaling the northern base had emerged on the land of Huaxia. Such a warlord was one he wished never to see again, and he adamantly refused to compromise with the South. Zombies are external chaos. The struggle for power is internal strife. The world has long since been turned upside down. Chapter 290. Is there anyone willing to speak the truth? The ambush team was under the control of Mo Qingyun. You intend to kill us. You even buried explosives. Mo Qingyun categorically defined the situation, denying them any chance of evasion, that he could eliminate them at any moment. But he needed to clarify matters first. Who sent you? Shi Nianjing asked the soldiers on the ground. The individuals present remained silent. Soldiers are sworn to obey orders. Yet as professional soldiers, their confidentiality is cultivated over time. No one uttered a word. Chapter 291. Does power overtake all? In the prolonged silence, it symbolized the severed heads. The surviving young men did not stand up, remaining dazed on the ground. He had believed that if he spoke, no one would die, but in the end, he was the only one who survived. Doubts began to plague him. Had he made a grave mistake? Had he been the cause of everyone's demise? After a long silence, Shi Nianjing offered a cigarette to the young man, while Yang Shiran carefully stored away the remote detonator, unwilling to be blown to pieces. Did I want to bury the captain and the others first? Mo Qingyun and Lin Fei had already driven off. Chapter 292. Brother Xiao Jie. Brother is leaving to carry out a mission. You must obediently take your medicine and eat. Song In spoke to his sterile room brother. His eyes filled with affection. His rebellious long hair no longer seemed so bothersome. Brother, this food is terrible. Can I have ice cream instead? The little boy stood up, gazing longingly at his brother. That is something you must ask the doctor. What I say doesn't count. Song In shook his head. He wouldn't indulge his brother recklessly, for that could cost him his life. Chapter 293. Escape from the sewers having mapped out the route. They swiftly ran towards the drainage passage at the bottom of the reservoir. Although the hunter's speed had slowed, it returned to the wall, still intent on pursuing Mo Qingyun. Go eat people. Humans are far tastier than I am. Beast! Mo Qingyun executed a sliding maneuver to evade the hunter's pounce and entered another drainage channel. Turning back to shoot, that he produced an incendiary device to block the passage and quickly departed. Flames blazed fiercely, obstructing the drainage path, and the hunter did not dare pursue through the fire, evidently instinctively wary of the flames. Chapter 294. Little Beast the three continued to argue while Mo Qingyun switched on his flashlight. With a loud crash, he kicked open the wall, that he stepped through the breach, the light illuminating the darkness. The sudden appearance of Mo Qingyun left the three in tension. Who goes there? A man looked toward Mo Qingyun, preparing to use his abilities to attack, only to find his body had lost control. Since Mo Qingyun dared to appear so brazenly, he had clearly assessed their strengths. 2 men, 1 girl, and 1 injured. Chapter 295. Pitch black darkness. However, Lin Fei quickly realized something was amiss. These 2 natives were flesh-eaters, having transformed into enhanced flesh-eaters. They now surrounded him, 1 in front and 1 behind. After a brief encounter, claw marks appeared on his arm, the flesh-eater's claws tearing into his skin. All of Lin Fei's supplies were stored in the system space. He chose not to retreat there, as he did not believe he would be defeated. It seemed that remaining idle was no longer an option, that he once again gathered flames and charged toward the individuals before him, transforming into a conflagration that exploded, clearing the obstruction. Chapter 296. Deep underground in the pitch-black space. An armed squad appeared, outfitted entirely in American gear, wearing night vision goggles. They boldly turned on their lights. Evidently having established a camp, their .1 golden-haired man held a recording device. This is the Avon team. Currently conducting our daily log. I am Captain Avon Camille Smith, that we have arrived at the underground city, which we have determined is divided into surface and underground areas, with considerable human architecture underground, yet lacking any operational lighting. Chapter 297. Avon Camille Smith, he furrowed his brow, cautiously retreating without immediately launching an attack. After all, He was not the kind of ruthless killer Yang Xiran was. Nor did he possess the multilingual capabilities of Mo Qingyun. Retreat. Sure, Nianjing was aware that the other party might have insulted him, yet he was unprepared for conflict. Mo Qingyun had not conveyed the matter clearly to him. He had merely mentioned a high-difficulty dungeon, that it was only as they neared the dungeon that he realized it was a killing dungeon, that he had consistently opposed and detested indiscriminate killing. Yet this time, it was a matter of murder. Chapter 298. A week's time, a week passed. After 7 days, Mo Qingyun discovered a tunnel that might lead to the surface. However, uncertainty loomed over whether the tunnel was monitored. If he did not turn on his flashlight, he could easily be ambushed by hidden foes in the darkness. His power sensing range was limited to 250 meters, while bullets could travel far beyond that range. If someone concealed in the dark possessed night vision goggles, it would pose a significant danger to him. There were no regulations stating that only one team could enter such dungeons. If the opposing side had military backing, it was highly probable that there was more than one team. The secret of the meteorite. Even if discovered, Chapter 299, collaboration with Operative 01, he had never been one to show mercy. He knew not who was above him nor from which country they hailed, but they certainly were not his teammates. When the horn sounded, he heard the language of Huaxia. The northern base would likely not send someone to follow him. Mo Qingyun moved cautiously, intending to observe the two individuals. Once he confirmed their identities, regardless of whether they hailed from the same land, whether conflict ensued would depend on their attitude in this place. He was not one who relished killing. Thus, he rarely took lives before taking a life. Chapter 300, commencing assembly. Lin Fei arrived at the signal tower in the dungeon center. This time, luck was not on his side. He had been dropped in the dungeon's peripheral area without any means of transportation, having traversed the journey on foot, which consumed an entire week, that if they could swiftly reach the signal tower, they should be able to complete the surface assembly within 3 days. Their group was lightly equipped, not carrying high-powered launch devices. Those wishing to broadcast signals in this dungeon could only utilize the existing equipment, and what he could ascertain was merely the signal before him. Chapter 301, Maleficent Forces. Greetings. Yang Xiran has already claimed enough lives, certainly exceeding the count of 2 hands combined. Although he struggles to fully comprehend the words of the young man before him, he remains unhurried in his response. The youth grips his katana tightly. His prowess lies in swift slashing strikes. Since he entered this realm, he has dispatched numerous foes, yet the white-haired man standing before him exudes an unsettling aura of invulnerability, instilling an acute sense of peril. It feels as though the very instant he draws his sword, he would be struck down by the man before him, that he cannot afford to proceed any further. Chapter 302. The first phase. Plague at the signal tower where Lin Fei is stationed. No one has yet arrived, while Yang Xiran stands atop the highest point of the instance, the cathedral. Inside the cathedral looms a towering statue of an angel, 6 pristine white wings unfurled, wielding a massive sword, standing resolutely upon the ground, its eyes eternally closed, head bowed in solemnity that a fortunate gap in the roof allows sunlight to cascade down, illuminating half of the angel's visage. Yang Xiran lingers not, for he has glimpsed the signal tower on another mountain through the cathedral's opening. Lin Fei should be within, that he must hasten to rendezvous. Mo Qingyun accompanies 01. Chapter 303. Song ends is still en route. It turns out Lin Fei's broadcast was indeed accurate. This downpour poses a significant problem. Can't someone come to pick me up by car? Are they all overly confident in my safety? Song ends mutters to himself. Within the group, no one is likely to proactively concern themselves for his well-being, as he is undoubtedly the strongest among them. Yet the dilemma lies in his unfortunate luck. Walking along the riverside road, he has yet to encounter any viable means of transport. The prospect of traversing on foot is impractical. Glancing at the relative coordinates, he ponders how this differs from walking from Magic City to Kyoto. Chapter 304. Tunnel Conquest. I am Mo Qingyun. The entrance is under attack. If you receive this message, please converge at the target point swiftly. Mo Qingyun shuts off the communication device. Reinforcements have arrived. Mo Qingyun disembarks the vehicle and strides into the tunnel, greeted by a cacophony of gunfire. He understands that this squad cannot be armed with excessive ammunition, as most of it is merely for self-defense, rather than an actual need for a substantial supply. At this moment, Operator 01 has also resurfaced from the underground realm, solely to gather and analyze data from this world. Chapter 305. Defending the tunnel right. Once it darkens further, those inside the tunnel will lose visibility, as will we, allowing us to charge in with our firearms. However, those within are undoubtedly skilled marksmen. Caution is imperative. What if they possess night vision equipment? Regardless, I've deduced from the gunfire that there are at most 5 individuals inside. Merely a small squad that we shall shoot towards the direction of the gunfire. But we must remain vigilant of the awakened. Excellent. Although the crowd outside is yet to reach 200, the numbers are still substantial. Chapter 306. Carnage in the tunnel. Blood splatters the tunnel as a white figure erupts from the flames. Wherever its claws sweep, human bodies are cleaved in twain. Blood and entrails litter the ground, and the scent of charred flesh pervades the entrance. They cannot afford to eliminate everyone, as time is of the essence to pursue those who have fled. As long as they can eliminate those obstructing the tunnel, the rest outside can be dealt with at their leisure. Yang Shiran's speed is astonishing. Each strike is executed as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Monster. The crowd gazes in terror at Yang Shiran, even among their ranks. Chapter 307. Investigation by Operator 01. Lin Fei responds directly, stating that he has not located Captain Shi. It is possible he remains underground, rendering his coordinates undetectable. Song In's is too far away to reach in time, and he must find his own way. Even without coordinates, he should still be able to discern the tunnel's guidance. Mo Qingyun nods. If Lin Fei is hastening to the underground tunnel, they certainly cannot wait for Song In's that if they delay any longer, the tunnel may be irretrievably lost. Continuing to guard the tunnel presents a valuable opportunity. Yet assistance is required for Operator 01's investigation. The tunnel's fate is of little consequence, as eliminating threats remains paramount. Chapter 308. Jiang Yuhao. Meanwhile, in another section of the underground tunnel, a tattooed man rushes in with 3 subordinates. Flashlights in hand, the tattooed man, their leader, appears exceptionally furious. Jiang Yuhao, find that person and kill him. The tattooed man bellows in anger. They encounter Shi Nianjun, who initially intended to return to the surface through the tunnel to seek out Mo Qingyun and the others. But the exit he arrived at is controlled by the H-country forces. This underground city is not insignificant, yet it is by no means vast. Chapter 309. Searching for Song In's. Lin Fei is determined that he cannot allow Song In's to perish without clarity. They might not even recover his body afterward. Mo Qingyun, on the other hand, is indifferent. If he dies, so be it. The original intent in bringing him along was to assist, and should he be unable to contribute, losing his life is merely a stroke of bad fortune. Song In's brother is not his own sibling. He has no investment in the lad's survival. Let us attempt to contact Captain Shi first. If that proves futile, I shall remain here with Yang Shiran while you search. Mo Qingyun reclines back on the bench. Song In's cannot simply give up now, or they risk losing their chance at the prize. Chapter 310. Such heaviness the rain intensifies, pooling around Song In's knees. He has little strength left to sustain his extraordinary abilities, and his body burns with heat. Were it not for his tenuous grip on consciousness propelling him forward, he would likely collapse. Once more, Mo Qingyun's voice crackles through the radio, igniting a flicker of hope in Song In's eyes. Finally, he remembers him, for otherwise he would surely falter. Throughout this journey, not only has he failed to see a vehicle, but he has encountered not a single living soul, nor any semblance of life. Anything capable of being slain to restore his strength remains elusive. Chapter 311. Without strength, without dignity, it's just the two of us taking turns driving. At this rate, by the time we reach our destination, it may very well be a day later. Simply driving will require at least 16 hours. Lin Fei replies that I'll rest for a while. After 4 hours, it will be my turn. That I'm feeling somewhat unwell. That Mo Qingyun admits, feeling discomfort. This rain, although not particularly cold, is summer weather, and being drenched feels refreshing, especially since they are sheltered from the downpour in the vehicle. The issue lies with the surface's rules. These regulations are perpetually in effect, thus they are subjected to ongoing weakening. Unless they kill, they cannot hope to regain their strength. Chapter 312. Returning underground, they alternate driving. Yet Mo Qingyun begins to feel a tingling sensation in his body, an abnormality likely stemming from the influence of the rules. His limbs are growing increasingly numb. Lin Fei is not faring any better. He struggles to hear Mo Qingyun's words, resorting to shouting each time they attempt to communicate. Lin Fei, you drive. My hands and feet are going numb. I can't continue like this. Driving any longer could lead to dire consequences. Mo Qingyun realizes they cannot remain on the surface any longer. The impact of the rules is becoming increasingly severe. They have only just arrived on the surface. Yet, Chapter 313, the second phase. Value, however. He cannot fathom the opponent's true intentions, nor does he wish to engage in conflict here. The terror of this tunnel far exceeds their expectations, with the number of lives claimed being twice their own. Lin Fei and Mo Qingyun exhale in relief. They realize that the vehicle is not Yinjin's, but rather a product from within this instance. Operator 01 brought an external vehicle into the instance, while the one present was evidently driven by others. Now, all three of them are severely weakened. Mo Qingyun's body is numb, his limbs nearly immobilized. Though he can still utilize his extraordinary abilities, his body's inability to move significantly hampers him. Chapter 314. Capturing a target. Having successfully rendezvoused with Yang Xiaoran, Lin Fei stands beside him. At this moment, Mo Qingyun feels no pressure. All that remains is to find someone for Song Ins to eliminate. In terms of kill count, Song Ins has only one confirmed kill, while Mo Qingyun has dispatched a mere 13, most of whom met their end during the tunnel skirmishes. However, this has an advantage. They will not draw attention. While Lin Fei and the others cannot possibly conceal themselves or execute stealthy maneuvers, that Mo Qingyun glances at the surface display. Chapter 315. Captured by end circumstances may alter a person, yet that is no justification. No matter the reasoning, it cannot excuse wrongdoing. Guilt must be met with punishment, and mistakes acknowledged. This is the law. One cannot simply let someone off the hook because they are pitiable. Such sentiments echo hollowly, akin to saying, he is quite handsome. Let us spare him. Did I end this narrative? Those who manage to survive and traverse the tunnel are either extraordinarily fortunate or ruthless individuals. Yang Xiaoran and Lin Fei remain behind to look after Song Ins. With their prominent presence, it is unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to approach this vicinity. Chapter 316. The golden-haired swordsman Mo Qingyun and Yinjin returned to the riverside sewer. Having captured a person, their vehicle was parked outside, where Lin Fei and his accomplices had already dealt with the fourth-tier hunter within the sewer. The hunter's lifeless body had been transformed into a pyre, now ablaze while Song Ins lay unconscious nearby. Yinjin tossed a comatose Caucasian man beside Song and Mo Qingyun, utilizing his powers, compelled Song Ins to rise, placing a dagger into his hand, instructing him to aim for the man's throat, assuring that he merely needed to let gravity do its work to end the man's life. The sound of approaching vehicles echoed through the sewer once more. Chapter 317. Song In's skill. Aiden felt perplexed. As a water-type ability user, even if they were the same tier, it was rather fanciful to believe he could be defeated merely with these water orbs. However, Song Ins quickly proceeded, retrieving a jar of diamond sand from his backpack and scattering it into the air. The water orbs swiftly engulfed all the diamond sand, and in a rapid motion, all the moisture was compressed into exceedingly fine threads. Swirling at high speeds, one water thread pierced Aiden's body, instantly transforming into a crimson line of blood. Aiden immediately sensed something amiss. This was an attack reminiscent of a water blade. Chapter 318. Encircling Zhang Yuhao, the vehicle sped through the underground city, eventually locating a residential area comprised of standalone buildings akin to small villas, with a supermarket nearby stocked with supplies. The supermarket stood in stark contrast to the surrounding structures, devoid of any dust, its shelves pristine as if newly arranged, regardless of whether the supplies could be replenished. They were sufficient to sustain them until the end. After a night's rest, Mo Qingyun awoke once more. Before the rules tightened further, they were not entirely devoid of options. They still had the opportunity to hunt those ranked on the leaderboard. Chapter 319. Letting him go? This time, eliminating that individual would prove to be quite a challenge. Perhaps upon returning to reality, they might encounter each other again, but that would likely be far in the future. You brat, can't you understand human words? Little Shiba. Mo Qingyun's words echoed in the young man's ears once more. The chilling voice returned. Zhang Yuhao, faced with death, finally regained some clarity, at least no longer quaking in fear before his demise. The man before him had not immediately taken his life, thus presenting a glimmer of hope for survival. That my name is Zhang Yuhao. I will comply with whatever you ask of me. I do not wish to die. Chapter 320. Pursuing Aiden, the vehicle once again halted outside the residential area, and the 5 individuals disembarked one after another. They could not pursue the individuals one by one. If those people congregated, the situation would be easily resolved. Yet, under normal circumstances, those individuals would prefer to evade rather than gather together. With around 500 people scattered throughout the underground city, stalking them individually would consume an excessive amount of time. It would be wiser to await the tightening of the rules, allowing them to prioritize targeting those on the leaderboard. What do you think the American will do next? Chapter 321. A new alliance. The deceased could only consider themselves unfortunate. The dead would not pursue any grievances. Moreover, Mo Qingyun was thoroughly familiar with the mental characteristics of those he knew well, making it unlikely for him to mistake them unless he were to lose his own sanity. Within a 200-meter radius of the vehicle, any controlled organism would receive but one command: to commit suicide. Meanwhile, the golden-haired man brandished a dagger, cutting into his own wrist, letting the blood cascade into a nearby building, his body colliding with the table, causing it to tilt. Chapter 322. The child Aiden Camille Smith and Sato AI teamed up, adopting a strategy to rally more individuals, a move fueled by Aiden's desire for vengeance. Mo Qingyun was acutely aware of their tactics, but would not squander time pursuing the duo. Given that Sato Mei's faction possibly had additional allies, they would continue to grow, at least to a level of combat strength comparable to their own, before the American would seek to exact revenge on Mo Qingyun. From a strategic standpoint, Mo Qingyun's group was at a disadvantage. Aiden merely sought to retaliate against Mo Qingyun to the fullest extent, while Mo Qingyun's objective was to seize control. Chapter 323. The dawn that comes but once in a lifetime. However, this awakened individual clearly surpassed their control, as a barrage of gunfire was thwarted by an invisible barrier, with no bullet managing to touch Song and Jie. His breakthrough speed was phenomenal. As he continuously traversed multiple sectors, he sprinted forward, mere moments away from breaching the outer city wall, where he could finally behold the world beyond. Whether it be desolate mountains or muddy terrain, it would be a sight he longed to see. The weather had grown frigid, snow having already fallen, as this region lay in the north, where the heavy snowfall arrived earlier, and the cold was more biting. The child ran barefoot toward freedom. Chapter 324. Garca. In the murder instance, the number of survivors continued to dwindle, yet the leaderboard showed no signs of change that N01 desired to find themselves on that list. In such exposed circumstances, they were entirely on the defensive, each person meticulously monitoring their kill count. As a month elapsed within the instance, the leaderboard remained static, although Mo Qingyun and his companions attempted to hunt Aiden and Sato AI. The latter continuously led them in circles, never affording them an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, on the surface, an individual named Garca, a cannibal. Chapter 325. Phase 3. Devotion. This posed a paradoxical dilemma. To kill was to be listed, and once listed, it became increasingly difficult to take another's life. Phase 3. Devotion. The rain ceased. Become the most devoted follower of the divine. Prove your worth. The pestilence has vanished. The announcement echoed in everyone's minds, rendering the rules of Phase 1 obsolete, as did those of Phase 2, that they returned to the initial state of hunting, unable to swiftly pinpoint an individual's location, just as their adversaries could not locate them. Damn. Once more, these riddle-like rules. Must it not be straightforward? Chapter 326. Do you believe in God? Mo Qingyun, Lin Fei, Yang Xiran, Shernyanjin, and Song En secured one of the tunnels. They stood in the midpoint of the tunnel, having not turned on the lights, fully enveloped in darkness, that as long as anyone approached within a 250-meter radius, Mo Qingyun could exert immediate control. The act of killing could be executed by any among them. They waited in silence, anticipating the arrival of their prey, their minds devoid of thoughts concerning the rules. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate more individuals was their foremost priority, having dispatched over 20 individuals. The ensuing. Chapter 327. Li Tianwen, seeing Mo Qingyun's brow furrowed deeper, Shernyanjin felt compelled to divert the conversation, casting his gaze toward the cicada wing pendant hanging from Mo Qingyun's neck. An impressive piece of craftsmanship. What do you have hanging around your neck? It looks quite exquisite. This? It is a cicada wing pendant. It holds significant importance to me, hence I wear it constantly to Mo Qingyan tuck the pendant back beneath his clothing. Typically, this pendant rested against his neck, hidden beneath his attire, rendering it largely unseen by others. This time, he inadvertently allowed Captain Shur to glimpse it, though Captain Shur remained unaware of its true significance. Chapter 328. The Burning Church. After a period of travel, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, following the ridge upwards until they beheld a dilapidated church. Mo Qingyun led the way, with Yang Shiran trailing closely behind, followed by the others. Upon entering the church, the vast interior revealed nothing but decaying moss and traces of rainwater erosion on the floor, lacking any particularly unique features. He had initially anticipated something more extraordinary about this place, perhaps that the rain would not penetrate it or that the statue of the deity had vanished. However, the imposing statue remained in place, leaving Mo Qingyun somewhat disappointed. Chapter 329. False information. Mo Qingyun and his companions had already descended the mountain from the other side, perfectly avoiding the monstrous creature that was heading towards the church. The vision of the flesh-eater was now distorted, everything bathed in crimson. Though his affliction had not abated, his condition had ceased to deteriorate further, thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities that kept him alive. Instinct should have compelled him to seek out fresh human flesh. Yet the divine will guided him towards the church, a place he had never seen before. His respiratory passages were choked with viscous phlegm, and each breath felt like drawing air through a dilapidated bellows. Chapter 330. The grasslands. After a while in the dungeon, Mo Qingyun instructed Lin Fei to halt the vehicle. They arrived at an expansive area. An endless expanse of grasslands, devoid of anything that could obstruct their view. There was no longer a need for them to conceal themselves. Under such circumstances, even if they refrained from taking the initiative, others would inevitably seek them out. Survivors from across the map had congregated in this vicinity, either underground or in the areas outside the tunnel. The church stood out prominently, and Mo Qingyun ordered Lin Fei to set it ablaze, intending to draw everyone's attention. They could still see the distant mountain peaks. Chapter 331. The extreme evil of humanity. Sir, I wish to discuss a negotiation with you. Do you truly possess a means to escape this dungeon? A woman approached Mo Qingyun and his group, speaking fluent Chinese. Indeed, we do. However, what reason do we have to share it with you? It would be more pragmatic for the last survivors standing to leave. Mo Qingyun replied with a cold sneer, neither denying nor elaborating his stance, instead opting for a method that would intensify the conflict. They would have to engage in battle. It was only through combat that more individuals would be drawn in, despite their condition worsening through the fray. Yet, even if injured, it mattered not, for the scent of blood would attract. Chapter 332. Enmeshed in combat, let us confront them together. I shall create opportunities for you. The crowd on the periphery had found a new target. Hope for survival was now within reach, and to relinquish it could mean the loss of ever having another chance. The sentiments of the others aligned at that moment. While some still fled, the majority prepared to fight to the death against these Huaxiao individuals. That Mo Qingyun stood at the heart of the battlefield, inhaling the air thick with the scent of blood, charred remains, and a faint hint of earthy fragrance. He closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit within a radius of 100 meters. Should they win this battle, the subsequent victories would surely follow. Chapter 333. Bloodshed. Witnessing a man cleaved in two. Those behind him were left in shock. How could this be? He was not a psychic ability user, with such physical prowess truly characteristic of one from that realm. A white figure wove through the crowd, each strike of the blade executed with precision. Observers from afar seemed to discern two equally ruthless individuals. One was Mo Qingyun, and the other was Shi Nianjun. Their rhythm and combat techniques bore striking similarity, suggesting both hailed from the Huaxia military, possessing a martial background. Shi Nianjun faced 5 third-tier, awakened beings simultaneously, yet he did not falter. Chapter 334. Crisis. After clearing the area, Mo Qingyun collapsed, while Shi Nianjun stood beside him, guarding against threats. The scene was no longer as chaotic. The ground was littered with corpses, yet the third-tier awakened beings remained standing. Had it not been for the flesh-eater, Song Ends could have swiftly finished the cleansing. However, now he was ensnared, forced to face 30 opponents alone, naturally finding himself at a disadvantage. Lin Fei, I heard from Mo Qingyun that you also possess cleansing abilities. That if we continue like this, we might end up dead. Can you give it a try? Chapter 335. Resurrection of the statue, what shall we do now? The man asked, looking towards Sato AI. We can leave at any time, but Mr. Iwan has yet to concede. And I do not wish to break my promise. So let us wait and see that if we were to simply eliminate him, perhaps we would have already succeeded. Sato AI observed Shinyinjin before her, instinctively sensing the threat despite him not yet making a move. Keep your distance, she advised, recalling the Huaxia youth who had vanished before their eyes, uncertain of his whereabouts. The greatest concern was that, aside from the white-haired man, another figure lay on the ground. Chapter 336. The Murderous Dungeon. They hid and evaded, like mice lurking in the shadows, while those on the ground suffered the wrath of the statue. The appearance of the statue had grown even more bizarre. The fourth-tier flesh-eater had merged with its form, the native head now situated within the statue's abdomen. The once pristine statue was now stained with blood, its surface marred by festering lesions, as though it were no longer a mere stone effigy, but a living, breathing entity. Unsurprisingly, all beings on the ground faced indiscriminate slaughter. Iwan utilized his powers to escape, ultimately returning underground, having salvaged his life. Chapter 337. The flesh and blood statue, however. Mo Qingyan held a different perspective. If this truly was a dungeon requiring a riddle to be solved for passage. They had squandered considerable time, even throughout the month of recuperation, not pondering the matter. Regrettably, Lin Fei was absent, leaving him unable to discuss it. The golden-haired man, Mo Qingyan suspected, would not succumb easily, according to Captain Shi. The statue had been revived. The statue's size was considerable. Merely stepping upon it could potentially crush a person that if they were ultimately to confront that statue, the challenges would escalate significantly. Chapter 338. The walls of the hospital, the four waited patiently. And during the ensuing period, they encountered no further enemies. Silence enveloped them once more, the aftermath of the grand battle weighing heavily upon them, and Mo Qingyan awaited the restoration of his body. Currently, it was known that two fourth-tier beings existed. Even if Lin Fei employed his self-sacrificial technique, Mo Qingyan doubted the fourth-tier flesh-eater would perish easily. Yet they were indeed free from pursuit, indicating that the ability user capable of pinpointing their location had perished. Many had lost their lives in that great battle. It was implausible to ascertain every identity. Chapter 339. Dream within a dream. I find your words quite reasonable. The crux of this matter may lie within that hospital. Thus far, aside from the church, we have not discovered a second relevant location, and this hospital aligns well with the characteristics of the dungeon that he had previously harbored suspicions, contemplating that this dungeon was not merely a slaughterhouse. This massacre resembled a sacrificial offering, and it was highly likely that a monstrous entity might awaken, akin to that massive, pure white statue that it was incomprehensible how an entire month had elapsed. If the next time they slumbered, they found themselves, Chapter 340, dreaming of battle in the darkness. Mo Qingyan clutched a flashlight, sitting in a hospital bed. The hospital remained eerily quiet, and no one was present, and time seemed normal, yet he still needed to ascertain the reality. Do you experience nightmares? Mo Qingyan inquired of the three beside him. Shinyinjin and the thug awoke from their dreams in succession. The thug was sweating profusely. Boss, I had a nightmare that pushed me forward a month. Do you all experience nightmares? Captain Shi looked at Mo Qingyan, puzzled. Chapter 341. The fundamental rules of the dungeon next. All that was required was a throw from earth, and he could slay Song Ends. This Song Ends offered no reply, but engaged him in battle, utilizing water currents to inflict harm, albeit with a somewhat dazed demeanor, his actions exceedingly mechanical, far from what a person should exhibit. In just one exchange, the battle concluded, and Yang Xiaoran was surprised by his own strength, as he had not anticipated such ease. He believed Song Ends would be more formidable. However, upon observing the surrounding structures, his astonishment deepened. The buildings appeared vague and indistinct, yet the melting cream. Chapter 342. Fourth Stage. Pseudo-deity Yang Xiaoran watched as the buildings around him gradually became clear in the light. The previously blurry structures were illuminated, dispelling the darkness with successive beams. Once more, he lunged at Song Ends, weaving a dense web with intertwining water lines, yet it was unable to withstand Yang Xiaoran's claw-like strikes. Following the bloody clash, the Song Ends before him was cleaved in two to boss. Why is there suddenly light? Wasn't the underground lighting broken? There's no time to explain. Follow me, we need to bring a few young ladies to the surface. Chapter 343. The conclusion of the dungeon. What is happening now? Song Ins pulled out the four and stood up. That it was similar to the dream. The golden-haired man had arrived, and the statue had appeared. But it was attacking the golden-haired man, that if he were the last survivor, there would be no need for us to intervene. This dungeon should conclude, that Mo Qingyun explained, stretching his body. After a month of inactivity, he felt somewhat discomfort. In truth, they did not wait long before hearing the notification sound. The golden-haired man seemed to have abandoned his quest for vengeance. However, that did not signify death, as those in possession of meteorite fragments could forcibly exit the dungeon at any moment. Chapter 344. The king's coronation. The cold wind whistled. Winter nights had arrived. This was the moment before Mo Qingyun had fully transformed into a flesh-eater. I stood in the wind. Everything seemed to be improving. Yet she was still destined to die. How much longer could she endure? Coughing softly, tinged with a hint of crimson, she gazed at the bloodstains in her palm, unwilling to succumb to death just yet. A long-haired man stood behind her, dispatched by the northern base to retrieve the experimental subject before him. Song Ins, would you grant me one final wish? The woman removed her glasses, her voice laced with desperation. Chapter 345. The eruption of conflict. Mo Qingyun found himself beside her, both listening to the cacophony beyond the city walls. That it appeared a horde of zombies was launching an assault, which came as a surprise. Logically, the armed forces of the northern base should have been capable of eliminating the threat before it materialized. Yet here they were, with the zombies already at the walls, mounting a fierce attack on the northern base. The tear of an angel, a disposable tool, was the reward I sought. That a slight smile graced Mo Qingyun's lips, only to fade quickly. This reward seemed random. They lacked the authority to make selections, meaning that both Song Ins and the others were likely implicated. Chapter 346. The tempest. From the outset, Mo Qingyun roused the sleeping Song Injie, who overheard the conversation between him and Song Ins, thus grasping the unfolding situation. Others sought to procure life-saving items, but he considered it a waste merely to use them for healing. It was evident that saving lives should take precedence. That he understood his brother's deep affection, yet this was not the way. He could not simply dash out as in a dream. Song Ins felt the strength drain from his body, gradually kneeling against the door, his nose tinged with bitterness, his voice quavering with suppressed sobs. Yet his brother genuinely desired to take her along. Chapter 347. Loss of control. Song Ins departed the hospital alongside Mo Qingyun, with Mo Qingyun trailing behind. Brother, did you have a quarrel with Xiao Ran? Little you followed closely, despite the brevity of their earlier dispute. Such tension had never been present before. No, it was merely a slight disagreement. But this time he will heed my words. Prepare for bloodshed, Mo Qingyun replied as they advanced. This time they were halted outside, having not encountered the man named Li Yuwei. Mo Qingyun felt no further need to see him. Chapter 348. The rescue of Dr. Li. Orders were swiftly issued, and the armed forces of the northern base began to assemble, needing to staunch the tide of the undead at all costs. Lest everyone perish, after extensive development, the northern base had amassed a population of at least 200,000. If the situation spiraled out of control, it would lead to utter chaos. It is essential to note that prior to the cataclysm, the permanent population of Kyoto was around 20 million. Thus, their 200,000 seemed scant in the apocalyptic landscape, yet it was the largest among all survivor bases. They had refrained from further absorbing survivors, understanding that they must first ensure they could sustain a larger populace. Chapter 349. The four-stage sacrificial technique. Mo Qingyun, you must take me to find Lin Fei. Song Ins called out from behind him. He had adhered to their agreement, assisting Mo Qingyun in infiltrating the research facility, dismantling the cameras, and neutralizing the awakened ones assigned by the base. That as an instrument, he had proven himself capable. Dr. Li had evidently regained her strength. Mo Qingyun's tools had been employed, necessitating a search for Lin Fei. Failing to do so would imply Mo Qingyun had lied, leaving him with no retreat. As a traitor, he could no longer expect support from the northern base, and his brother remained trapped in the sterile room. Chapter 350. A glimmer of hope. In due course, it might become necessary to take lives, to enact a thorough cleansing of the northern base. Otherwise, how could Song Injie survive? Dr. Li appeared to perceive the darkness within Mo Qingyun, yet she remained silent. Regardless, Mo Qingyun's actions were driven by a desire to save her. Those zombies might have been released by him to distract the northern base's armed forces. She furrowed her brow, pondering that Mo had never inquired about her stance or whether she consented to the northern base's experiments. Did he not fear that she would come to despise him for it? Chapter 351. Sibling dispute. Ropes were cast down from the city walls, and the four descended. Shi Nyingjing was intercepted by them. Captain Shi, have you seen Yang Shiran? Mo Qingyun initiated the conversation, eager to seize the upper hand, as his third-stage powers were insufficient to confront Song Ends directly. Shi Nyingjing frowned, tension thickening the air. Mo Qingyun, what is your connection to this matter? What matter? Mo Qingyun feigned ignorance that he had indeed allowed the zombies in, but without evidence, there was no need to confess. Beside him, Song Ends broke the silence. Chapter 352. The cleansing concludes. Dr. Li leaned in and kissed Mo Qingyun gently. That I cannot offer you comfort. I hope this brings you some solace. Mr. Mo, what shall we do next? I don't know. I haven't given it much thought for now. Let us attempt to avert this catastrophe. It seems we must once again take to flight, my dear. Mo Qingyun replied, a cough of blood escaping his lips. Do you require my assistance? Though I am not particularly adept in combat. Dr. Li accompanied Mo Qingyun toward the front lines. Just ensure your own safety, he urged, quickening his pace. He could have easily fled. Yet Chapter 353. Dawn Song In stood outside the sterile room, awaiting the dawn in silence. That he had already explained the use of the angel's feather to his brother. It necessitated experiencing a death. And he feared that such an event might leave his brother with psychological scars. Thus, he entrusted the decision to his sibling. Once his brother resolved to act, he would be ready to proceed. As the first rays of light pierced the base, the child made his decision. Brother, please kill me. I wish to see the world outside. The dawn's light glimmers in the child's eyes as he gazes upon the world beyond, where tempests have yet to arrive, filled with anticipation for a demise. Chapter 354. I am Li Munian. The northern base possesses sufficient capacity. Within its management framework, there are none among them that if one were to enact a slaughter, it would necessitate the extermination of all from top to bottom, which is evidently unfeasible. This differs greatly from the Ezhou base, where even if the higher-ups were eliminated, the presence of 3 individuals would still maintain order, for they command ample credibility. The northern base, however, is comprised entirely of strangers. Song Ends does not hold significant status, merely a blade, dispensable and thus easily cast aside. Dr. Li followed Mo Qingyun as he departed, previously perplexed by the reasons behind it, and equally baffled as to why Mo Qingyun would expend such effort. Chapter 355. 30 years of turbulence. They wandered on, the snow growing deeper. The surrounding cities had been scoured by the northern base, devoid of vast hordes of corpses, save for scattered remnants of zombies. Most resources had been relocated, yet many items remained untouched. Mo Qingyun and Li Munian sought warm clothing within an abandoned shopping mall. The disordered space was thick with dust, and the walls bore the scars of gunfire, remnants of past battles. With a resounding crash, Mo Qingyun shattered the counter with a fire axe, retrieving a creamy white hand-woven scarf from within. Chapter 356. A night in the mountain village, To this day. He had yet to meet the Pope, uncertain whether he had not returned to the Earth Care Church, or if the Pope had already discerned the marks upon him. Yet, Mo Qingyun was acutely aware that his brainwashing of Ku was a matter he would never disclose to anyone. It remained an eternal secret within his heart, one he had never revealed to another soul, and would not do so in the future. Ku was akin to a dagger concealed within a dark sheath, never to be drawn, that Mo Qingyun would not even entertain the thought. Yet on some future day, should that woman unleash a fatal strike. Chapter 357. Resource Exchange. The following day, the two resumed their journey. The cold was biting, yet fortunately, the road remained devoid of snow. Had a layer of snow settled upon it, their motorcycle would have been rendered inoperable. The sky was overcast, the sun hidden behind clouds as Mo Qingyun rode forth. Aside from the zombies, they encountered no other souls. Human activity in winter is markedly diminished. Humanity had long since departed from the age of slash and burn, rendering winter hunts unnecessary. In the distance, individuals lay in wait, guns in hand, cautiously entrenched in the snow, though their intentions were not. Chapter 358. Moving forward. should his enhancement enable him to directly eliminate a controlled target. His strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Just as he could command vast numbers of ordinary zombies, the very same ordinary zombies found it difficult to take their own lives, incapable of simply thrusting a claw into their own flesh. Thus, when confronted by large hordes of zombies, he generally employed one of two strategies: either commanding powerful variants to clear the area or allowing the ordinary zombies to devour one another until incapacitated or dead. He was acutely aware of his weaknesses, primarily the limitations of his control. Chapter 359. The Zhao national team, that as dawn broke, Mo Qingyun awoke once more. After a simple breakfast, he gathered his belongings, preparing to venture into the city. He sensed he was but a hair's breadth away from ascending to the fourth tier. Compared to the intense emotional upheaval required to break through to the third tier, the transition to the fourth felt almost inevitable. His primary focus remained on the zombies of the third tier. At this level, unless faced with exceptionally formidable variants, they stood little chance against Mo Qingyun's mental control. Leaving the motorcycle behind, the two continued on foot. Chapter 360. The Remnants of the Dragon. They must be nearby. Footprints were still visible, and their motorcycle lay parked outside. They had undoubtedly entered the city in search of supplies. Caution was urged by the squad leader to his subordinates. As he lit a cigarette, standing amidst the snow, he inwardly lamented the situation. In the dead of winter, the base had sufficient resources, merely lacking in certain areas. Moreover, he did not fully comprehend the orders from above. The man must die. Yet the woman must live, that if the man could not be killed, bringing the woman back would suffice. Those unaware of the underlying circumstances could only speculate. Chapter 361. Finding Zhang Yuhao, dead a month later. Their supplies dwindled, and they finally discovered a human settlement. The vehicle had been damaged, forcing them to proceed on foot along the snow-laden paths. Initially believing it would be easy to locate humans within such a densely populated city, they soon realized the stark reality that in areas of high population density, human survival rates plummeted, not to mention the dwindling number of survivors fleeing northward to e-country. Upon reflection, seeking refuge in the vast expanse of the Siberian plains, with its low population density, seemed a more feasible option for human survivors. Chapter 362. The Second Henchman. The man who had previously been unconscious gradually regained awareness. Rising to his feet, his gaze filled with anger and confusion as he regarded the three. Ultimately, his attention settled upon Li Munian. Her aura captivated him deeply. With tousled hair and golden-rimmed glasses, she radiated an air of refinement, an unattainable allure. Yet in this apocalyptic world, such a woman would merely become his plaything. The mere thought stirred his desires. Ignoring the pain in his head, he reached out to seize Li Munian's hand, but before he could grasp it, a blade descended, decisively wielded by her. Chapter 363. The Military Bunker. The vehicle was swiftly repaired, and the trio climbed aboard. Instead of returning to the survivors' outpost, they instructed Zhang Yuhao to drive and assess the bunker situation. Should action be required, they would naturally select a survivor base with the most substantial accumulation. This time, their primary objective was to evaluate the circumstances and discern the makeup of the bunker, as well as whether it exceeded the range of their abilities that Mo Qingyun's powers could bypass most structures. Including dense earth, that an hour later, they halted, with Zhang Yuhao pointing towards a large structure across the way. Chapter 364. Surveying the bunker periphery. During their time in the instance, Zhang Yuhao had evidently been unaware of the correct usage of the meteorite. Uncertain whether Jean Minju had failed to inform him, or if she too was oblivious. Rest assured, I harbor no penchant for indiscriminate killing. As long as Jean Minju does not interfere, I shall not concern myself with her actions. Mo Qingyun stated, his tone suddenly sharp. But should you dare obstruct me from achieving my goals, even you, young man, would meet your end. Yes. Zhang Yuhao stammered, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel, fully aware that just recently, someone had been slain by their leader. Chapter 365. The Little Rabbit Girl. Upon returning to the human gathering place, the bodies had been cleared away. Some had fled, while others remained. The daylight had yet to fade. Yet the atmosphere was thick with fear and suspicion that Mo Qingyun led Li Munian into one of the buildings. There was little time to spare for the weak. After a brief respite, they would need to take action against the bunker. Should the snow deepen further, ascending the mountain would become increasingly arduous. Jiang Yuhao, Mo Qingyun called to the young man before him. "What is it, boss?" "Go gather the necessary materials and soothe the crowd." Chapter 366. Are your bones quite sturdy? There are no extra bowls. You'll have to use this can, Mo Qingyun said, filling a can with a serving of mixed rice, finding a clean spoon to place atop the meal before handing it to the little girl. "Go on, eat. There's a stool over here. Sit and eat." Did money and offered a small stool. The three remained silent, engrossed in their meal, until a woman burst through the door, panicked, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The child didn't mean it. Please spare her, Mom. Do you want some?" the little girl asked, holding out the can. Chapter 367. Loyalty and Valor. Mo Qingyun stood behind them, coldly observing the scene, equally indifferent to Jiang Yuhao, who curled up in the snow, a second-tier awakener. With a bit of resolve, eliminating those of the same tier should pose no challenge, and no matter how weak, one would instinctively run away, so why endure such indignities in silence? Everyone fell silent, including the man who had previously been the most vehement in his scolding of Jiang Yuhao. At this moment, even he was rendered mute that if one were truly brave, they would have intervened during Mo Qingyun's act of murder. However, with their abilities nullified, no one dared to step forward. The issue still lay within that instance. No one knew what had transpired in the instance itself. Only Jiang Yuhao returned alive, yet he too was oblivious to the events that had unfolded, only aware that the others might have perished at the hands of the Huaxiao people. It was bewildering how the Huaxiao individual had pinpointed their exact location in such a short span of time. Any rational person would harbor doubts. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Qingyun had taken an entire month to locate them. Based on the knowledge acquired in his previous life, certainly not a mere coincidence, nor a scheme orchestrated by Jiang Yuhao. "Uncle, perhaps you should inquire with Jiang once more." Chapter 368. The snow of last night. Cui Jiushuan returned to his residence, where many awaited his news that as he pushed open the door, a middle-aged man entered. "Uncle, have you returned a tad too soon?" The young man rose, for Cui Jiushuan's rapid return raised suspicions that he might not have consulted Jiang Yuhao at all. "I intend to align myself with that Huaxiao individual. He has promised to resolve our food predicament. However, we must first organize our personnel information. Those willing to remain here must unconditionally join us. For those unwilling, you may depart before dawn." Chapter 369. A smooth plan. Cui Jiushuan submitted the compiled list. This small outpost originally housed 200 individuals, yet approximately 50 fled last night, leaving a maximum of 150. Among them, only 30 were second-tier ability users, a rather paltry number. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that weaponry was severely lacking. There was hardly any heavy firepower, merely a collection of standard weapons retrieved from the police station and a few hunting rifles. "Select 20 individuals from the 30. I possess enough weapons to arm them. The remainder shall stay behind, and all actions must adhere to my directives. Should any issues arise, feel free to voice them." Chapter 370. Unrealistic expectations. Before long, Jiang Yuhao returned with the equipment Mo Qingyun required. With the press of a button, a shrill alarm reverberated throughout the camp, and Mo Qingyun gestured for him to silence it. The 20 individuals had been chosen. Due to the universal conscription in each country, those selected could be immediately thrust into combat, albeit their fighting prowess would vary. At the very least, they could operate firearms. "Uncle, distribute the weapons in the vehicle. We must set off at once." "Are there still vehicles operational in the camp?" Mo Qingyun pointed to his military jeep, which was brimming with firearms and ammunition. Chapter 371. Conversations in the vehicle. Though he possessed strength and had a virologist along with a viral specimen, these assets did not afford him an equivalent status to negotiate on equal terms with a force-wielding nuclear weapons. The minimum prerequisite was to hold similar leverage. Without conditions for equitable negotiation, dismantling a militarized base, especially one armed with weapons of mass destruction, would prove exceedingly challenging. That a single misstep could lead to mutual annihilation. The assessment of the bunker indicated a risk leaning towards the absence of missiles and nuclear arms. Chapter 372. Evolutionary Assault. 3 transport vehicles halted just outside the city. Mo Qingyun disembarked, returning to the jeep to check the fuel gauge, ensuring the vehicle would not run out of gas while attracting zombies. Everything was proceeding as planned. The 20-man team was led by Cui Jiushuan, while Mo Qingyun took Jiang Yuhao to lure the zombies. leaving Li Money in behind. The map revealed 3 routes to the warehouse district. One to the left was completely blocked, making clearance exceedingly difficult, while another led into the city. Chapter 373. Controlling the third-tier evolutionary. Don't worry. Just sit tight. I have a plan. Mo Qingyun declared loudly that moment, a third-tier evolutionary charged towards them, causing Zhang Yuhao's complexion to pale instantly. He contemplated fleeing the vehicle. Should the evolutionary collide with them, the car would likely be crushed. Just as the evolutionary was about to make contact, it surprisingly brushed past the vehicle, reaching its rear and forcefully propelling it forward, surpassing Mo Qingyun's normal driving speed. Chapter 374. Entering the warehouse district. Upon entering the warehouse district, the doctor hurriedly began to pry open the doors of various warehouses that if they could not be opened, he resorted to forcefully demolishing them with the third-tier red evolutionary. Cotton goods and various clothing items were abundant in this logistics zone, yet the warehouse dedicated to flour and rice remained tightly locked. When they finally managed to breach the warehouse door, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. Sacks of rice and flour piled high like a mountain. However, due to the passage of time, some of the grains might have become infested, as evidenced by the visible holes left by rodents in the sacks. Chapter 375. Right and wrong. If the survivors within the base were to learn that the calamity at the northern base was instigated by Mo Qingyun, a collective rage would undoubtedly arise, as they found themselves in the position of innocent survivors. Should a similar incident occur at the Ezhou base, they would become victims. People instinctively consider their own interests. Qiuxing observed the evasive gaze of the small fish and reiterated his query. It is indeed plausible that Mr. Monster has caused harm, yet I still do not comprehend why you are so furious. Have you contemplated a better solution? Chapter 376. Returning to the gathering point in the warehouse district, the necessary supplies and equipment had been loaded, and the crowd began to retreat. Mo Qingyun also returned to the vehicle. The jeep was abandoned, as one vehicle was needed for transporting people, preventing them from fully loading the supplies. Mo Qingyun maintained control over the third-tier evolutionary, trailing the convoy to manage any unforeseen circumstances. With the strength of his abilities, he could sustain control for an extended duration. Halfway through their return journey, the vehicles came to a halt. Mr. Mo, it seems the gasoline may not suffice for the return trip. Chapter 377. The unknown is the future. All right. Everyone, retract your hands. No grabbing. There is an entire truckload of supplies behind. You are all following the new leader, and there will be no shortage of provisions. He shouted loudly, yet the hungry individuals heard none of it. He could hardly manage them alone, and some still attempted to sneak and grab supplies that if one was truly famished after a lengthy period without food. It was permissible to take a little to alleviate their hunger, but they should wait for a proper distribution upon their return. Definitely do not take more than necessary. Form a line. Do you wish to be killed? Zhang Yuhao was incensed. While he would not resort to murder, Mr. Chapter 378. Management. After satisfying their hunger, they awaited the onset of night. Mo Qingyun and Li Money and settled down to sleep. Not everyone was inclined to slumber. There was a truckload of supplies left unguarded, naturally tempting them in this apocalyptic world. No one could be trusted, and it was prudent to hoard supplies for oneself in their minds, although the Huaxiao person had not monopolized the resources. He certainly did not provide assurances in a short span they had already cycled through 3 leaders. Although Mo Qingyun demanded nothing from them, his inherent aloofness was palpable. Chapter 379. Equilibrium. As Mo Qingyun articulated, no one would express gratitude for his actions. Yet these were deeds he was compelled to undertake. He had become the leader of these people, a leader that had been propped up. Should the situation deteriorate, Mo Qingyun could easily abandon them, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. His desire to seize the bunker stemmed from self-interest, not from a genuine wish to ensure their survival, in pursuing his objectives. Any other actions taken along the way were merely incidental. Mr. Mo, do you refrain from leading us because you harbor disdain for the H-country people? Chapter 380. A clear sky. The next day dawned bright and clear. Mo Qingyun summoned Zhang Yuhao. The reconnaissance robot they had prepared earlier was now ready to serve a purpose, to ascertain whether the route was passable. Prepare the equipment. I need to assess the situation. If we must act, it must be swift, for once winter passes, opportunities may dwindle. Understood, boss. Zhang Yuhao was ready. The reconnaissance robot he crafted was fully prepared. Had it not been for the need to gather supplies for winter, they would have completed this task long ago. Hey, Jiang Yuhao, do you possess broadcasting equipment? Ensure it has anti-monitoring capabilities so we can receive signals without being detected. Since there are survivors continuously arriving here, it indicates that this base is actively recruiting them. Even if the messages about receiving survivors are merely a fade, they serve the purpose of deceiving enough individuals to gather sufficient manpower. Within the confines of the bunker base, armed overseers stand atop the high walls. Among them, one man, bare-chested in the winter chill, sharp-eyed, holds a sniper rifle aimed at those being driven to labor within the compound. Chapter 383. Periphery of the bunker base. Mo Qingyun and his companions ascended the mountain slowly, following the previously established path. However, they noticed an abundance of footprints along the way, distinct from their own. The recent snowfall had obscured their tracks, leaving these new prints glaringly evident. This suggested that their plans may have been uncovered, likely due to the snow covering the surveillance cameras, prompting someone to ascend the mountain for cleanup. Boss, should we continue up the mountain? Let us not. Abandon the ventilation shaft and instead approach the bunker personnel directly that I took a cursory glance earlier, regarding the outer firepower configuration. Chapter 384. The Corpse Eaters before the Cataclysm Miss. Your friend has come to see you. The officer called out to the construction site. Friend? Where would I have a friend? If the old man intends to make me bow, he should give up now. Jean Minju exclaimed, gripping the pickaxe in her hand, ready to retaliate. Upon seeing Jiang Yuhao, her initial surprise quickly turned to confusion. She was astonished that Jiang Yuhao had survived, having expected that his character would lead to an early demise in this apocalypse. Confusion arose from the fact that he had brazenly arrived at the bunker. Chapter 385. The gift it matters not. I have no need for these external possessions, that I seek only control of the bunker. The outer zone can be entrusted to my sister. I have no interest in it, Jin Qingyan declared, articulating her desires. Jiang Yuhao stood awkwardly to the side, feeling unnecessary to interject, without delving into excessive details. Mo Qingyun discussed a time to act with the two individuals. Naturally, he could not place complete trust in them, thus ensuring that his plans proceeded smoothly under any circumstance. Chapter 386. The Elder Brother at the periphery of the bunker base. A crowd received the crystal cores, their anxiety palpable. Brother, can this really be consumed? Is it poisonous? A subordinate inquired of the person before them. They were survivors lured by the broadcast, possessing their own minor factions. Yet under absolute firepower suppression, they could hardly lift their heads, focusing solely on survival before seeking escape. However, a sudden opportunity had emerged. Someone intended to alter this dynamic, and the initiator was none other than the daughter of a wealthy family. Chapter 387. Training Jiang Yuhao. Enough jesting. In the time leading up to our action, you must elevate to the third rank, or else your words will hold no value that I have prepared the zombie crystal cores for you. All you need to do is expend your abilities and absorb them, Mo Qingyun advised Jiang Yuhao. This time, he had not left empty-handed. He had successfully employed mimicry for the first time, achieving results superior to his expectations, even managing to imitate the desired tone with further practice. The optimal way to master a skill is through repetitive use and learning during application rather than waiting until one has fully learned. Chapter 388. Exoskeleton. After a brief respite, they returned to training. Jiang Yuhao managed to procure some cigarettes for Mo Qingyun, albeit only half a pack, yet such resources were rare in the apocalypse. Cui Jishuan had arranged a spacious training area for them, appearing to be an abandoned warehouse, its previous purpose unknown, yet it stood empty, the roof intact and free from snow as a venue for combat training. It was entirely sufficient that Mr. Mo, I have a question. Many in the team are willing to serve you. Chapter 389. Ingenious tools. Jiang Yuhao hesitated, noting that the boss had not witnessed the earlier destruction. Generally, the physical strength of ability users is relatively weak, particularly that of a psychic type, that he was concerned he might inadvertently harm the boss with a single punch. Boss, are you certain? He cautiously inquired of Mo Qingyun once more. Stop hesitating. Underestimating me could lead to dire consequences. Mo Qingyun replied with a smile, tearing the bandages and cotton from his hands, that he needed to test Jiang Yuhao's limits in such a fierce manner while also gauging his own capabilities. Chapter 390. Jiang Yuhao's third rank. At the end of a day of training, Jiang Yuhao was utterly exhausted, his body bearing the marks of a rigorous session, while Mo Qingyun had not held back. He certainly had not treated the training as child's play. Since the training focused on combat skills, it aimed to prepare them for real confrontations. Injuries sustained during training would not lead to Jiang Yuhao's demise. However, in a life-or-death situation, a single moment could result in irreversible loss. After showering, he fell into a deep slumber, his fatigue so profound that he remained undisturbed even as Mo Qingyun entered his room. Chapter 391. A Group of Five, Is This All We Have? Mo Qingyun, you must be jesting. Jean Minju began to regret her decision, uncertain if it was too late to apologize to the old man. When she first encountered Mo Qingyun, she had believed his resolute demeanor indicated thorough preparation. However, merely 20 individuals? What a farce. This is sufficient. As long as we can ensure the bunker doors open, I can undoubtedly seize control of the entire base. Miss Jean Minju, please trust me. I would never gamble with my life, provided that you do not falter. Mo Qingyun explained slowly. Chapter 392. Deception outside the base's walls. Jean Minju and her companions were completely suppressed by firepower. Too afraid to show themselves, both sides had temporarily ceased shooting. Surely the people inside are no longer frightened. I have signaled them, yet they remain inactive, Jean Minju remarked, once more inserting a signal flare into her gun. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps they are still hesitating inside. Open fire to apply some pressure, Cui Jiuxuan suggested, leaning against cover to end their current situation if there were no signs of movement from within. Even 20 individuals would be unable to mount an assault. Chapter 393. Position swap. In the post-cataclysmic era, the value of human life no longer seemed paramount. The advantages of collective gathering diminished. And awakened individuals grew increasingly powerful, widening the chasm between them and ordinary people. Perhaps in a decade or so, ordinary humans and awakened beings would become two distinct species, as no equilibrium could be reached between the two. Mo Qingyun firmly believed in this notion. He had always thought humanity might face extinction in this era. Though somewhat pessimistic, this perspective was more conducive to survival. Yet, many lives had been lost. Chapter 394. Surrender? Do you enjoy laughing? Then I shall sever your tongue. Mo Qingyun exclaimed, delivering a kick that shattered Jean Qingyun's teeth, dislocating his jaw and tearing out his tongue, which he subsequently sliced off. Pain consumed Jean Qingyun entirely. He could neither laugh maniacally nor speak, the sensation of suffocation filled with the metallic tang of blood overwhelming him. As he watched Jean Qingyun writhe on the ground, Mo Qingyun refused to waste any more time, swiftly decapitating him and discarding the head to confirm the impossibility of resurrection. Let us proceed. Li Munian. Mo Qingyun continued into the tunnel. Chapter 395. Dignity. As long as you depart, we shall not trouble you. However, if you insist on initiating the self-destruction protocol, we will be compelled to take action. The subordinates firmly restrained the old man, as this bunker represented a rare sanctuary amidst a world overrun by zombies. Release me. Ultimately, the elder relented, gesturing for his subordinates to step aside as he made his way toward another corridor. Ensure the general's safe exit. If questioned later, state that the general has already fled. Naturally, the others were apprehensive and took care to escort the elderly man far from the bunker. Chapter 396. Van Gogh's Starry Night. With the highest authority in the bunker usurped, the remaining structure remained unchanged. Although Jean Minju's tactics appeared somewhat inexperienced, the original management of the bunker base still recognized her. Cui Jiuxuan and his associates, serving as external support, provided Jean Minju with the backing she required. The power dynamics had not shifted drastically. Rather, an external force had been introduced that in the short term, neither side anticipated any disputes or conflicts, as the bunker housed sufficient supplies for 200 individuals, rendering unnecessary any immediate expansion of the outer base. Chapter 397. Set aside, but that is Van Gogh, a renowned figure. Song and Jie countered. I too shall become a celebrated name in the future. Qiu Sheng crossed his arms defiantly over his chest and strode away in a huff. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yu, Song Ens, Zhou Xingtong, Shen Yinjing, and Yang Xiran had all arrived at the base hospital. Following several expansions of the base, the hospital within the compound had also seen an increase in capacity. During the winter months, the number of patients was relatively high, predominantly suffering from common ailments such as colds. Traditional Chinese medicine, which had previously been overlooked prior to the cataclysm, was once again being put to use. Chapter 398. Northern Commander Li Tianwen. At the northern base of Huaxia, Li Tianwen had ascended to the position of the highest leader. Yet he conducted himself like a mere puppet. The only concern that weighed on his mind was the squad that had returned from the border, having encountered an attack by ghouls that I in one of the photographs. He recognized a familiar face, his brother, Li Haiwen. However, now he was the leader of the human faction, while his brother had become humanity's greatest foe. That a nationwide manhunt had been issued for Li Haiwen. As winter approached, it was advised to refrain from going outside. All outdoor missions were to be suspended in preparation for the cold season. Li Tianwen swiftly made his decisions. Chapter 399. Special Winter Operations. Yet subsequent events led him to believe that Li Yuwei was not as simple as he appeared to at that time. Li Yuwei had another fourth-tier awakened individual under his command, and everything was meticulously calculated, which was quite terrifying. This very reason prompted him to abandon the struggle against these old-timers. However, they had transferred power to him, and now that they had vanished, their whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. Commander, are we going to take action against Mo Qingyun this winter? Indeed, that a comprehensive martial law will not hinder this special operation, that I intend to catch him off guard during the winter, especially after the incident with Chaogua. Chapter 400. The Hunt in the Winter. Mo Qingyun, accompanied by his henchmen, ventured northward with hunting rifles. This period had been rather dull. He found little assistance in his research endeavors, as such specialized matters were best left to experts. If the bunker faced danger, simply closing the main entrance would suffice, as enemies outside could not breach it in a short span of time. To guard against psychic-type ability users. All personnel should retreat deep into the tunnels once the bunker doors were secured. Mo Qingyun rode with Zhang Yuhao on the same snowmobile, progressing northward. Beyond training Zhang Yuhao, his primary objective was Chapter 401. The hungry we tracked it first. Why should it belong to you? We've been pursuing this wild boar for quite some time in this area. One individual bravely stated. They indeed were in pursuit of the boar, as the territory was limited, but luck had not favored them, with tracks repeatedly covered by snow that I found at first, having only fired one shot. If you're hungry, we can negotiate. Mo Qingyun was disinclined to engage in meaningless disputes. He was not particularly hungry himself, but merely sought something fresh to eat. For these individuals, however, that boar represented life or death. Chapter 402. Visitors from the north. As Mo Qingyun activated the snowmobile, he observed fresh tire tracks on the ground, and an unsettling feeling crept into his mind. Xiao Ba, do you think anyone would venture towards H-Nation in this harsh winter? Boss, could it be aimed at you? Logically, Chaogua's military bases are sealed off, and most factions in H-Nation have chosen to hibernate for the winter. Hardly anyone is active during this season, let alone those capable of driving in the snow. Yes, I think so too. There were speculations before, but I assumed they would wait until spring to act, that if they strike now, it is evident. Chapter 403. Taking the initiative. It's not my ability. My range of perception does not extend that far, and I can only lock on a targets within my line of sight. Yet something about this situation feels off. Xiao Jing adjusted her glasses, uncertain whether her instincts were correct. But she sensed that this mission would be perilous, a vague fear beginning to unfurl within her. She had encountered the white-haired individual before, but at that time, with Song Ge by her side, she felt no sense of danger. Now that Song Ens was absent, having reportedly joined the Ezhou base with his brother. Chapter 404. Words of humans and ghosts. As the team leader, after a prolonged period without communication, he had begun to sense something amiss. They were supposed to report at regular intervals via walkie-talkie, yet silence had persisted for some time. Not good. Something has happened. All personnel, assume combat readiness. Remain alert. The moment the captain issued the command, a white-haired man emerged, dragging someone along and discarding them onto the ground. That everyone's attention snapped to the figure, instantly recognizing it as Mo Qingyun, the primary target of this operation. Fellow villager. Chapter 405. Mission Failure. Return. Keep a close watch on that Li Tianwen. He may pose a significant threat. The issues within the upper echelons of the northern base could be even graver. Do not always act as someone else's blade. Although your existence is meant to serve that purpose, that Mo Qingyun retracted his powers, and the invisible pressure dissipated instantly, causing those present to break out in cold sweat. Jiang Yuhao was equally tense. Should a confrontation arise, he was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Are you serious? The team leader remained perplexed, as they all knew of Li Tianwen's betrayal, choosing to issue a manhunt for his own brother, who had become a ghoul. Chapter 406. Disguised injured, the captain replied, instructing them to feign injuries. That's fine, but the wounds must be genuine. Otherwise, the other side won't be easily fooled if we succeed in marking them. We will use T as the code word. The leader of this 10-man team made a swift decision. The wounds could be made quite severe, ideally gruesome, but not to the point of incapacitating their movement. They quickly drew knives and resolutely inflicted wounds upon themselves, then promptly applied techniques to stanch the bleeding. Execution must be assured. No one wished to meet their demise here. Chapter 407. Code words even after the cataclysm. They had proclaimed themselves generals, and the power they wielded, along with the medals signifying their status, were very much real. That it appeared they had not been exposed. This significant figure merely wished to meet them. Hence the numerous guards accompanying him. However, his presence was ill-timed. Once he arrived, he would be marked by the Huaxia team, for one among them possessed the ability to mark without detection, rendering it imperceptible to anyone. In such proximity at this base, as long as the man remained, they would be able to identify him. Chapter 408. The meaning of existence. As winter drew to a close, Mo Qingyan had amassed numerous catches during the season, with individuals from the northern peninsula trading fresh game for provisions. Their numbers were few and they fared well, showing no interest in accommodating others. Munian's research was progressing smoothly. In the short term, she had not encountered any obstacles, but transitioning from the research phase to practical application would still require considerable effort. It seemed that winter was nearing its end. Mo Qingyan stood outside the bunker, observing Jiang Yuhao training in the snow. Chapter 409. Another winter has passed. A year had elapsed since the last encounter, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. In the Ejo base, she felt superfluous, as it was rife with powerful individuals. She was merely an inconsequential presence. Yet Mr. Mo would undoubtedly require her assistance at this moment. Being needed was not an insubstantial desire. At times, it could provide a reason for one's continued existence. That in a certain sense, she and Mo Qingyan shared commonality. One command. Myriad lives were extinguished, akin to the direct act of taking lives with one's own hands. Fundamentally, there lay a stark similarity. Chapter 410. The 3rd year of the apocalypse arrived sometime later. Winter concluded, and the ice and snow began to melt away. Spring had arrived. Jiang Yuhao was dispatched to investigate the other factions in the southern peninsula, while the north remained dormant and the bunker once again fell into silence. Until someone returned, one of the team members who had departed with Jiang Yuhao. A squad of 5 had returned, yet only one individual emerged. What is going on? Why are you the only one back? Where is Jiang Yuhao? Mo Qingyan coldly regarded the disheveled figure before him, clearly someone who had not rested in quite some time. Chapter 411. Night raid on the warship Huaxia was not lacking in population, hence could not possibly accommodate a vast influx of outsiders. The majority of nations worldwide exhibit exclusivity, even those considered immigrant nations. When war commences, racial fervor can lead to the re-emergence of concentration camps. Currently, the more habitable lands lay further north in any nation, where the population was sparse and the expanse vast. Post-cataclysm, the number of survivors dwindled, and the rate of population recovery would correspondingly decline. Mr. Mo, we are nearing the seaside. Please prepare yourself, that we may need to halt the vehicle here to avoid detection by naval artillery. Chapter 412. Farewell. Sato AI on the pitch-black deck. The footsteps grew increasingly subdued, and Mo Qingyan sensed the presence of others, yet found himself unable to exert control. This sensation was peculiar, akin to that experienced in the presence of Operator 01. His will felt as though it had been obscured, rather than simply being a matter of insufficient rank. The two crouched behind cover as Mo Qingyan lowered his voice cautiously. Stay silent. Trouble is looming. The scout beside him grew tense once more. It seemed that even Mo was unable to resolve the situation, indicating that it was indeed quite challenging. However, it was already too late to escape, as they were now concealed behind cover, making any attempt to flee impossible. Chapter 413. The mockery of the malevolent spirit. You claim that you are here to help the people of your island nation escape. Correct? But what is your intended destination? Mo Qingyan inquired with genuine curiosity. Is it the northern regions of Huaxia? No, it is not. We are heading to country E, to Siberia, explained Aiko Sato, whose head was firmly pinned down by Mo Qingyan's foot. A rather convincing explanation. Yet I simply do not believe it. Your objective lies not in Siberia, but rather in the northern territories of Huaxia, does it not? Mo Qingyun, being a reborn individual, was certainly skeptical of such claims, for he was well aware of their true intentions prior to the Great Calamity. Chapter 414. Capturing Live in the darkness, a flash of white lightning illuminated the entire coastline. Both sides were somewhat blinded by rage. Yet Guan Yuelong did not forget to remind them, capture them alive. Just as they were about to engage, they keenly sensed that someone aboard the ship was watching. Those individuals had already noticed them, and gunfire could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a powerful flashlight beam shone upon them, causing both Guan Yuelong and Zhang Yuhao to cease their actions. Compared to the enemy before them, they harbored a greater fear of those on the ship. Neither wished to endure a barrage of heavy fire. Zhang Yuhao, originally under the attack of naval artillery, could only flee towards the mountains. Chapter 415. Reluctance just as on the vast expanse of Huaxia. If not for the emergence of Mo Qingyun, other bases would have long been trampled by the northern base like dogs. The northern base is inadequate. Mo Qingyun is acutely aware of this fact. From the very beginning, the northern base's objective was never to ensure the survival of the majority, but rather to abandon the lower echelons. However, Mo Qingyun also recognized the merit in prioritizing the training of select individuals. Resources are limited, yet if they could successfully cultivate a fifth-tier awakened one, they might wield that formidable weapon to obliterate their adversarial forces. Chapter 416. Arrogance dawn arrived, yet another dawn, as the sea breeze mingled with the waves crashing against the coastal stones. After a night of vigilance, Bai Xiaolu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He stifled a yawn while remaining fixated on Aiko Sato before him. He could not allow this woman to escape, for otherwise, Minister Mo would surely take his life. Although he did not understand why this woman had clashed with Minister Mo, sometimes an abundance of reasons was unnecessary, as long as the individual Minister Mo sought to eliminate was not a Huaxia citizen. He could choose to overlook it, especially when it pertained to a minor inconvenience. Nonetheless, this woman had wept throughout the night. Chapter 417. The subordinates, will you kill me? Aiko Sato seemed to have resigned herself to her fate, her emotions settling into calmness as she stared blankly at the ground. I had every intention of killing you, yet having already taken so many lives. Mo Qingyun took a step forward, walking slowly, and suddenly retrieved a coin from his pocket, that if Lin Fei were truly capable of reverting back to 10 minutes prior, then by repeatedly succumbing to death, he could inevitably trace his steps back to a week ago. I am unable to achieve this. Your brother has already dispatched me numerous times, though you remain oblivious. Chapter 428. The motorcycle heist. A formidable motorcycle gang, clad in leather and adorned with striking hairstyles reminiscent of a legion of hedgehogs, approached with great fanfare. Mo Qingyun recognized this attire. It epitomized the attire of rampaging bikers depicted in various comics, aligning perfectly with his ingrained stereotypes. Look, the Ghost Fire Youth Plus, Mo Qingyun remarked to Bai Xiaolu beside him, gesturing with a finger toward the throng of motorcycles. The fact that these individuals could operate motorcycles indicated a substantial reserve of gasoline, and their possession of shotguns suggested an ample supply of ammunition. It was perplexing that these well-supplied individuals still sought their own demise. Chapter 429. The mutations brought by nuclear waste. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyun and his companions had already ridden their motorcycles far into the distance. Their provisions were sufficient, and with motorcycles and ample gasoline at their disposal, reaching their destination posed no challenge. Moreover, the cataclysm had not annihilated the entirety of the island's populace. Hope still lingered. Mo Qingyun speculated that there might still be approximately 20 million survivors on this island, a number that, when compared to the countries of Europe and America, was not insignificant. Not long after their departure, Mo Qingyun spotted several survivors wandering about, likely scavenging for food during daylight hours. The glimmer in their eyes as they gazed upon the group was unmistakable. Chapter 430. Human Research and Country are. As Mo Qingyun squeezed the trigger, a bullet surged into the darkness, and a colossal beast charged toward them. Upon the beast's emergence from the underbrush, Mo Qingyun beheld a glow akin to fireflies, A most unwelcome sight, that he promptly deployed incendiary grenades to block its path and swiftly mounted his motorcycle, knowing that the beast would not detonate until it was slain. Run! A bite from those things is no trivial matter. What terrible luck! Bai Xiaolu had gathered the utensils and revved the motorcycle, ultimately crashing through the flames. Chapter 431. Dining on beef, let us rest here for the night. I will go and negotiate. The presence of residents suggests that the nearby zombies have likely been cleared out, that in the aftermath of the cataclysm, maintaining a power supply had become exceedingly difficult. Unless one could reclaim hydroelectric plants and substations akin to large-scale bases, possessing sufficient strength to maintain the lines. Otherwise, fire remained humanity's most accessible source of illumination, that Qingyun's abilities extended into the house, revealing only a robust middle-aged man inside. This small village appeared devoid of additional survivors that he approached cautiously until he subdued the uncle before him. Chapter 432. Raising Zombies? After subduing the middle-aged man, Li Monyan began using her abilities to neutralize the anesthetics affecting the unconscious individuals. One by one, they awoke, gazing at Qingyun and Li Monyan. There was no need for explanation regarding the man who lay pinned to the ground. It was evident that he had drugged them, for they could not have all fallen into slumber simultaneously. After all, they weren't that exhausted. Boss, what is the current situation? Have you learned your lesson? If we devour this beef, we might find ourselves minced like that meat cleaver, that I might struggle to chop you, but I assure you, it would be entirely feasible. Chapter 433. Minced to perfection in the end, Bai Xiaolu opted to handle the situation, while Jiang Yuhao chose to deal with the zombies. Bai Xiaolu had evidently experienced some trials, granting him greater resilience. The piercing shrieks of zombies echoed, the anguished cries of a middle-aged man resonated from within the house. Each strike aimed at the small zombie felt as though it were cleaving into the man himself, who joined in the lamentations that Mr. Mo, why not grant them a swift end? This is merely a father who loves his child. When one errs, they must face the consequences. His love for his child does not exempt him from this reality. Chapter 434. The flowing shadow at dawn. After slaying a cow and feasting on beef, Qingyun and his party resumed their journey. They pressed onward toward their destination, situated between Fukushima and Sendai, where numerous radiated mutations might exist. At Mr. Mo, ahead lies the headquarters of the Onmyoji, yet we lack the means to enter. I advise you to reconsider. Sato AI pointed ahead. She was not a member of the Onmyoji organization. Thus, even if she knew the precise location, entry might still prove impossible. Understood. Xiaoba, activate the radio, Qingyun commanded before making their escape. Chapter 435. The cry for help from Operator 01. Indeed. ICIT, that Qingyun observed as the flowing shadow vanished from view, while Sato AI's physical form remained in place, that if her shadow could meld into the night for assassination, concealing her physical body would render her nearly invincible. However, during the night raid on the warship, Sato AI had not utilized this ability, suggesting some underlying reason, though he could undoubtedly eliminate her if her shadow were to strike unexpectedly. He would likely be unable to defend himself. After all, under normal circumstances, who would guard against a person's shadow? Unless Sato AI. Chapter 436. The world a year later. Meanwhile, far off the coast, a luxurious cruise ship received a distress signal that on the upper deck, a man reclined in a chair, gazing at the coastline, while a woman knelt humbly before him, that he reached out, gently patting her face. Stars, mere playthings. Before the cataclysm, they had some utility. Now they seem utterly devoid of purpose. Prior to the disaster, the wealthy could exploit these stars for monetary gain, wielding their companies to elevate certain individuals to fame, while those lacking value or daring to oppose their demands were swiftly discarded. Chapter 437. Retribution. Are you suggesting that fifth-tier zombies have already emerged here? Qingyun closed his eyes in concentration, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he sensed an oppressive force, a palpable pressure. Next time, aim for the throat, withdraw the blade, and death follows. Leaving it in is far worse. Even a zombie of the same tier can be troublesome to deal with, let alone one that could overpower them. Regardless of whether you agree to assist me, you must help now. It is also in your interest to survive. What choice do I have? I fear death. After all, that there's a fifth-tier zombie pursuing you, yes? Chapter 438. The fifth-tier hunter. As the night wore on, he finally drifted into a slumber, the earth still warm from the remnants of the fire, rendering the night relatively mild. Mo Qingyun consumed a modest meal to satiate his hunger. They had arrived in the designated area as planned, with 4 individuals present, although the specifics of Operator 01's strength were unclear. He was at least of 4th-tier caliber. Guan Yuelong and Sato AI posed no concerns regarding their power levels. Both possessed 4th-tier abilities, and when Guan Yuelong truly exerted himself, his strength would rival that of Yang Shiran. The group gradually approached. The city bore no resemblance to the anticipated cacophony of zombie roars. Instead, it exhibited an eerie silence. Chapter 439. The setting sun of humanity oblivious to the zombies within the building. She required a certain speed to reach a secure location and reopen the passage to bring Mo Qingyun and his companions to safety. Given their current pace, they were likely only on the lower level. Upon reaching it, she reignited the passage with her lantern. Mo Qingyun, over here. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the passage, Mo Qingyun hesitated not, clutching Sato AI's body and swiftly traversing alongside Guan Yuelong. The hunter's head barely emerging before the closing spatial tunnel severed it. Chapter 440. Li Munian captured on the cruise ship by the coast, the president listened intently to his subordinate's report. The voice crackled over the intercom. President, we have captured the target. Identity confirmed. She is the woman sought by Huaxia, along with a familiar face, Miss Jean Minju from the Jean family. Another team, assigned to divert 2 awakened individuals, now found themselves in a fierce battle. Should they initiate a rescue? The subordinate continued to relay the situation, detailing the capture of Li Munian and Jean Minju, and their awareness of Li Munian's value. The president quickly made a decision. Abandon, disengage from that team. Chapter 441. The 5th-tier intelligent entity escapes. We anticipated this, but the issue remains that we cannot ascertain the current location of the zombie. Operator 01 certainly recognized this, but their ignorance regarding the zombie's precise whereabouts complicated matters. Sato AI had concealed her body, engaging in combat solely with her shadow, evidently emerging as the most formidable combatant among the group. Impervious to injury and capable of inflicting internal damage on the 5th-tier intelligent entity, Mo Qingyun fixated intently on the zombie before him. Prolonging this battle, even at the cost of considerable casualties, would undoubtedly result in the zombie's demise, were it not for the absorption of the crystal nucleus. Chapter 442. The brave Xiaobahe, are you dead? Mo Qingyun approached the trio from behind, and Li Munian was utilizing her abilities to examine Jean Minju's condition. While Zhang Yuhao's eyes appeared vacant, his hands seemingly lost, blood staining them as he pressed against his wound. He had been shot in the abdomen, with a bullet still lodged within. His condition was critical, necessitating immediate surgery. Li Munian assessed Jean Minju's body. Having sustained numerous gunshot wounds, the fact that she had not perished instantly was already remarkable. Can you heal her? Mo Qingyun gazed at the pitiful creature before him. Ah, such a disheveled and helpless appearance stirred his sentiments. Chapter 443. The President and the Hound. Guan Yuelong. Have you heard? We have found the guide. Now, eliminate all visible enemies. Mo Qingyun commanded coldly. Guan Yuelong responded indifferently. Yes, Mr. Mo, in an instant. The deck was awash with blood. Regardless of their combat prowess, anyone appearing here was deemed an enemy. They charged into the ship's corridor with utmost speed, where they were met by pre-ambushed gunmen. The corridor was narrow, leaving them no room to evade, but a dark line traced a zigzag pattern, swiftly piercing through the entire corridor, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 444. President Park. Mo Qingyun engaged once more with the man before him. After merely 2 probing exchanges, he had gleaned enough insight into the individual. He was a man of considerable physical prowess, trained in combat and with blood on his hands, yet not one accustomed to life and death struggles. From a mere aura standpoint, Mo Qingyun did not perceive this man as merely a subordinate. He was likely the owner of the cruise ship, while the beast beside him was merely his pet. If this was the extent of his strength, Mo Qingyun believed he could easily eliminate him in a heartbeat. He drew his dagger, reversing his grip, and fixed his gaze upon the man before him. Chapter 445. Temporary Recovery. Casting a glance at the unconscious Zhang Yuhao, he understood that Zhang's body had sustained severe damage, requiring at least 3 months of recuperation to recover. The side effects stemming from such a high-level ability eruption were exceedingly grave. He also recognized that individuals possessed varying potentials. The eruption of abilities was contingent upon one's innate talent and the type of power they wielded that Mo Qingyun always felt he did not fully comprehend his own abilities. As they were significantly restricted, ineffective against non-biological entities, unlike elemental or alchemical abilities that could be directly applied. However, Chapter 446, gathering personnel that Mo Qingyun chose to consolidate the individuals aboard the ship. After the cruise liner was brought to a halt, many feared to emerge, opting instead to remain concealed within the cabins. His steps were slow, calling forth those hidden within, harboring no intentions of slaughtering them. Although the number aboard was limited, at least 500 souls remained. Slaughtering them all would entail a cumbersome task of disposing of the bodies, not to mention the toll on his abilities. The current situation was perilous. He had to ensure his reserve of powers at all costs. From this moment forth, I am your leader, he declared. Chapter 447. Hypocrisy that a few individuals felt anxious, yet dared not take the initiative, quietly hiding among the crowd, clinging to hope that they would remain unnoticed. As Tier 3 abilities users, they were not akin to Yin Yu Jing. They had originally been lackeys of President Park, and with Park still alive, what would they do if he sought them out again? They were well aware that Park's family had another faction on the mainland, while Huaxia had already completely taken control of the peninsula. That Mo Qingyun clasped his hands behind his back, slowly stepping back 2 paces. Revealing this information, coupled with the aura he exuded. Chapter 448. Test Subject. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Zhang Yuhao awoke. Mo Qingyun did not inquire about his injuries, but instead hastily asked, "Can you repair this ship? I sense it could be quite useful." "Boss, it's not that I don't want to fix it. Do I look like I'm in any condition to do so?" Zhang Yuhao lay on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Blood seeped through the white gauze, and Zhang could only lie there like a vegetative state. Due to the massive tonnage of the vessel and its being wedged against the cliffside, the ship's swaying appeared less severe. Chapter 449. Lin Fei under attack. The only assets in Mo Qingyun's possession were fragments of meteorites. Beyond those, they required additional materials, an extraordinary alloy that could not be forged through conventional methods, only producible by alchemical ability users. Now that they had personnel, they merely lacked the materials. Regrettably, the meteorites he sought did not contain meteoric iron, thus they could only acquire it from dungeons that he once read as saying. The scattered fragments of a higher dimensional world may herald a transformation lasting a century for humanity. The timing of meteor showers was too fortuitous. Zhang Yuhao. Chapter 450. The attack of the Earth Protection Cult. It seemed Lin Fei had encountered trouble. Song ends, while dealing with the 4-tiered claws before us. Spoke to the claw-transformed Yang Xiran. The intercom had just transmitted a distress signal, compelling them to abandon their current task. However, the zombie before them was no easy foe. Feeling somewhat helpless, they thought that had the strong acid not corroded the claw's bones, they might have fared no better. "What should we do about this claw?" Yang Xiran ceased his assault, quickly distancing himself alongside Song En's, ever wary of the claws before them. Any lapse in concentration could lead to disaster. Chapter 451. Controlling zombies. She had also learned of some drawbacks of Lin Fei's spatial abilities. He could only exit from the same location he entered, meaning that if the outside was unsafe or, as was the case now, too high in altitude, or if the exit was buried after entering the space, there was a significant risk of being trapped indefinitely. Soon, Lin Fei emerged once more from the system space, and Mo Qingyun ascended to catch him with the wind, gently lowering him back to their position, which was far preferable to plummeting directly to the ground and risking broken ribs. Chapter 452. Repelling the cultists. Mo Qingyun was fully aware of the current situation. Unless Sato AI voluntarily sought him out, capturing a local with significant standing in the islands would prove exceedingly challenging. Without thorough preparation, he would certainly not approach that shrine. Regardless of whether it concealed wondrous artifacts, one must have their life intact to claim them. Bai Xiaolu had returned, having dealt with his enemies and pursued Sato AI for a distance. Not being directly killed by her was already a stroke of good fortune. Now back at Mo Qingyun's side, he felt no particular sense of accomplishment. Chapter 453. The Traitor. Lure them in. Without sufficient awakened cooperation, breaking through the defenses would be nearly impossible. Yang Xiran dared not assert that his Tier 4 abilities could breach the military's defenses, as they had acquired weapons capable of countering various mutated zombies. Lin Fei began to reference experiences from his past life. The threat posed by cultists still loomed, yet most instances involved suicidal attacks, compelling ordinary people to consume crystal nuclei. Now, however, they had deployed numerous insight-based ability users, making it challenging to pass through, especially if their mental state was compromised. Unless, of course, they were those lucid cultists, fully aware of their actions. Chapter 454. Zhang Xinjue's concerns. Alarm. Multiple bases under the southern base have come under attack. The information was hurriedly relayed to Shernyenjin. Yet it was already too late. A tide of corpses had gathered outside the southern base. And not just outside, but around the main base, with a multitude of zombies amassed. The mountains were also filled with numerous flying varieties, and their rapid increase surpassed everyone's expectations that if no one had intentionally cultivated them. The spread of the animal virus was alarmingly vigorous. What is happening? Bring Zhou Xintong and Zhang Xinjue here. Shernyenjin set aside his current tasks. This situation demanded urgent attention. Chapter 455. The outer district exploded. Are you certain Zhou Xintong is problematic? Shernyenjin asked again. Seriously, that I'm uncertain. Our internal balance has become less distinct, and if you can maintain your consciousness throughout, Zhou Xintong certainly can too, that I have no desire to contend for power. But if my life is threatened, I will choose between you two, that you will undoubtedly choose Zhou Xintong. I need not ponder that I in truth, I have never cared for how much power I wield. I merely wish for more people to survive the do you understand. Shernyenjin boarded the vehicle, preparing to clear a path with a tank. Chapter 456. Lin Fei attacked again. This was not a mere tide of zombies, but a war between humanity and cultists. The cult's first large-scale operation had commenced. Lin Fei led the army back, needing to delegate a portion of his forces to transport supplies, thus he could only return with 4,000 men first. The pharmaceutical factory's equipment was equally crucial, and he could not afford any losses. Song Ens was assigned to oversee the escort of the equipment, while Lin Fei took Yang Shiran and Mo Qingyun back first. Inform Shin Zihan and Gao Yuan. The surrounding reconnaissance can be abandoned. The base headquarters is under attack. We are returning to provide support. Let them coordinate with the rear. Chapter 457. Growing together with concrete. Explosions erupted once more, accompanied by flames, forcing Lin Fei to retreat into the system's space once again. The earth trembled. The entire mountain collapsed, instantly sealing the tunnel. This highway was now rendered useless, with both the cultists and Lin Fei buried beneath the mountain's weight. The convoy, having progressed some distance, halted on the highway, feeling the tremors akin to an earthquake. What is happening? Can we still contact Lin Fei? No response. He has gone dark. Then I want to take a look at Chapter 458. Defending the southern base. The outer area of the southern base has already fallen to more than half, and Lin Fei's troops are unable to provide support in a short time. Shernyenjin also lost contact shortly after leaving the base. Zhou, can the survivors retreat to the central area? An officer approached Zhou Xintong. Retreat. How can we ensure that there are no cultists among these survivors? How can we guarantee that the isolation wall of the central area won't be blown open like the wall in the outer area? Do not allow anyone to approach the wall. Anyone who dares to come near the central isolation wall will be shot on sight. Everyone believed that nothing would go wrong. That was their collective assumption. Chapter 459. Crisis at the southern base. Dad. My father abandoned me and ran away. The child curled up under the sandbags, clutching my knees as the sound of gunfire echoed around, making his already small voice even fainter. Almost inaudible. Wang Pongzi and Demahu were close by, and with the audible details and lip-reading, they understood what had transpired, for the father had fled in fear, abandoning his child. The will to survive outweighed the love for his own flesh and blood. Perhaps at that moment, the father did not think much. He simply prioritized his own life. Abandoning his son to flee, was this what it meant? Chapter 460. Go, my knight. One individual directly picked up a bundle of explosives. Ignited it, no. Even after many years, I still recall the culinary skills of the village chef. They were not particularly exquisite, yet memorable. Chapter 473. The distinction between a wandering warrior and an army. Meanwhile, at one of the station locations in Hokkaido. There was no time to delay any further. The higher-ups were already pressing for action. That a member of the command center spoke swiftly. Should we first apprehend that Chinese virologist? Another voice chimed in. As all questions required but a single answer at this moment. The leader in charge, responsible for drawing enemy fire, felt a profound unease, for no justification could quell the anxiety that gripped his heart. He feared that one day he too might meet a similar fate. Chapter 474. The ostrich that a vessel passed overhead, yet Mo Qingyun refrained from intervening. Killing these individuals would serve no purpose, as others lingered on the coast. And perhaps there were additional points of fire beyond his reach. The four remained shrouded in darkness. The sea was frigid, and even in the summer nights, the water's temperature was scarcely warmer. Those on the surface searched meticulously, and all they could do was wait. With reliance on their small oxygen tanks, enduring half an hour underwater should pose no issue, provided they remained calm and regulated their breathing. Among them was a fourth-tier individual. Chapter 475. Silent as a whisper, Mo Qingyun and his companions reunited with the fourth-tier personnel who had escaped to the shore first. How did you manage to flee? Were you able to maintain such speed in the water? Mo Qingyun assessed the fourth-tier individual before him. Despite their previous disagreements regarding submersion, which had led to numerous fatalities, Mo Qingyun cared little for the lives lost. Rather, he was intrigued by this man's skills. Why should I disclose that? The fourth-tier man was reluctant to cooperate. Until yesterday, Sato AI had reprimanded him, declaring, Mr. Mo is now in charge of tactical arrangements. Comply with his orders. Chapter 476. Protection. Who goes there? The individuals at the table had no time to resist before being subdued. Mo Qingyun stepped slowly into the light. The guards outside had already been dealt with by Guan Yuelong. Now, all that remained was to relay the message back to Hokkaido across the strait. The main forces were currently stationed on the coast, inadvertently allowing Mo Qingyun and his companions to seize the opportunity. It truly was rather easy. Mo Qingyun mused, pausing his steps. The situation is under control. Miss AI, please send the message back. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall my men. What do you think? Chapter 477. The end of cooperation as night faded, ushering in another dawn. The forces on Sakhalin had not been entirely eradicated. They had merely retreated. It seemed that this island would likely be divided between two factions, a prime location for survival. However, with nearly 10 million inhabitants, it was unrealistic for all to remain here. After all, it was merely a transit point. Nation still possessed a few transport vessels, but these were now repurposed for troop and firepower transport, bringing military vehicles ashore. The early sun mingled with the sea breeze as Mo Qingyun stood at the coastal dock, where a luxury cruise ship had just arrived and Li Munian and others had returned. Chapter 478. A path less traveled. The ship docked in Siberia, and Mo Qingyun disembarked with his personnel, abandoning those on board. As their utility had come to an end, it was time to part ways. That Mr. Mo, are you preparing to leave? What should we do? The dealer inquired first. This vessel now belongs to you. Mo Qingyun replied. Mr. Mo, please take me with you. Loyalty immediately adopted a solicitous demeanor. During Mo Qingyun's presence, the others on the ship dared not act against him, but that did not imply his own strength. It was simply because he was Mo Qingyun's subordinate. Chapter 479. Farewell, Tianzong. After a period of time, Guan Yuelong caught up that Mo Qingyun, unhurried, merely asked, Is there a problem? Indeed, shortly after your departure, some individuals emerged, declaring you their deadliest foe. That man was merely your dog. Have they been eliminated? Yes, those who chose sides have been dealt with. With Guan Yuelong's return, the final task was completed. With no lingering concerns, the ship, whether headed south or north, would struggle without terrestrial supplies. Yet Nation R. Chapter 480. Lin Fei is rescued. The collapsed tunnel was excavated anew. Although it took some time, Lin Fei was saved. The system provided a prompt, and he emerged from the vast system space, where he had been honing his physical abilities and powers. Occasionally, the system communicated with him, preventing him from succumbing to madness due to solitude. Captain Shi. The first sight Lin Fei beheld upon exiting the system space was Shi Nianjin. Wonderful. I was worried you might starve in there. Yet here you are, full of vitality. Shi Nianjin sighed in relief, for they were not well versed in Lin Fei's abilities. Chapter 481. The forgotten day's time gradually ushered in the peak of summer. Both north and south felt the land's parched state. That Li Tian, stationed at the northern base, grew somewhat agitated. The flesh-eaters had eluded detection. That it had been suggested that Mo Qingyun might have landed in the north. Yet upon locating the vessel, they found no trace of Mo Qingyun and his companions. as if they had vanished in a thin AI or WY the timeline. Mo Qingyan had likely been on land for at least 2 months. And 2 months could yield substantial actions. Observing his subordinates re-enter with reports, Li Tianwen instinctively inquired, "Have they been found?" Chapter 482. The Unforgotten. In an instant, she contemplated whether to terminate this child. Yet in that fleeting moment of thought, her heart softened, and she quickly shook her head. Isn't it just a child? Even if that individual never recalls, it suffices to give birth and raise it. Strangely familiar, yet utterly unrecognizable. It was amusing to consider that her private life was so pristine. Yet she did not even know the identity of the child's father. Then I shall proceed slowly. Bai Xiaolu returned to the vehicle, taking extra care, for merely safeguarding one person was already quite cautious. Protecting a pregnant woman necessitated even greater vigilance. Chapter 483. How could a hero be friends with monsters? I am not causing a ruckus. I am not a child. Yet it has been ages since I last saw Mr. Mo Qingyan. Do you all dislike him? I rather like him, though it seems he does not favor me. Qiusheng gently pushed Zhou Han's hand aside, as soon as she voiced this. Mo Qingyu Su Cece. And Zhou Han behind her were all the more perplexed at the Mo Qingyan you speak of. Do we all know him? Sister Qiusheng, I am Mo Qingyu. Not Mo Qingyu, and do you all think I am a fool? Qiusheng instantly grew vexed, her cheeks puffed, and she sulked away. Chapter 484. Inevitable Death. Tianzong had arrived in the south, yet he had not approached Yizhou as a flesh-eater. He needed to exercise greater caution in concealing his presence. At a human outpost, sun-dried corpses hung as a grim warning to others, a stark reminder against harboring restless thoughts. This was an independent outpost, small enough not to attract the attention of the southern base. And as its controller, he had become a veritable local sovereign. Get moving, you lazy pigs! I do not tolerate idlers here. A man shouted, gun in hand. Chapter 485. Lin Fei encounters Tianzong. Within the southern base, Lin Fei had prepared to lead a team to establish a fixed outpost in Vietnam, where an ever-open dungeon presented a vital resource for the base. This time, he would lead a trio, including Yang Shiran and Song Ens, requiring no more than a small team of 10 from each. The quantity was not significantly impactful. Their primary aim was to explore the dungeon and conduct thorough investigations. As for potential conflicts with local forces in Vietnam, that was a matter for the future, as long as the southern. Chapter 486. Gradual Collapse. You once had a chance, Lin Fei, yet you squandered it from the very beginning. This is a function that can be developed within the system. Unfortunately, as of now, you have yet to repay your debts, nor has the most basic malfunction been unlocked. Thus, the notion of transforming flesh-eaters back into humans is nothing but a fantasy. Are you suggesting that once I settle my debts, it might become possible? Theoretically, yes. However, by the time you repay your debts, it is likely that the flesh-eaters would no longer wish to revert to humanity. The system's tone is somewhat languid. She has lost the will to elaborate further. Chapter 487. Factory investigation. As autumn descends, the temperature plummets, and the sweltering heat dissipates with the wind. Although the forces within the borders of Vietnam had previously established contact with Lin Fei, this does not imply their willingness to heed his commands. Once a person's influence expands, a deceptive sense of superiority often ensues, ultimately necessitating the use of force as a means of deterrence. This time, accompanied by 2 formidable allies from the base, the results are markedly evident. Regardless of the magnitude of the opposing force, the decision to negotiate or not rests solely with them. Lin Fei, Song Ens, and Yang Shiran have been operating within Vietnam for some time, having occupied a long active dungeon. Chapter 488. Consideration at the northern base. The personnel are engrossed in research. No, I recall that after that incident, my father vanished, and it was Li Tianwen who succeeded him. Munian vaguely deduces a direction, yet struggles to comprehend. The transition of power implies that nothing can be concealed, particularly regarding research that demands substantial investment, which cannot possibly continue. Unless a consensus is reached between the 2 generations of rulers, such an outcome is implausible. Politically, a cycle of succession is paramount. Historically, it has always been a case of one emperor, one court. Moreover, this pertains to research steeped in significant controversy. Chapter 489. Prophecy altered. Now that Li Munian and his partner have successfully conceived the next generation, it at least attests to the normalcy of reproduction among test subjects. However, Uncertainty looms over whether this child can truly enter this world, that it would be prudent to refrain from eliminating this pope for the time being. Let us first observe his true nature, as I also require their assistance to return to the southern base. When a formidable external enemy emerges, internal conflicts can be easily set aside, presenting an opportunity for Mo Qin-yun that if timely intervention occurs, it may well balance the scales of merit and demerit. Patience is required, as is the strategic use of the present moment. Chapter 490. Mo Qin-yun becomes the southern guardian. Yes, your holiness. But who will ensure your safety? Xiao rises, having dedicated everything to the Pope as the western guardian. Yet he feels perpetually overshadowed by another. The intense flames seem to invade his dreams, starkly contrasting with his own existence, a nauseating blend of revulsion and discomfort. Rest assured, no one in this world can bring about my demise. Proceed with the plan. Before the winter operations commence this year, you must also reach the 5th tier. Execute the quest as I have previously foretold. Everything within the dungeons aligns with my expectations. Chapter 491. The third winter arrives. Lin Fei furrows his brow, gazing solemnly at the sky. Something feels amiss. An unsettling stillness pervades, with not even a single flying creature to disrupt the calm. This is peculiar indeed, for flying entities were already born at the year's onset. Yet now, as the year draws to a close, the third winter of humanity's apocalypse has arrived. Zombies cannot simply refrain from migrating toward areas densely populated by humans. Such behavior contradicts the instinctive laws of migration unless a powerful zombie, serving as a leader, has fundamentally altered this dynamic, lurking in the shadows like a beast, poised to deliver a fatal strike to its prey. Chapter 492. Missile launch. The sound of missile bombardment appears to cease. Indeed, the bombardments are effective, capable of annihilating zombies within a vast radius. Regrettably, the million zombies do not cluster together. Otherwise, a complete clearance could have been achieved. A growing tide of zombies continues to surge forth, which poses a significant problem. Following the fierce battle, this location may no longer be viable for survival. A veritable sea of corpses and blood. Even the disposal of bodies becomes a formidable challenge that in the distance. Mo Qin-yun awaits. Yet instead of the Pope, he encounters irritable cultists first. Why am I the Southern Guardian? Am I not sufficiently loyal to His Holiness? Chapter 493. Pope, old father-in-law. Indeed, we are underestimating the nobility's intentions. The entire nation should unite as one. Shi Nianjing sighs, feeling a twinge of guilt for his actions. Although the northern base adopts different policies than the south, the matter of national interest ultimately reigns supreme. No, I suspect this situation is far more complex. I am well aware of Li Tianwen. Even if he were to launch missiles into the southern base, he would not assist us unconditionally, unless the northern base has undergone a regime change. Zhou Xingtong exclaims, finally exhaling in relief. Nonetheless, our immediate crisis has been alleviated somewhat. Let us begin inventorying supplies. Chapter 494. Qualifications. The zombie tide swiftly begins its assault on the outer city walls. And news reaches the command center with astonishing speed, causing all three individuals to startle so soon. Shi Nianjing immediately rises, pacing anxiously that he resolves to inspect the front lines. Remaining in the command center obscures the true situation. In this scenario, staying put serves no purpose unless a retreat is executed beforehand. Yet he cannot abandon his soldiers to flee alone. This is dire, Commander. The rear city wall has also been breached. Is it zombies? No, it appears to be humans, likely cultists. Continue pushing forward. Chapter 495. Tianzong slays a level 6 corpse eater. In this critical moment, a figure darts forth from behind the corpse eaters, delivering a powerful blow that sends the level 6 corpse eater veering off course. Tianzong, Mo Qin-yun's gaze shifts, filled with a complex mix of gratitude and instinctive animosity. Leave him to me. You have other matters to attend to. I have sought out the individual you mentioned, but he claims to require time. At least 1 million level 2 zombies must be slain. I will urge him. I, too, desire a swift resolution, yet it may take a year to achieve such a toll. Chapter 496. Besieging. The old father-in-law Yang Shiran had not anticipated that, while intending to assist at the outer walls, he would be clung to by Jiang Yuhao, who begged him to defend the hospital at all costs. Upon inquiry, he learned it was Mo Qin-yun's directive. Mo Qin-yun is no benevolent figure, yet that does not imply he is inept. That I must aid my comrades. Miss Guan Yuelong, I leave this to you. With claws transformed, Yang Xiron swiftly dispatched the last foe and raced toward the outer walls. Chapter 497. The war between humans and zombies as bricks plummet upon him. He exhibits no reaction. Succumbing to unconsciousness. The grim news does not end there. Simultaneously, the walls are breached by zombies, forcing all to retreat to the streets of the outer city for resistance. The hastily constructed defenses are woefully inadequate against the onslaught of the zombie tide. With an unfathomable number of high-level zombies advancing, a temporary line of defense crumbles. De Mahu, intending to retreat with his sniper rifle, is suddenly seized by a hunter who viciously bites into his thigh, sending him crashing down to the ground, never to rise again. Chapter 498. A miracle beneath the outer walls, the Pope prepares to savor the despair of the two. Did you not hear me clearly? Or have you failed to heed the zombies' roars? Your outer district is on the brink of collapse. Indeed, the zombie assault is now unstoppable. Unless a miracle occurs, who can salvage the situation? They have reached their limits. Just as despair envelopes everyone, a miracle manifests. A colossal dragon appears in the sky, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that instantly clears the heavens, transforming the previously oppressive darkness into clarity. Chapter 499. Heroes once again. A surge of energy propels him toward the hospital, traversing the entire outer district with nothing capable of hindering his advance. At the entrance of the central hospital, he outpaces Zhou Xingtong. Understanding the gravity of his predicament, Zhou Xingtong realizes he is in deep trouble, for he is only at the 3rd tier. How could he possibly outpace this beast? Mo Qingyan swiftly scoops up Su Cece, and just then, he hears a cry emanating from within the room. Yet he does not pause, only racing onward, desperately wishing to quicken his pace, even as blood begins to flow from his nostrils and mouth. There is no time to explain. Come with me to save someone. Su Cece, startled also,